Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the Pre-Game Show. For Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time. We acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which the upcoming match is being played. We would also like to pay our respects to elders past and present.
Rankin from the boundary, the $1 million shot! How do you like that? Only the sublimely skillful can hit that. He's off the Wizard, and they'll be off to see the Wizard!
The 2025 Toyota AFL Premiership season.
And the grandstands are heaving. He's doing it all, Dictator. Jack Higgins from 45 out of the boundary has been able to shake that home. Stewart took him. Amazing tackle by Tom Stewart, and that could be a game changer. Rubbles to Southbourne. 2 bounces. It'll be a great goal. It's just been a great game to watch. I've loved this game.
Every game, every week.
The scores are level, and they're off their heads in the SCG. Curnow grabs it cleanly with the left, and then swings around onto the right. Magnificent start. Back to Schultz, outside of the ball. Curling for goal. Schultz is lifting the pies. Oh my goodness. You just can't keep the good ones down. The superstar cries when the occasion comes. The Lions produce a domination to make the golden era proud. The premiership is going back to Brisbane, and for Chris Fagan, it's the greatest coaching story in football history.
Welcome to AFL Nation.
Welcome to AFL Nation for Elders Open and Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win, and for 420 Pies, Australia's original fan food. Fantastic to have your company from the MCG, wherever you're listening around Australia or around the planet. No bigger home and away day on the AFL calendar as we honour those who've served and those that are currently serving, the fallen and the brave. We honour them all today. Football fits into this day brilliantly, and Dermot Brereton, who has been part of the ANZAC Day Collingwood Essendon experience, is about to join us. Jared Healy as well, the 88 Brownlow medalist. We've got a big show coming your way before the bounce of the ball a little bit later on at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. It is a pleasure to have your company, and Derm, it's nice to have you in the house, looking resplendent as always. Welcome to you, Derm.
Hello, Dino. How are you? It's a wonderful day to be here. I reckon these are the perfect days for football. Overcast, warmish, but dry, good skills. You don't overheat, you don't overcook, so let's hope it goes really well for the standard of footy we see here this afternoon.
Yeah, we'll hope for that. Maybe not too much rain. There is a bit predicted for later on. The 88 Brownlow medalist, Jared Healy, in the house as well. Welcome to you, Jared.
Dwayne, it's a real privilege to be here, and I actually sent Gubby Allen a text today just saying I think the AFL should acknowledge the contribution you've made to this game. Over and above, he's been a player and a coach and a recruiting officer, but to come up with this idea and to go to the RSL and put it together with Sheeds and Lee Matthews, two big clubs, and to see what it's grown into, Dermot, is just an amazing contribution to the game. So well done, Gubby, and I hope the AFL actually recognises your contribution at some stage.
Yeah, I think it's helped a lot of the younger generation maybe just take a little time and have a think back to those that have served for their country and what has happened in so many of the conflicts of days gone by. We'll talk more about it shortly. Craig Vozzo's been good enough to join us in the box, the Essendon CEO, as the players are having their warm-up as we speak. Craig, welcome to you. Great to have you in. Thanks for coming by.
Thanks, Dwayne.
And it must be a privilege and a pleasure to be part of this day.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, now obviously being immersed in Essendon for the last couple of years, it takes another level in terms of how important the day is across the whole AFL, and it's a real privilege for our club to represent the occasion.
And you've expanded the entry list to include veterans yourself. You got Todd Goldstein coming into the team.
Yeah, one of our coaches, Jared. No, he's in today. Obviously, sadly losing Sam Draper and Nick Bryan in consecutive weeks. But
tell us about Sam, because it was a real shame.
It was. He felt like someone had, as you do with Achilles, stood on the back of his heel. Sadly, it was the worst. It was a ruptured Achilles, so probably a 9 to 12 month injury.
Has he had the operation already?
Tuesday. Yeah.
You build up a rolling bank over time of your knowledge and the likes of days like this, but from where you've been to where you are now, and for the younger players, I mean, imagine 7 or 8 year players that are playing in Essendon know what this day is about, know what it's meant to mean, know what it's meant to represent. What gets put into place each year? Because something different must come out each year to gather the interest, even of those experienced players, for a day like ANZAC Day.
Yeah, I think the occasion's never lost, even on the older guys. But Wednesday we gathered with all of our first-year players and our wider staff, and we had a tour of the Shrine of Remembrance, which is a really humbling place, and a very educational piece for all of us. And a couple of we had Ian Payne, who was a veteran, Vietnam veteran, and has played for the footy club, as well as Dustin Fletcher and Gary O'Donnell addressed the group in a Q&A type thing. So it was educationally, it was remarkable, and really reinforced to the younger players and our staff the gravity of the occasion, the importance of it.
Which players of the younger brigade are most receptive, tended to ask the most questions of former player Payne and the educators on the military side of things? Which players gravitated towards what is this day?
Yeah, well, we had a couple of country boys there in Archer Day Wicks, and also Angus Clark. They were probably the most enthralled with it all, but they all, we had 7 or 8 of them actually. So from Isaac Kako as well, he was there. I reckon it was a real educational session. When you think about this occasion and the ability to educate young people, it's amazing. It's far more powerful than any book, I think, or any educational lesson.
Yeah. I noticed that as Blaine pointed out before, we had the one day. I had the one day with Collingwood, and some of the positions, and we were told about some of the things and the stories and the tales. And Alan McAllister was a wonderful storyteller, and he told us of the people that he'd met along the way, and it was enthralling. Yeah. I reckon young Archie Roberts, he seems like the type who would love to gather all this in. Yeah. He's a good kid, isn't he? Yeah. He's got some go in him. I reckon this is the type of day where he'd love.
Oz-style player, sort of a junkyard dog style as well, but the boys love playing with him. He's made a huge impression in only his second year. Probably spent 15, 16 weeks in the seconds in the lead-up. He was coached by Matthew Lloyd at Haileybury, getting into that draft. Then a late pick. He's worked very hard for everything he's got to this point in time. And, this occasion on him would be massive, and it's his first one.
You see that in some players, don't you? You see the real talented players come in, and there's a little bit of good on them, and there's an expectancy. They have an expectancy. And then you see the kids like young Roberts who have had to battle away for some period of time, and it's character forming, isn't it? You can see that in this young man's personality.
Very much so. And from day one, he's worked his ring off to get to where he is at the moment, and he's still got plenty ahead of him.
Yep.
But he takes nothing for granted, I think is your point.
Yeah.
You've had a good few weeks. And on the back of a lot of questioning of the club as to where you were actually at. Are you rebuilding? Are you recruiting for now? Are you recruiting for finals, etc.? Now that you're 3 weeks into a winning streak, where do you see yourselves as a club in the general sense?
The same spot that we were 3 weeks before, which is still we've reset the club. We've been on a journey, I think, over the last couple of years. So that started in the first year. We made 11 list changes in that first year, 9 in the second. So we've turned over 20 players over the last couple of years by necessity, and we've had a really strong draft focus as well in both years. So whilst we brought in some free agents and a trade in Xavier Dersma in the first year, we still had a heavy draft focus as well. And then
how long does that continue for?
Well, we had a heavy draft focus last year, and we've got 2 firsts and 2 seconds moving into this draft as well. We've got a good core of 22 to 27-year-olds. So the growth of that group is critical to our success moving forward. But no, we'll look at every opportunity this year and beyond, whether that be in the draft or through free agency or trade.
I think if you're going to, jump up exponentially, you need guys like Ridley to get back to his very best, and the young kid at fullback whose name's escaped me.
Reid.
You need Reid to, just become the player that he was recruited to become, and he's been a slow burn for me, but I must admit in the last month or so he's really showed some signs that he could be the guy that you saw in the draft.
Yeah, look, unfortunately for Zach, I think he's only had 12 or 13 games of AFL because of injury. So it's been injury that's held him back, not talent. But you're right, our elevation, certainly in the short term, is going to come through organic growth of the guys that we've drafted over the last 3 or 4 years. So we've got a lot invested in that. We've invested heavily in our development team and the players around our players, and that's what we're backing.
You must have been pretty nervous last week, though, against your old mob. Yes, they haven't won a game, but they played a hell of a lot better than that. If they play like that, they'll win some serious games. But just to get across the line, it makes a hell of a difference at the end of the year when you're scrambling for those extra 4 points to maintain competitiveness for the 8.
Yeah, look, they were very good against Brisbane, and then they were very good against us. I was worried, coming from that club, long haul travel on a 6-day break is always a really tough fixture. And then going 5 goals down partway through the second with Jake Waterman on fire. But I thought the boys showed a lot of character and resolve to get back to 2 or 3 goals up and then hold that lead. So it was a good win.
Yeah. October the 1st this year, will you have much money in your salary cap?
Well, we've planned pretty well, so we're well placed if the opportunities arise, Dermot.
So, have you made any calls back to Perth?
We're always in the market, and obviously there's a free agent and that's available potentially.
So you'd do that to your old club, pitch Harley Reid out of there, would you?
Well, Harley Reid, he's not a free agent.
You could start a war.
He's not a free agent, unfortunately. But
it doesn't matter.
We'd be one of 17 clubs that think Harley Reid's a great player, but he's
16.
also.
I don't think he's going to Freo.
Yeah, 16. Make it 16 then, and but he's in contract.
So how does that work then? Do you speak to his management and find out whether he's interested? How does that work from a club? Because you can't officially do something, but you don't want to miss out on being in the bidding war either.
Yeah, our list manager would deal with that, and obviously constant dialogue with all players that are out of contract or potentially looking to move, and it's a constant circle, 12, 18, 24 months out.
So you've got the capacity. If you want him, you've got the financial capacity, which is the question Dermot asked.
We've got a good opportunity, whether it be a player like Harley or another player.
Zach Butters then is also Zach Butters on your radar as well.
He's contracted as well.
Yeah, but is he on your radar as well?
Great player, he'd help us as well.
Yeah, he's a Victorian though, so it's a little bit. And I think he might have been was kind of from your area roughly out Ballarat way.
Yeah, I think Bacchus Marsh.
Yes.
Maybe? Yeah. I think so.
So you're into him as well, all right?
I think most, as I say, 16 other clubs would be the same.
Where were you on the debate regarding Sam Mitchell going over there and speaking in round 4 to the captain of the opposition?
Yeah, look, it happens. The fact that it was so open was probably an interesting choice for mine. I think these things have to take place behind closed doors with a level of confidence. But as an industry, we need to be mature too and understand that these things do happen, and it's just how they happen. And look, it's obviously taken a bit of a toll. It looks like as well. In terms
Craig,
of
every time somebody wants to get them, we have to be more mature. But when we've got them, we say it's wrong.
Yeah, potentially, you're right. Yeah,
Craig, I know you've got to go.
A bit more brash.
I know you've got to go, so we appreciate you dropping in.
Thanks, mate.
So close to a couple of other commitments you've got. Craig Vozzo joining us, Essendon CEO. This is the pre-game show, by the way, for Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online every time. Dermot Burton's in the house, Jared Healy. Charlie Gardner's going to join us as well a little bit later on. Collingwood Executive General Manager of Football. So we'll do the Collingwood side of the equation very shortly. absolutely as well. We're at the MCG, ANZAC Day. You would not want to be anywhere else in the world today than here this afternoon. The lights are on. As Dermot mentioned, there's a light flutter of breeze across the ground, but at the moment the rain has held off, so we're up, hopefully, for a magnificent day at the G. AFL Nation coming your way straight after the break.
An odds update brought to you by PointsBet. Built different.
Julian Valance is on the line from PointsBet. Welcome to you, Julian. Great to have you on.
Yeah, good to be on, Dwayne, for a big game.
What are the numbers telling you for today? I presume Collingwood's overwhelming favourite?
Yeah, they are, and deservedly so. I mean, they knock off the reigning premiers at the Gabba last week, and Essendon probably fall over the line against West Coast, but they are very, very short, sort of $1.33 early in the week and now into $1.25. And Essendon, if you like them, well, the outsiders at $4, but heavily supported, especially in the last 24 hours, the Magpies.
What about the threat of rain? Has that changed the line and the points in?
Yeah, sure has, Dwayne. So 167.5 at the start of the week. It's moved to 159.5. The market's thinking that this rain's going to hit. Our sources suggest it might not hit till after half time. So, look, you look at the average ANZAC Day games and the games between Essendon and Collingwood, 162 is the average total point. So it is usually a low-scoring game. But if this rain doesn't hit, I think we could be on the overs.
And what about the other betting options that people like to jump on ANZAC Day?
Yeah, I think the key is look at the ANZAC Day medal, and obviously Nick Dacos is the favourite there. But also, I think if you're playing in the SGM space, just play with Essendon's midfielders. We know Collingwood like to fold back their defence and then set up their structure that way, whereas Essendon are a high disposal team. So I think if you play around that, Collingwood allow their opposition to get disposals, and that's what I'd be playing into. Essendon disposals, they're the highest disposal team in the comp.
Julian, great to have you on. We'll talk soon.
Go well, mate.
Julian Valance from PointsBet.
Brought to you by the PointsBet AFL Tracker. PointsBet. Built different. You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show. For Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search Before You Dig online every time. And never dig blind.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. New Farm's been there for Aussie growers for 100 years. Through prosperity and heartache, drought and flame. Through the unprecedented and through innovation. New Farm's high-quality crop protection products are formulated right here in Australia because Aussie growers are tougher together through choosing Australian. New Farm understands local conditions and the importance for Aussie growers to have the right products at the right time. New Farm, Australian through and through. To learn more, visit newfarm.com.au.
An important message from when insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance company's. Choose Visit chainbrook.com.au. T's and C's apply.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Azito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
Don't miss the world's best netballers every Saturday and Sunday in Suncorp Super Netball. Can the Adelaide Thunderbirds achieve greatness with a three-peat, or will the Melbourne Vixens take the next step to premiership glory? The pressure will be on with the Firebirds, Fever and Swift's new look shooting ends in the spotlight. Who is up for the challenge? Tickets are on sale now, or watch every game live and on demand on KO Sports, Foxtel, and for the the first time, binge.
4 and 20, Australia's original fan food, and Coles are giving your local club the chance to win $2,000. That's $1,000 cash and $1,000 worth of 4 and 20 pies. You beauty. From April 1st to June 3rd, it's game on. Register your club, buy any 4 and 20 pack from Coles, enter online and collect the most points to win. Track your club's progress on fntsportspromo.com.au. Every pack counts. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
T's and C's apply. Ends June 3rd.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
This ad is about neighbours Ryan and Jack. Ryan's home has been affected by recent damp weather, with mould appearing all over his walls and ceiling. Meanwhile, Jack is relaxing in a mould-free home. That's because Jack installed a Panasonic air conditioner with 24-hour Nano EX air purification and mould-inhibiting technology. Jack's Panasonic air conditioner means he enjoys clean, fresh air in a mould-free environment. And you can too. Search for Panasonic Air online to request a free quote today.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show. For Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
Welcome back to AFL Nation. We're here for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. And 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. It's a privilege to be here at the MCG on ANZAC Day. Massive game coming our way. Collingwood v Essendon, Dermot Burton, Jared Healy in the house. A little bit later on, Charlie Gardner, Collingwood's GM of football, is going to join us. But the light rain has started to fall here at the G, and a few darker clouds are hovering overhead. We hope it'll hold off. It was a beautiful night for footy last night. About 24, 25 degrees for last night's game. No rain. The conditions were perfect. It didn't quite live up to the expectation as a spectacle, but Melbourne got the job done. What did you make of last night?
I thought... I'm on now.
Yep. I know when to cut your mic. It's normally when we're heading to an ad break, not coming out of one. So we can get to the ad break on time.
Yeah, thanks, mate. I thought the Tigers are still showing signs that they're on the right track. Melbourne did what they have to do. There's a few things. I listened to Andy on the way in, and a couple of points of interest that were mentioned. The Viney redeployment as not a tagger but a run with type match. Yeah, I just thought
last week he definitely tagged.
Yeah, but you're sort of paying 100. Yeah, no, that's the problem. I think that Melbourne have had. If I can just get off that track, he went and upgraded his contract last year and to become a tagger this year. I mean, you probably don't want to be paying a run with play that kind of money.
Unless he's a really, really, really good one who can bounce off you and get a couple of touches as well.
Which he shows signs he can do.
You're saying $1 million plus for a tag is probably not really... What's he on, 800, is he?
Yeah, I think, whatever he was on, he got an extra...
They saved his year by putting him on the Calipsarong last week and did Taranto again last night, and he's been good.
Max has been good too.
Max has been amazing.
Back-to-back Brownlow... He was pretty good the week before from memory as well, wasn't he?
Terrific the week before.
So he might have back-to-back 3-vote games.
Yeah, he's around the ground. I mean, I get really frustrated when I hear all this nonsense about hit-outs. I mean, last night I actually went through every hit-out in the third quarter.
Nice.
Just to try and get it through my mind whether or not there was a big hit-out. Well, it was a 50-50 the whole time. Most of the hit-outs were went to the ground or they went to the opposition player. But Max's role around the ground is as good as any ruckman I've ever seen. He's in magnificent form. But it's actually interesting. It's an interesting exercise to go back and just go fast forward from stoppage to stoppage to stoppage to stoppage and just see what really happens
as to whether his
centre clearances.
Whether he gets a full palm and gets the hit out, but it's chalked by somebody else, or he gets a full palm and hit out to his own man, and they're immediately tackled, so you don't get a clearance and there's another ball.
Most of the time they're neutrals.
Yeah,
I mean, most of the time they are dead set going nowhere. In fact, I've got them. The 8 centre clearances. in the third quarter when Melbourne got going, which I think really means Oliver got going, but neutral ball into the ground, Richmond's way, clears from the square. Bowie cleared it from the square. He came off the back of the line. Had nothing to do with the ruckman. Gawn wins the hit. Taranto gets the first possession. Melbourne stripped Taranto, goes the other way. Third one was neutral. Fourth one was Fullerton versus Nank. It was neutral. Fifth one was Max versus Nank. Max wins the hit, hits it backwards, goes to the ground, no result, and on it went. There was only three more. So but there's the role of ruckman is, from a hit-out perspective, is big in our mind, but in reality, it is completely and utterly overdone.
So should champion data change the way they look at rucks, or all those that are in the points ranking business change it to make around the grounds work and marks in defence and intercept marks of more value?
Oh, no, I think they just need to address the ruckman and the hit-out. It's you get X amount of points for a hit-out to advantage, and you only get minus half for a hit-out to disadvantage.
Right, so if you hit it to them and they kick a goal, you don't actually get a hit-out as a positive on your stat.
Yeah, but you only
do now.
Yeah, no, they've got the
won 45 hit-outs, but 5 of them might have been straight to the opposition for a goal for them.
You do minus, you do get a small deduction, but you don't get enough of a deduction.
So we do hear from some of the really good midfielders that they prefer, if their ruckman isn't dominant, and they're up against an opposition ruckman who is dominant, they prefer that than a 40-60 split.
It's more predictable.
Yeah, they know who the target player is, and they know how they are going to shark it, and they can set up defensively. It's when they're betwixt and between. So we're a statistically driven business now. It's a great descriptor for people who aren't here to see it with their own eyes. It actually helps you to absorb what we're telling you, but it's still an inexact, and I agree with you, Jared. I know you like stats probably a little bit more than me, but it's still in its. It's not a true identifier, the clearance system, when we look at statistics.
Well, I'm not sure if you saw Adam Simpson's work with Jared Waitley and Gary on 360 on Wednesday night. But
I saw the previous week. I didn't see.
Yeah, okay. Well, have another look. It's on the Fox Sports website, and he says the ability for the ruckman now to run across the line and just neutralise and turn it into a wrestle has turned everything into just 4-on-4. And he shows some highlights of North Melbourne leaving their men too quickly and getting their pants pulled down, etc. So it's really just become this wrestle between the ball's on the ground, you've got 4v4 in the middle of the ground, who gets it out. And I mean, there's lots and lots of theories about the best way to do it, but I thought Adam Simpson is adding a hell of a lot to our understanding of lots of things in footy at the present time. Last week he focused on hit-outs and centre-bounce clearances, etc. And it's really, I think, exemplified mainly by Melbourne. Because in their premiership year, Max hadn't done his knee. He was a jumping ruckman, and you couldn't run across the square to neutralise. So Melbourne would get on the fly. You can just remember Oliver coming out in that third quarter, coming on the fly, hit out to advantage, and through they go. Well, I think people still think that happens, and there is the rare one where it does, but it's the exception to the rule. Now it's just on the deck and get it out. If you hit it to an advantage and you take it, more often than not, as Horney says, you go into Bevo's strip club, and you're better off actually letting him receive it and taking it off him, and you'd be sweating on him.
So what's the fix then? Do we change the ruck rule back to what it was?
I'm not sure we need a fix. I just think our fixation with the power of a hit out, I think, needs to.
So if you look at, and of course you know that I watched the Hawks. Ned Reeves was the number one ruckman, and he's 6'11".
Can't get
and now that they've allowed the step over the line after the ball's bounced, the number one ruckman's Lloyd Meek, because he's 115 kilos. Might only be 6'7", and he just wrestles with it. Yeah.
So it's interesting. I mean, I thought it was really instructive, Simo's stuff. But I'm not sure how the AFL view it. Because I think the boundary throw-ins are a mess. Last week, Max actually butchered Sean Darcy for a period of time, and I haven't gone back and looked at every one, but I watched all the boundary throw-ins today, and he had a couple of hit-outs to advantage, but most of the time it was both ruckmen hitting it to the same spot.
So there's no doubt the way the Ds are going, it's better.
Definitely better.
Teams now are getting back to we're going down the line, avoid Max down the line.
Yeah.
Now, that's what they were at their best.
Yep.
And Max is back to that.
He is.
But the team just isn't as good as it was.
No, they're showing some signs, though. I think that the move of Sparrow into the forward line has really bolstered their capacity to add some strength and some tackling pressure. I think he had 9 tackles inside the forward 50. Bowie's improved on the wing. Getting Windsor back into the side has helped them. And they've got a good group of half a dozen good young players. But they need more out of Petrarca, who was better last night, particularly forward of the centre. They need more out of Oliver, who's been coming from a long way back. And last night, I think there was a serious progression.
So, I've heard some of the commentary this morning about Oliver. I'd prefer him having less of the ball in his hands. He's got to find a way. I don't know whether it's passed him by now to actually use his feet to get through traffic at the stoppage. Because, we've heard about his modes of disposal and the likes, but he was a devastating force when he'd get the ball and he would break the tackle or run forward, and so the tackle was half sticking and he could break that. But where he's become, just finding the footy again, well, that's better than where he was at. But it's nowhere near what Clayton Oliver used to be still.
Now, it'll be interesting to see how Melbourne go when they next come up against a good side.
So they've got West Coast next week in Perth. So you presume they win that and they're back in contention.
Collingwood the weekend after? I think it may well be. But Salem's come back to some form. Sparrow Rivers was back in some form last night, which was good. And Chandler's been a terrific player for them all year.
Jury's still out up forward, though.
Yeah.
I mean, Harrison Petty, didn't see him take an overhead mark that was under any form of pressure. Kicked 2 goals. One of them, Nick Vlosten passed it to him 20 metres out.
That's right.
And the other was a relay free kick. So, he had a soft kill last week.
So Van Rooyen kicked goals in the twos yesterday. Fullerton doesn't look like the answer. Fullerton's been on the list since they got him from Brisbane, but Simon Goodman's been really reluctant to play him.
He has, hasn't he?
Yeah. So it doesn't look like he's going to be the long-term solution, I don't think, in Goody's eyes and from what we saw last night. So it looks like Van Rooyen back.
Van Rooyen gives him a reason to put him in, he's in.
Yeah. So Van Rooyen kicked, I think, 4.
Well, he's back in there.
Yeah. And that's exactly what they did the week before with Fritsch.
Yeah.
Send him back and bring him back. It's not
Fritsch wouldn't have got a game had who got the stitches in the knee?
Jakey Melksham.
Melksham had been available, but he got the sting and he came back and produced a few good goals, including one with a push in the back.
So what do you think of the Tigers?
I like the Tigers. I reckon the Tigers
they show glimpses of being able to move the ball at advanced pace and speed, don't they?
They do. I mean, they've picked up a couple of absolute rippers. Fall, I'd be interested in your views on Fall. There's a 2 or 3 game key forward. I know Sydney Swans were desperate to get him.
Can't rank him yet.
Too early.
You can't rank him, but it looks like he's got talent, but he's accidentally finding himself in the right spot and then sometimes finding himself in the wrong spot. So until he actually learns, which will take a while, you can see he's one of these.
Say that Lawler's going to make it to Lawler.
There's a fair chance.
Oh, he looks
even
good.
You can, not just his talent, but when he had a shot at goal, what was it, quarter time after at the final?
Yeah, just nailed it.
It was a big game moment.
Yeah, it was.
And I just thought, this kid's got big game temperament already, which you can see in some of the greats of yesteryear. You kind of recognise those big game temperament type species players who show it real early.
I think Richmond, everyone's talking about Richmond's kids, but if you look at the Demons kids, they've got half a dozen rippers too, so they're in a good spot for the next phase of their journey. But the issue is, what can they get out of this next couple of years?
Collingwood v Essendon game for broadcast ANZAC Day here at the MCG on AFL Nation. You're with us for the pre-game show for Before You Dig, before every job. Search Before You Dig online every time. They'll be going through their warm-up very shortly. We've got more to discuss from the weekend of footy and the week that's just been. And we'll have a chat to the Collingwood camp as well with Charlie Gardner, Collingwood's GM of football, to join us on the boundary. Stick around, straight back after this break.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show for Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online every time.
ESPN now streaming on Disney+. Stream the latest and greatest of NBA, UFC, MLB, NHL, WNBA and more. Oh, what a step from Curry! Cheer on service. Stream on. One destination for a new generation of streaming. ESPN on Disney+. Turn it on.
Jane loves flowers, but her allergies don't. Bless you. So it's lucky that Jane can now enjoy the benefits of Panasonic air conditioning. With its allergen-inhibiting Nano EX technology, Jane's now floating in the freshness of pollen-free, clean air. Come home to your perfect environment. Search Panasonic Air to request a free quote. Results from Nano EX are not instant, and Nano EX is not available on all models.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. Also that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
Got a truck off the road? Truckline's got the parts you need to get back on track fast. We'll keep you moving with over 70,000 parts in stock for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Get the quality parts you need and the service you deserve from our team of experts who really know their stuff. Truckline, the parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
Hop into OMF's Big Easter Sale. Buy any mattress protector and get up to 60% off all modern family and signature mattresses, like the Mornington mattress, now under $1,100, or the Urban mattress, now under $1,500. This week, get an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses and get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. But hurry, these exciting deals won't last. End Sunday at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Swing by your local Bunnings and add a brushless jet blower to your set. 36 volts of blowing power, powered by two 18-volt batteries, all from only $1.99. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
Are you suffering from an injury that wasn't your fault? At Bryden's Lawyers, we understand the challenges you face. Our team of experienced personal injury lawyers are here to protect your needs and provide guidance and support every step of the way. For a risk-free, no-obligation assessment of your claim, contact Bryden's Lawyers today at 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au. Who helps you in your time of need? We do. Terms and conditions apply.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show. For Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
AFL Nation pre-game show for Before You Dig, before every job. Search Before You Dig online every time. We're not far away from the ceremony starting here at the MCG. The light rain's still falling, so hopefully it doesn't come down too heavy. But did we give Essendon any chance at all today?
ANZAC Day, give them some chance, Wayne. But if Collingwood's form suggests that it's, if it's a competitive game, we're all winners.
Yes, yeah. And the other thing is, this is going to be a good indicator of where Essendon are at. Yeah. I mean, they had two reasonable teams in terms of opposition early on. They lost those first two games. The next three games they've played, they've won. Port Adelaide, who were ready to revolt against themselves, they beat them by 12 points. Melbourne, who were ready to just about revolt against themselves as well before they got their motors into gear. and they had a good win there with 39 points. And then they've had an away opposition of the Eagles who can't beat anyone, and they won by 2 points. So, great, you win. Take all the wins you can. They're 3 wins. How good are they? We'll find out today against a team which I think is travelling the best out of everyone right at this point in time.
Yeah, well, I think that the Pies had a 5-day mid-season break or early season break on the Gold Coast, rested up, smashed the Lions, who probably had a few travel issues and a few travel excuses. But nevertheless, it was a very impressive performance, and they have been really impressive the last few weeks. So they're coming here ready to go, and you wouldn't be surprised if it was a 10-goal gap.
Really interested. It's a remarkable season. Still side bottom.
Oh, unbelievable. 2
weeks ago, I looked at him. He played out here in the wet at the MCG, and he played that little 10-15 metres. Once the clearance was determined, he played that 10-15 metres behind the footy, and they kept feeding the ball back to him, and he had the surest hands on the field. He's wound back the clock, or he's actually said, you know what, I'm just going at my pace. I'm going to take a bit more time. If I get tackled, so be it. I'll know how to protect myself. But I'm just going to be really cautious and really wise with the ball. And he's been, I think, Collingwood's number one-touch player in the middle of the ground for the last month.
Yeah, they've been unbelievable. Their defence is what's been turned around.
Well, you can't move the ball against them.
No, you can't. And Brisbane really struggle with that. Their destination pressure, Collingwood's was 158 and the Lions was 116 marks. Sorry, 158 marks to the Lions, 116. So they're moving the ball well, not getting the ball taken off them. They're pretty pleased with the way they're going, I suspect.
So what way do you think is the best way to take on Collingwood? Given how well they are guarding the field, what's the best way to take them on?
I reckon it's handball. You've got to handball the way. If you keep kicking the ball in to Darcy Moore, who's not there at the present time, I mean, they've proven that they're impenetrable at the present time if you want to kick the ball through. So I really am leaning towards handballing as being a growing tactic in the game right now. If you're not handballing, forward handball, even backwards handball, but just, attacking through handball. Reminds me of the time where Adelaide, I was down at my brother's place in Torquay about 15 years, it might have been 20 years ago, and Adelaide were flooding back. And I left my brother's place at half-time against the West Coast in a prelim final, and it was over. And they came out, Cousins, Kerr, Judd, etc., and started handballing. And they ended up winning that game and got themselves into a grand final. And I suspect that we're going to see a bit more of that if sides are getting extra numbers back, etc., and it's impenetrable. You've got to handball.
So one of the things that Essendon have at their disposal today is last time they played them, or 17-18, something like that last year, Dylan Shield, after half-time, put on a clinic. He had 20 possessions after half-time, and he actually went in and burrowed in and got it and gave them the quick step away from traffic as well. And he's had a return to form in the last couple of weeks. So if he's able to actually give them that type of momentum away from the traffic areas, that could be something that will at least give them an equal look as they go forward 1v1s rather than Collingwood's zone layout across the field. But he might just be the most important player to Essendon today.
Peter Wright's the other one, dude. I mean, he won the game last week.
Kick goals.
At least they got a target down there.
Yeah.
We're heading to the Collingwood camp straight after the break, so stick around. This is the pre-game show for Before You Dig, before every job. Search Before You Dig online every time. Charlie Gardner, the General Manager of Football from the Collingwood Football Club, to join us straight after the break. ANZAC Day live on AFL Nation from the MCG.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show for Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online every time.
When being on the road is your business, keeping your truck in top shape is everything. With stores right across the country, Truckline stocks over 70,000 parts for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. So that means you can get the quality parts and expert service you need to keep your business moving. Truckline, the truck parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
With over 25 years' experience in end-of-fight technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 End-of-Fight boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Azito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
Hop into OMF's Big Easter Sale. Buy any mattress protector and get up to 60% off all modern family and signature mattresses, like the Mornington mattress, now under $1,100, or the Urban mattress, now under $1,500. This week, get an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses and get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. But hurry, these exciting deals won't last. End Sunday at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments, just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence, thanks to Tipper. Tipper is the real-time marketplace for punters and tipsters, bringing you expert tips on demand. They're flipping tipping on its head. There's no gimmicks and no subscriptions. Just flip an expert tip when you want one and never pay for a losing tip again. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
This ad is about neighbours Ryan and Jack. Ryan's home's been affected by recent damp weather, with mould appearing all over his walls and ceiling. Meanwhile, Jack is relaxing in a mould-free home. That's because Jack installed a Panasonic air conditioner with 24-hour Nano EX air purification and mould-inhibiting technology. Jack's Panasonic air conditioner means he enjoys clean, fresh air in a mould-free environment. And you can too. Search for Panasonic Air online to request a free quote today.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show. For Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
AFL Nation from the MCG for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. And for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. The pre-game show is brought to you by Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online every time. The teams have been out there for their warm-up as well for Ream, Australia's favourite that's steady, hot and strong. They might need a hot shower tonight once this one's done, because it's bucketing down rain as we head downstairs and have a chat to Collingwood's Executive General Manager of Football, Charlie Gardner, who's been good enough to join us us. Morning to you, Charlie. Great to have you on.
Thanks very much, guys. Good to be here.
Exciting times for your football club and for all of us that love this kind of ceremony. Talk us through the preparation for your players and the younger players that might be heading out there for. Well, you've got a couple like Lockie Sullivan. Has he played in one before?
I'm not sure on that, Tony. He may have. But yeah, it's a massive occasion and obviously privileged to be a part of it, and the club never takes that for granted. It's been a big week in terms of just the extra stuff that goes around acknowledging this occasion. We had a wonderful ceremony on Tuesday that involved our new players and staff up at the Shrine, which was great, and then we had some of our past players, the legends of the club, come in and address the whole club on Wednesday and talk about their experience and what this occasion means. So it's been a great build-up and it promises to be a great game.
Charlie, I was only talking about Gubby Allen's involvement in this earlier in the program, along with Ben Ruxton from the RSL. It's an amazing, part and parcel of the calendar now. It started off slowly. There was lots of controversy as to whether Collingwood and Essendon should get it each and every time, but we don't hear that now. It's just actually outgrown it, as the Melbourne-Richmond game the night before.
Yeah, it has, and Jared, I grew up as a Bombers supporter, so had the privilege to come to a number of these games on the other side of the fence, and it's an awesome occasion, whether you're a Collingwood supporter, a Bombers supporter, or just a football follower. I think everyone agrees this is just a wonderful occasion and raises great awareness for a terrific cause. Our veterans deserve all the support they can get, and we need to acknowledge the contributions and the sacrifices that our defence forces make.
Yeah, I think the capacity for football to educate through functions like this and highlighting the plight of the ANZACs and those that have paid the ultimate sacrifice has been enormous. But just looking around, you can see the house. It's going to be jam-packed and full. How do you actually do a revenue split? Is it do you share it over the years, or is it alternated?
I'm just the footy manager. You'll have to ask the powers that be about that one.
Charlie, Dermot here. Darcy Moore, captain, goes out. You nominate a new captain today in Nick Dacos, but more interested in Houston comes in, and that sort of means that Maynard will need to play taller.
Yeah, Dan, we sort of haven't replaced like for like, but I obviously wanted to get Dan back into the team, and he was always going to come back in. We just felt, whilst the Bombers have got some threats and Langford comes in, we just felt we got enough flexibility down there to manage their forward threats. And Frampton will play a role, and Howe will play a role, and Maynard, and I think that's one of the strengths of our squad at the moment. We've got players that can play multiple roles and change up week to week and in game.
So you're defending beautifully as a team, the way you defend the ground, the movement, the opposition's movement of the ball. Hopefully the way they move the ball for them. How are you seeing it? Because I reckon it's as good as I've seen from any team's display over the last clutch of years. Your ability to defend ball movement. I reckon it's just about cutting edge.
Yeah, it's been a real positive. I mean, you look at the scores against have been very low over the last 5 or 6 weeks. Who knows whether that'll be a staple. We'd love it if it is, but each team throws up different things, and I'm sure teams will try and take different tactical approaches against. But it has been a focus of Fly and the coaching group across the off season to work on it, and it seems to be working for the most part. I think the other big factor in some of our performances to date is we're relatively healthy, and we've got good player availability across all positions, and having your best players on the park, as we've seen, makes all the difference in a competition that's incredibly even, and it's just bloody hard to win games of AFL footy.
Most of us would agree it's probably the biggest home and away game of the season outside, and that therefore puts it outside of finals importance. how do the players receive this day? It is an amazing day, and Gerard's talked just briefly a few minutes ago about what the occasion has meant to this state, this country. How have the players received it? What does it mean to them?
Oh, look, I think the club's been doing this for long enough now to get the balance right between acknowledging and respecting the occasion, but also playing the game. I think, there's a difference between those two things. At the end of the day, there's a job to be done. There's opposition, and it's a game of footy. So, our coaches, performance staff are gearing the team during the week to, acknowledge and respect everything that goes on around this game. But at the end of the day, we've got to execute the game plan and get the game right, and guys playing their roles. And that doesn't change just because it's 90,000 people in the house and we're celebrating a great cause.
Charlie, great to have you. We really appreciate your time. Thanks for jumping on so close to the bounce.
No problem, guys. See you.
Charlie Gardner, Collingwood Executive General Manager of Football. The Bombers are out there going through their warm-up for Ream, Australia's favourite, that's steady, hot and strong. The ceremonies are not far away here at the MCG either. The lights are on because it is dark. The overcast skies have gotten a little darker, even though the clouds been there from the outset today. They are darker clouds.
Revenue split, Dwayne?
Well, I think the whole competition needs a bit of a piece of the action, maybe, because it is a privilege for Collingwood and Essendon to own this day as players, as clubs.
Melbourne and Richmond are doing it the night before.
That's true, but some other teams are maybe missing out.
Yeah.
So maybe there needs to be an even split across the competition.
We have to get to the bottom of this.
All right, we'll find that out.
Are you sure we're going to have the pageantry and the celebration out here? Because by the sound of Charlie, he'd probably just prefer to just bounce the thing and start without it.
Maybe we might just bounce it and start without it. No, I think we will have a ceremony. I've just got the nod. Yes, ceremonies are still taking place, even though, Derm, if you were down there, we'd have to find you an umbrella.
I don't think Charlie was all that excited by the occasion.
AFL Nation for Elders, open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win, and for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. I think the hairs on the back of your neck are going to stand up after this break. Stick around. Great to have your company from the MCG.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show for Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head. There's no gimmicks and no subscriptions. For just $1, you can flip a tip from expert tipsters on demand. And if that tip doesn't profit, you'll get your buck back. Get $5 free credit when you create an account. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Got a truck off the road? Truckline's got the parts you need to get back on track fast. We'll keep you moving with over 70,000 parts in stock for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Get the quality parts you need and the service you deserve from our team of experts who really know their stuff. Truckline, the parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
4 and 20, Australia's original fan food, and Coles are giving your local club the chance to win $2,000. That's $1,000 cash and $1,000 worth of 4 and 20 pies. You beauty. From April 1st to June 3rd, it's game on. Register your club, buy any 4 and 20 pack from Coles, enter online and collect the most points to win. Track your club's progress on fntsportspromo.com.au. Every pack counts. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
T's and C's apply. Ends June 3rd.
ESPN now streaming on Disney+. Stream the latest and greatest of NBA, UFC, MLB, NHL, WNBA and more.
Oh, what a step from Curry!
Cheer on.
Ohtani, the greatest day!
Party on.
Oh, Edwards, it's showtime. Room service.
Dream on. One destination for a new generation of streaming. ESPN on Disney+.
The long wait is over.
Turn it on.
With over 25 years' experience in end-of-fight technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 Endophyte boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment, and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Swing by your local Bunnings and add a brushless jet blower to your set. 36 volts of blowing power, powered by two 18-volt batteries, all from only $1.99. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
Hop into OMF's Big Easter Sale. Buy any mattress protector and get up to 60% off all modern family and signature mattresses, like the Mornington mattress, now under $1,100, or the Urban mattress, now under $1,500. This week, get an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses and get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. But hurry, these exciting deals won't last. End Sunday at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show. For Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
Yeah, because of the leverage. AFL Nation for Elders, open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win, and for 4.20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Dermot Brereton is in the house. Stuart Healy is with us as well as part of our pre-game show for Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online every time. The teams are going through their warm-up right now for Ream, Australia's favourite, the steady, hot and strong. They were out there earlier having a kick when it was raining, and now they're back out there, both teams having run through the joint banner. Our travel partner is Signet. Stay powered 24/7 with Signet AFL Club Power Banks. And I mentioned the weather. It is overcast. There's been a few spots of rain. It came down heavily for about 15 minutes, but right now the rain has decided to depart. So hopefully we're hearing that it might not return until about 5 o'clock, which will keep our fingers crossed for the weather today. For Grundfos, from farm to family, groundwater is crucial. Grundfos pumps, serious reliability, built for life. Andy Mars also got the double shift today. He was with Gazy earlier on today from 12 until 2, and he's just walked into the house. Welcome to you, Murray.
Hello, team. Lovely to be here, Glenn. Hello, you two legends.
Did you get your pie and sauce technique sorted out?
Well, we did have a quick poll out of, because 4 and 20 are a wonderful sponsor of the program. As we have a look at the radar, Jared, it's not too bad. So there's a bit of stuff around.
It looks like it's going to rain consistently off and on for the next couple of hours.
I licked my finger and stuck out the window. I don't think it's
the
raining
most
for an
4
hour.
and 20s out of you?
What kind of numpty can't put sauce on a pie without getting it on himself?
Those little satchels that the sauce comes in. Sometimes it does
Never
pop
been
out
inaccurate. Never been inaccurate.
I don't think you're a sauce.
What's your solution? Have you got a new design for the sauce packet?
Nah, you just got to roll with it. You just got to roll with it.
What about the one that you rip with your teeth? Is that
the hard plastic ones are the better.
Are they the best ones, are they?
No, they're the better option.
You ever go on one without sauce? Is that not?
If you can't do that.
Can't do that.
That's the idea of a pie. That's why it's got gravy in it.
You got to have sauce.
Well, Andy Mars saucing his pie could be our unmissable moment today for Drink Wise. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Choose to drink wise.
Marcel got to mention too.
A massive crowd here at the MCG, so they're all the way to the back seats as well. We might even be in for a record crowd today. It is an amazing sight. And how'd you go coming in, Murray? Actually, fans are flocking.
They are.
Fantastic.
But I drove. So the MCC's warnings have been get here early, and I drove into SEN this morning at about came past here at about 10:15, and there were already people rolling up. Well, there were numbers of people coming here that would have indicated that it was the bounce was an hour and a half away. So they've clearly taken the advice on board. I came in before through security, got through quickly. There were no lines. As you said, Dwayne, we're right up to the rafters here. So they've obviously decided, we'll listen to what the experts are telling us and we'll adhere to it. And it looked pretty good out there, to be honest.
So who could our breakout player today be? You mentioned Mark McGough yesterday, Derm. Who could our breakout player be for Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life? Could there be a Mark McGough kind of moment, given that it's a little wet and it was a rainy day when he decided to turn it on?
Yeah, Jared, I do have one I reckon's a breakout, but you stuck your hand up very quickly.
Okie doke. I'm going to go with an Essendon player. And that's Isaac Kako, Dwayne. I think Isaac Kako can kick 3 or 4 and light it up. And they're going to need somebody like an Isaac Kako or a Peter Wright to kick some big goals if they're going to stay in the hunt. I mean, Collingwood have got some obvious ones, but I want a fresh face lighting it up today, and Kako's got that capacity.
So, given the type of day it is, the standards of the day we set and the likes, Andy Marr's just quickly thrust a paper in front of me and circled a bloke. Andrew Marr, the day I take football advice from you is the day I give up.
Fair enough.
It wasn't a bad suggestion, though, Ned Long. But
Ned Long.
Ned Long, 18 games, 19 today. I want to go.
He's a remarkable story, this kid.
He's a great story. We talk about him on the other side of... I really like Archie Roberts. I reckon that kid's got...
with Archie.
Yeah, I reckon the kid's got some real go in him. And he's not blessed with, a huge body. He's, 184, so 6 foot and half an inch in the old measurement, and he plays on the back flank, can push to the wing a bit, but he stands underneath the footy. He's as brave as they come and actually uses it pretty well.
Okay, we've gone creative. Let's get down to business, though, Dwayne. The obvious one's Dacos.
Nick, and captain today won't affect him at all.
No, that's not a breakout. At least he takes it to a new level.
Yeah, well, he might take captaincy and playing to a new level the way he's been travelling.
How can he take it to a new level? He's already at the level which very few ever get to.
I got my columns mixed up. I thought we were done best on ground.
All right. What could be the unmissable moment today for Drinkwise? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Choose to drink wise.
It's funny because this day throws up so many Mark of the Year contenders or eventual Mark of the Year, Jeremy Howe or Billy Elliott. We could get, because it happens so frequently in this game, we'll get Mark of the Year today. Who do you reckon?
Well, you've named the number one option. I think Jeremy Howe's days of soaring to the stratosphere are probably over, but he's always a chance.
And who's the Flexalt most flexible player for Flexalt, the only flexible oral lice treatment for sheep? Who could be moved around the field a bit if they need to plug a hole?
So Houston comes in, he goes straight to the back flank. Jordan DeGoey, could he be the most flexible? He could be a match winner up forward, or he could go in and burst it open for 4 or 5 clearances.
Well, they've got so many options up forward now, Collingwood, with McStay and Membry and Myercheck. They're not going to need to break the glass and put Jeremy Howe down there, so you're on the money as usual, Doom.
Let's head downstairs for the ANZAC ceremony here at the MCG. 100,000 silent people. Let's head downstairs.
Of the ANZACs on ANZAC Day and all those who followed them in service of Australia.
Cut a fight party! On the right! Slow! Party! Outwards! Turn! Colourful party! Rest on!
The The Australian Football League, Essendon and Collingwood football clubs and the MCC invite you to join the coaches, players and umpires in honouring the memory of Australia's servicemen and women who gave their lives for the nation. Please now welcome Uncle Colin Hunter Jr. to welcome us to country.
I'd like to start by acknowledging that this afternoon we are meeting on the lands of my ancestors, the Wurundjeri people, and I'd like to take this opportunity to pay my respects to my elders both past, present and emerging, elders from all nations, but I particularly want to pay my respects to everyone gathered this afternoon. But I'd also like to acknowledge the women and men that have served this country and pay my deepest respects to them. Wominjeka welcome. Wurundjeri Balik, Yemen Kundi Big. The Wurundjeri people welcome everyone to land today. Wurundjeri no Budden Ball War, Kondi Ning Nuk Dubban and Big Bully Ball Chilican. The Wurundjeri people want to look after and protect the land as they did long before. Wurundjeri country extends from the inner city of Melbourne that goes across the mountains of the Great Dividing Range, west to the Werribee River, south to the Mordialloc Creek and east to Mount Borbor. And the Wurundjeri people are part of the Kulin Nation and all the one language group. And while you're on Wurundjeri country, you're welcome to the traditional lands and the waterways of the Wurundjeri people. So Wominjeka, enjoy the game. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Uncle Colin. Our thoughts too are with those currently deployed. If you are able, please rise and remove your hats for the ANZAC observance. We welcome today the President of the Victorian Returned and Services League, Dr. Robert Webster, OAM.
In memory of the fallen and those who have since passed on. They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them.
Collingwood Party! 10! Collingwood Party! Present! Collingwood Party, 10! Shut! Lest we forget.
Please remain standing for the New Zealand National Anthem to be performed today by Private Hetty Adams from the New Zealand Army Band.
Catapult Party, General Salute! Present! Arms!
And please, ladies and gentlemen, please keep standing for the Australian National Anthem to be performed today by able seaman Laura Kendall from the Royal Australian Navy Band.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice.
Unbelievably moving, and just a privilege to be here. The power of the ceremony and the power of the silence. 100,000 people here standing in silence, showing their respect, and a great reminder of how lucky we are to be living free and have the opportunity to play this beautiful game of football and to be here to witness a game of football between Collingwood and Essendon. We're not far away from the bounce of the ball.
What does that silence, you were talking about your experience, Derm, can you remember what that silence feels like when you're standing out there?
Yeah, we didn't have the pageantry of the catapult people out there, a party out there. But we had the minute silence. It's such a contrast to what's about to come. Yeah, it is a moment where you do, when you start to grit your teeth, as soon as there is the first blending of noise to that silence. I don't know how to describe it. It's such a contrast. It makes you feel like you're in the starting blocks and the gun's gone off. It's eerie being out there and knowing 90,000 people are looking at you and they're in silence. And then you heard it just then. And then 90,000 people all make noise all at once. It's just a weird, wonderful, wonderful moment in your life to actually be the centre of that noise on that arena.
Well, the players are going to have to be pretty good to outdo the anthems. They were superb.
Nick Dacos walking to the middle as we speak. And Zach Merritt, captain of the Bombers.
Light rain again.
Yeah, light rain continues to fall, and it fell during the majority of the ceremony. It's coming down a little bit heavier. Now, what a moment for Nick Dacos as well. Just 22 years of age. He's been an amazing footballer, an amazing human being, and he gets this moment as well with Darcy Moore unable to take his place in the team. The toss of the coin, and Nick Dacos wins everything. He wins the toss, and Collingwood will kick to the left of your radio dial.
We're such a great talent now, Dwayne. It's almost like you're putting him down for either 1, 2 or 3 best on ground if he's not tagged. And if he is tagged, well, he's still a chance.
And if he's 4th best on ground, you wonder why and start to critique him as if he hasn't played well enough.
So Brad Scott was talking about doing something different this week, and we wondered what that might be. Have you been able to...
That's a good question. Final word on the coaches for before you dig, before every job, search before you dig online every time. What will the final word from Brad Scott and from Craig McRae be?
I wonder. That's something different on Nick Dacos. They're not worried about stats, they're worried about influence, but I wonder whether they're going to do something radical here.
You've got to do something with it because he's the most bankable quantity of any star in the competition. He is the most bankable that he's going to come out and get it and hurt you if you leave him to do what he's capable of. There's no other star in the game you can say, I bank that. You have to stop him. It's not the biorhythms. It's not how he's feeling. He just comes out and does it every week unless you do something about him.
Well, he's played more outside than inside in recent weeks, and the damage continues to be racked up. So we'll watch him with great interest.
So Goldstein will be going in the middle to start. What a opportunity for the veteran.
So he goes to half forward now. Mason Redmond picks him up. Mason Redmond wants to play in the back line, on the true half back line. And Dacos will want to go into the middle.
All thrown up, we're underway. ANZAC Day 2025. There's a free kick straight away for a hold in the middle of the ground. And it's going Collingwood's way, and it's the veteran steel side bottom.
Jumper pull by Durham.
Wheels onto that right boot. It's a congested forward 50 that he kicks the footy into as the planes continue to soar overhead. Ball dropped by Membry. Pendlebury clean hands. DeGoey gets the first check side at it. Bounce to the top of the square. Ball at ground level needs to be won. It's forced to the boundary line, and we will have a throw-in opening seconds of the game at the MC.
Tim Membry would be relatively disappointed with that. He could have taken a mark in his first minute on the Anzac Day stage. He just grasped it, unfortunately.
He flat-handed it and then had a second chance and dropped the easy chest mark.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. Goldstein fights hard in the back pocket. McCreary got a flick handball out. Nick Dacos goes in hard. He knocked it central. Didn't quite work to his favour. Hammered out, but it'll be coming back. Frampton got the handball up. Got it to Maynard. Floats it full forward. Marking opportunity. 3 or 4 players go up. No one really had a chance to mark it and do something decisive with it. Redmond did and threw it away. Got away with it. And the umpire will ball it up still in the forward pocket for Collingwood. No score to either team. The opening term brought to us by Host Plus. That's a plus.
Experts today for MEGT. Jared Healy, Dermot Brereton. Ball hits the deck. Durham cruises through. Can't take it. Pendlebury again getting hands on it. Cook one high. Umpire called play on. Fleeting to Goey. A chance. Good speed. Good gather. Misses it all to the near side. Throws the arms up. Wanted a free kick for a push in the back.
Was that not a push?
Yeah, no.
Directly into the middle of his number.
It did. The hands were in the middle of the back. The umpire said not now. So Merritt with the free kick drives it out of defensive 50. They're under siege early here, the Bombers, and it's going to continue with Darcy Cameron to turn it back into attack.
He's turned into Lem Thompson, Darcy Cameron.
Short to Dacos from 50 on the arc. It's a thumping drop punt, and as if kicks the opening goal of the game. What a magnificent start for the youngest Collingwood captain since 1958. And he puts his team on his back and on the board. The first goal of the game from Nick Dacos. It's the first one for the Pies. The host plus, that's a plus. It's one straight. Essendon yet to get it into their attacking half.
Dermot, whenever I hear a coach say he's going to do something different with Nick Dacos, I get worried.
Very good call. I just wonder, is there any other sportsman in Australia playing team sport whose life is better than Nick Dacos at the moment? Is there anyone, any sport?
I'm not sure.
Actually, let's open it up to individual sport. Is there any sportsman in Australia whose life is better than Nick Dacos's?
From the ball up, from the knockdown, Pendlebury's got it, gave it to De Goey, knocked away from his grass. Goldstein picks it up, gave it to Durham, and the Bombers are forward. Inside their attacking 50. Kaka hoping it'll hit the deck. Maynard knocked it to the front though. Side bottom, little slippery handed. Josh Dacos gets a hand on. Got a little handball out to Chris, back to Josh Dacos, back to Maynard. Hunted down, could have been ball. Umpires put the whistle away. De Goey hammers it towards the wing. High ball, Membry there. Mackay couldn't take the mark. Shield gets it off hands. Gave it in board, didn't quite work. Hobbs goes back again. Langford trying to make something out of nothing. Little 1-2. Goldstein and Shield bursts his way through the traffic. His kick not so good. Put it straight to the hands of Houston. He heads wide, and McCreary can get it and go on the wing.
Bad hands to put it into. Dwayne McCreary runs past the logo. De Goey's in everything early. Mark 60 out, too far out to score. Looks for something short. Nothing immediately there. Now he goes to the secondary short, and this time Membry takes the mark.
How bad was the Shield kick? Because he did the hard work.
Did everything, yeah. It was a ripper move through the middle of the ground. Wayne called it beautifully and then butchered it. And it's come back in. Membry's getting a second crack after the first crack was denied by the umpire. That's still an unmemorable moment. Wayne, we got a sponsor for that?
No, well, give Hutchie time. Give him till half time.
He'll find one. They are all over them. They're running hot for Ream. Collingwood, Australia's favourite hot water. Membry's been a good foil. He's kicked 7 so far for the season. Comes in from on 40. It's a beautiful drop punt, unerring in its accuracy, straight through the middle. And they have made a powerful start here, the Pies. 2 straight. Essendon yet to look like it. We're here for 4 and 20 Pies and Elders for Australian Agriculture. All the numbers on the Host Plus scoreboard. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 8th year in a row. Term, that's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Proprietary Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Never been a problem for Tim Membry kicking the ball through the goals accurately. So once again, just to recap that, it's a turnover on halfback. Shields did all the hard work, split the congestion, came forward, was in that launch zone of about 75 from goal, decided to go short and hit the instep of his foot. Dan Houston mops up and they never look back, the Magpies. They punish them on the board. Playing 3 tall forwards.
Oscar Piastri, you asked the question. Anybody in a team sport that's doing as well as Nick Dacos?
Has to be a team
back in the middle. Well, maybe. Picked up by Nick Dacos. Here he goes again. Squeezes his way through. Gives to brother Josh. Hands it further forward to Ned Long, one of the hottest men in the comp. Heads to Bobby. Stayed down. Elliott got a handball up. Missed his target. McGrath hammers it away. Langford could trap it, or he could let it roll out. I think he was quite content to let that roll out. And insufficient intent. He should have gone and got it. He could have gone and got it. Cameron.
Touch and go whether he could have got it.
Well, he could have made a better effort. I mean, he just cruised to it, hoping it'd pop.
Let's hope that standard is applied across the day.
If you ran to get me a coffee that slowly, Derm, I'd be really upset. Chip kick back to Maynard. Collingwood about to go forward again.
Every Essendon player is in front of him at the moment. They've responded to the start from the coach's box. Josh Dacos has got a bit of time to move. Runs to about 85. Goes close to the top of the street. Big pack. Dersma was the flyer, but standing his ground in the middle of the pack was Ben Mackay. Takes the mark. Now spreads across the face of goal that he's defending with the handball to Nick Martin. Down the line he goes. Top of Harry Jones. Can't take the mark. Couldn't get hands on it. The record equaling Jack Crisp. paddles it in front of himself. The umpire said that was fine.
Good mark by Ben Mackay. Yeah, so boundary line throw in will ensue. A good mark by Ben Mackay. A real ordinary start to the season. I think this game last year, what did they play, round 17 or so, the Bombers won, was his best game at the club for Essendon. Playing three tall forwards, both teams, even though it's fairly wet.
Dursman gets it from the hands of the ruckman, thumps it up towards half-forward. How can't, mate? There's a chance for the Bombers now. Their first real look at it. The handball from Jones misses right, kicking a half out from goal, just throws it on the boot. Really hopeful stuff. Catco comes at it, can't mark off hands. Out of bounds, 40 out from the Essendon goal. 2 straight Collingwood, yet to score the Bombers. We've been going 7 minutes opening quarter on the new tech clock, automation for manufacturing.
So if you handball into 2 metre Peter, you can't put it on the deck in front of him, especially when it's wet. You've got to get it up around his eyes with a handball.
Peter Wright does the ruck work against Darcy Cameron, who's got the experience as a ruck and beats him to the punch. Umpire gives him a free. Head back to Howe. So Collingwood in control again. A wide ball in the Quainer direction. Front spot. No arm chop free. Langford, well, he got on the end of the Jones handball. He was the one that did the spoiling. Sends it back inside 50. Wright's got 2 to beat and beats them both.
No hands.
He beat them both. He had Darcy Cameron front spot. He was the meat in the sandwich, Peter Wright, but he didn't push strongly enough for it to be a free.
So, yeah, Darcy Cameron wanted to come back. He wanted to go into reverse and back up towards Peter Wright. And Wright put the hands out there, resisted, gave him a bit of a forward momentum.
From 20 directly out, he gets Essendon's first. Oof. He really made the goal umpire work. I hope his hamstrings are okay. But that's the perfect response from Essendon on the Host Plus scoreboard. That's a plus, Host Plus. And looking at the clock for new tech, automation for manufacturing. We've only travelled 8 minutes into this opening term. Still 14 and a half minutes left. Rain still falling, but Collingwood were running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water. Essendon desperately needed that.
Well, I've been watching Nick Dacos and trying to work out what the something different is from the Bombers, and I get the feeling it's head-to-head v Merritt. So they're saying, all right, you go your way, we're going to back our man in to at least neutralise you by doing as much damage.
Well, now Setterfield's gone to him, that Dacos has stepped into the middle, and Setterfield's been given tasks over the last 3 games.
Kieran Dermott, our experts today for MEGT, Australian apprenticeship experts. The Bombers threatened to take it away again, but the clever hands of side bottom thwarted that. And then the crumb spilt to Dursma. Following up was side bottom. He wraps him up. No pry, blow the ball up. Sharp as ever, still side bottom. Made a great start to this season. Goldstein brings it down. So they're switching over on Dacos by looks at things, Jared. That was Durham who had a look at him there. But Dacos still gets the footy. Threads it through to his brother to go. He gets it under immense pressure. Got the handball away to Long. He goes and gets it again, Josh. It ends up with Perryman from 48. He pins the ears back and kicks their third. Got the little give from Houston. And they continue this very bright start in increasingly gloomy conditions here. Collingwood 3 straight, the Bombers 1 straight for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Well, real concern there for Essendon because their pressure was really good. They had about 5 tackles in a row, but they just couldn't stop the forward handball game of Collingwood. And they're going to have to swing around because Zach Merritt's on the bench right now, so he had his little crack and then had a rest. He's only had 1 touch, but it started with Josh Dacos, then bang, 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 3 handballs, goal. Great finish by the Pies.
And if you take it back 15 seconds before that, we actually had Dursma with the ball and Collingwood tackled it off him.
I got that wrong. It was side bottom who got the initial one.
Yeah, so Dursma had the ball, had no exit strategy. Every time Collingwood looked like getting tackled, they want quick hands.
Setterfield a little closer to Nick Dacos. He lays the tackle on Setterfield. Collingwood still get the clearance anyway. Side bottom will get it. Floats it to half forward. Over the head of Mychek. Membry and Mychek both there. Mychek got a flick handball out the way with the toe poke. Redmond against the grain. Slams it on the boot. Gets a big torque, 55. Got it to half forward. Almost Langford, but he dropped the chest mark. Quainer goes in. Slippery ball. Got it towards Frampton. Couldn't handle it. It is a tough ball to handle. Caddy goes hard. Quainer goes hard. Perryman goes hard. Knocked into Josh Dacos. He gave it to Quaynor. Chip kicked to Chris. They're out again here, Collingwood. Chris looks up. He's got the Mychek one-on-one. He overcooked it. Kicked it to Redmond.
Free kick against Mychek. The umpire says he can take the mark and play on, which he does. So the advantage given to Redmond, gives it to Goldstein. The quick movement, just got an important little hand on that to Dan Houston. Harrison Jones is about to mark it. He toe pokes it inside 40 to 50. Now comes out, gets it to Houston. Clever kick. Just might have had a bit too much on it for Hoskin Elliott.
Knocked it
but
on.
he cleverly knuckled it onto him, and you called it beautifully. Elliott palms it off to Lipinski. Goes short. Oh, and again one slips through the hands of Tim Membry. Hard up against the boundary line. Ball covers that line, goes out of bounds, let it throw in.
Two grab Tim at the moment. He's had a couple of opportunities.
His confidence won't be down though.
No, not after that goal.
Yeah, he's banged one through, and that was a clean take when he got that goal.
Rain continues to fall now. It's steady stuff. Hobbs gets it from Durham. Lovely little looping handball back to Durham. He knew it was going to be hit, so he tried to palm it on Lipinski on hands and knees. Goes in and gets it. Hobbs goes back in. Gresham threads it out the back. Bombers go up towards half forward. Perryman goes back with a fly to the ball. Frampton called him back, couldn't take the mark. Frampton gets it from him to Howe, to Quainer in the middle of the MCG.
Hobbs had to secure that ball.
Right up the middle. Josh Dacos does exactly what Jurett says. He goes to long. He's got 3 to beat. He just sat it on him a bit too much. Side bottom might make it work, though. He dives in. This player's going left, right and centre. It's turned off the deck to Nick Dacos. He couldn't, could he? From 45 for his second. Drag him. Yeah. So he misses. He throws his head back. So how did I miss that?
I've worked out what they're doing differently. They're just putting nothing into him.
Well, if you double team him, if you have 2 people responsible at different times, then no one's actually responsible, are they?
It's
Well,
his
that's
fault.
true, really. Is anyone good enough to go with him?
Well, Zach Maris had a guffle. He's standing up on the boundary line. He wants to get on.
Well,
This
they need to
game's
get him on,
over.
Jared, absolutely. So they bring it out of forward 50. Chest centre field was just push as he got his kick away, knocked it off his line, but it did favour Dersma. He gives it to Perkins, to Caddy, who's had a wobbly start. He tried to toe poke one to his own advantage before and didn't make contact, and then just splays that one about 6 rows into the crowd out of bounds on the full turn.
Andy, they're lucky to only be 2 goals down at the moment.
Yeah.
That's probably the weather is
Feels fine.
saving them. It feels like they were in complete and utter control, Collingwood.
Josh Dacos is doing as he wants at the moment. He gets the free kick, drives it up towards half forward off the fist of Todd Goldstein, and comes off for a spell. Peter Wright will take his turn on the ball. They'll have a throw in about 60 out from the Collingwood goal.
So the Collingwood forward line has in it McStay, Membry and Mychek and DeGoey all at the one time.
Right, McStay, right too big, but he just palms it down to Steele Sidebottom, who cleverly on the left goes looking for Hill, couldn't hit him up. Membry, ball slips with the players trailing it over the boundary line. Hard up against the behind post. Collingwood deep into attack, Dwayne. 3-1-19, 1 straight 6, nearly 15 minutes gone opening quarter.
Todd Goldstein has got the most possessions for Essendon of an individual. He's had 4. Josh Dacos has had 11.
Yeah, Merritt's now tagging Josh Dacos. Centre field around his body, he kicks it straight to side bottom. So side bottom, well, on a good day, he kicks it from here. He's 50 out when he kicks. He thought about the short pass. He goes to Pendles. 1 grab 2. Pendlebury's got it. And Pendlebury's got to line up 45-degree angle, 40 metres out. Trouble here, isn't it?
It smells like a 15-goal belting at the present time. Hopefully it's not going to be anywhere near that. They find a way forward, but
you just got to hang on. So
they're in control.
The fact that they are only 2 goals down, if they can limit this to a 3 to 4 goal deficit at quarter time and get through this period while Collingwood are dominant, it's a mini half win to them.
Penalty struts in. And he misses to the near side. So they dodge another ball as the rain continues to tumble. That's a plus scoreboard. Collingwood in control, though.
Well, that's one gettable one from
the 1 straight
from Pendlebury and 1 gettable one from Dacos that has missed. But as you rightly pointed out, Josh Dacos, they need to put some time into him across the half back line. He is just cutting them apart.
Jared Healy, Dermot Brereton for MEGT, short to Nick Martin, outer side of the MCG. They hug the boundary line off hands. He goes looking for Reid. Can't mark the Collingwood pressure.
So that, Andy, once again, the Collingwood player who came across to spoil that was Dan Houston. He's not the direct opponent. He's just in that zone where they defend the field, and they just do it time and time again.
Cameron works his way to the front. Right reaches over. Martin gets it at ground level to Redmond, to Merritt. He farms it out to Hobbs there. Wide out the other side of the MCG. And
You've got to get better than
going here.
You've got to make it as a player. You can't kick it straight back to the opposition like that. Not under massive pressure. You've got to be better. You're a midfielder. You've got the creative brain. You hopefully have. You can't give it straight back to the Pies.
It was Frampton who was interfered with in the marking contest, wins the free kick, thumps it up towards half forward again. Oh, he almost had a takeaway there, did Hoskin Elliott. Ends up with Merritt, threads the handball through to Setterfield, and that's a nice little touch ball to Josh Caddy.
So they've got one-on-ones 60 metres down the line. It's about the only time they're going to get it if they take it now.
Going a little harder here as Langford flies one-handed. Little handball out wide by Gresham. They could make something of it, but it's a slippery ball, hard ball to pick up, and Josh Dacos content to not get another possession, do the discipline thing, take it out.
He's just he's been giving a free rein, Josh Dacos. He was 20 metres by himself again across the half-back line. I think they're putting a fair bit of time into Dan Houston. Don't want him getting the ball. But it's a free rein for Dacos J.
Yeah, well, Dacos ends on the bench. So at the moment he's just getting a little rest. Pendlebury tried to handball, flicked away from him by Steele. And we'll get a ball in 50 from Essendon's goal. And a good replay of that goal from Nick Dacos for Makita XGT 40 volt max. It is our goal of the day so far for Beaumont Tiles. Beaumont's for hybrid flooring. Back into play. Half forward for Essendon. Maynard scrambles it away. It might be coming back though. Ridley just couldn't quite handle it. Elliott down on half back to lend a hand. Gave it to Houston. Gave it to Frampton. Who does he want? He wants Josh Dacos, of course. He gets another spearing possession. Cut off by McGrath though. But the Bombers don't decide to play on quickly. He holds it up.
That's a great call, Dwayne. They look to sum it up and play it safe, but in that 3 or 4 seconds, Collingwood reorganised.
Chooses the long option inside forward 50, almost a mark to the Bombers. It's a chance for Hobbs. He take one high. He tried to duck under the tackle. Lipinski to Frampton. It's a slow handball to Josh Dacos. Again, he's on world record pace at the moment. Side bottom wrapped up by 3. Ball spills very professionally out of his hands, out of bounds, but the umpire says that one of the contacts was high. That's going to be a free kick.
They had 30 and a goal last week, Josh Dacos. At this stage, he's on track for 63.
Ever been brothers finish first and second in the Brownlow?
Maybe those Coventry boys once upon a time. They'd be about the only ones, wouldn't they? Long gets the handball, misses to Goey. We're into the middle of the MCG now. Shield slips over. It's pretty treacherous. Got to keep your feet if you can. It's going to be a real test. Mackay over the top of the footy, keeps his feet. Long wraps him up. Umpire lets him play. Comes out the back to Roberts, to McGrath. They're just settling a bit here, the Bombers. Martin to Perkins, outer side of the ground. Doesn't have the opportunity to play on straight away. Now needs something as Collingwood get their numbers back. Comes into the corridor. He's got his man. Setterfield just drifting down with the footy on the edge of the centre square. Takes the mark. Wheels. Top of the square. He's going to ask Caddy to jump, but the ball is offline. Caddy's a chance. It fell to him. And then he missed as he threw his boot at the footy. It was fortuitous, but in the end it was just the behind on the board for the Bombers.
Harry Jones just run into the wrong position at the moment. He just got way under that foot. He didn't play it that smart.
McCreary, half-back flank, drives it long towards McStay on the wing, one-on-one. McStay got hands on it. Mackay right with him. McStay knocks it towards half-forward. He's got 2 to beat. Can't beat them both. Horrible handball really to Redmond, and he fumbled it. Had to give it back again for the 1-2. They nearly messed that up. Roberts nearly missed his fist with the handball attempt initially. And it's a free kick to Redmond.
3-2, 21-17, 20 minutes gone opening quarter.
How did you describe Redmond's handball, Dwayne? It's a hoik.
I'm watching Nick Dacos, and he had Will Setterfield there and let up on him. Wait for this plate.
Yeah, Mark Jones.
Yeah, and he just said, nah, Setterfield, if he gets it, he's not going to hurt me anyway. He can run where he wants. I'm not chasing.
Jones on the wing. 20 plays 7. Collingwood lead. Heads long towards half forward. Caddy was in the vicinity, couldn't take the mark, and it's run out by Crisp. And we'll get another ball in About 55 from Essendon's goal. 7 plays 20. Host plus, that's a plus scoreboard. Collingwood lead. And the new tech clock automation for manufacturing. 6 minutes left in the opening term.
Right, brings it down to the front. Nick Douglas. Have they tried to bring a footy through the corridor yet, Essendon? Have they taken
No, they've played it safe, and I don't blame them. They've been fumbly and the ball's been pretty greasy. Having said that, Collingwood have sort of handballed their way through the middle, but they haven't crossed the ball by foot.
I don't think Collingwood have even worked out a training yet. They don't care.
Darcy Cameron, clean hands, just to prove your point, Jared, as you mentioned it, around the body, he goes Reid or Usher. That one over the boundary line.
Boom, your thoughts on where Harry Jones is? I like him as a player. I think he's a slow improver, but gee, I think there's still big upside.
Yeah, he's a forward. I don't like the defensive aspect when they've tried to play him on the wing. I'll talk about it a little bit in depth.
I'd like a goal or two from him today for DLF Seeds as Bombers are wrapped up. Side bottom gets it to Pendlebury around the body. Front on Pry, can't take them up. Reid goes in. My check, just good stuff. Robust, hands clean on the footy. Side bottom releases Quainer just in the nick of time. Quainer was under pressure, had a fumble. They've won the skirmish. Goes back in. Quainer dispossesses Hobbs. Lipinski gets it to side bottom. Elliott runs into the footy as it drifted over the head of Ben Mackay. As he put there on purpose, and who'd say he didn't mean it? And he goes back. We'll have a shot from about 48.
Just clever to get it on quickly, wasn't it? Just when they're unsettled, the Essendon backline is completely unsettled. Even though they had the extra there, it was Mackay. Once you cleared him, you knew that he didn't have the fleet of foot attributes to actually get to the drop of the ball.
That's the biggest problem I see. Essendon are getting more numbers to the ball, but Collingwood are walking through them.
Side bottom comes in. It'll be the drop punt from 48. Sorry, Elliott comes in. It'll be the drop punt from 48. He's just tugged it.
So they're hanging in, Andy. It's inaccurate kicking, but they're just hanging in there.
3-3-21, 1-1-7, 23 and a half minutes gone opening quarter for 4 and 20 pies and Elliott.
Our experts for MEGT. Your apprenticeship experts, they're turning it over left, right and centre, the Essendon. So Maynard slides in down on one knee, taking the safe catch. He's on the wing. Send Collingwood back inside 50 with 4 minutes left in the opening term on the new tech clock. Dumps it long, Mastay edged out, edged under it slightly. Dersma can see it through for a behind. And it did roll of its own volition, even though Collingwood fans were hoping it would be a deliberate rush behind, but it was going to travel through regardless.
3-4-1-1.
To the pocket, to the flank.
Yep.
Straight lines out. You kind of understand that while the game's still getting into a pattern.
There it goes down the line. Pendlebury almost the mark as he was falling back with the footy. Kako goes in, gets it nice and clean. To Caddy, to Shield. They're under enormous pressure as Collingwood swarm. Essendon win the little skirmish, however. Caddy cruise through, but then they handball themselves back into pressure. And we'll have a ball up out of sight of the ground.
Well, that P word is so prevalent in footy now. You get the P word in your favour, pressure. Everything just seems to fall into place.
Goldstein tries to drop it to Hobbs. Nick Dacos goes in and gets it clean. Now he comes into the corridor. Puts it in the path of Perryman. Just needs it to sit. He does. Gives it now to Houston. It's in bad hands for Essendon's case. Elliott can't mark. Dropped it to his own advantage. 3 of them converge on him. It ends up with Redman around the body. Needs to be lucky here. Caddy's got to be good. Can't be lucky. Needs to be good. Keeps it in front of him. Elliott, like a dry day, gathered the footy. Ends up with McCreary. Comes back inboard. Not the 15 to Houston. Back to Elliott. Top of the square. They're surging again. Bobby Hill sniffing one out the back. McStay throws his boot at it. Couldn't get there. Essendon under all sorts of pressure. And they get out of there with Roberts' drop punt clearing defensive 50.
Bobby coming back. Houston nearly marked it. They nearly got a push in the back. He was saddled up. We'll get a ball up. 60 from Collingwood's goal.
You asked me about Harry Jones before. Remember he had the ball on the outer wing? He had a half second to get a handball away. He immediately pulled the head in like the turtle does into the shell and just went into evasive action.
Cameron got a kick inside 50. McCreary got it out to Pendlebury. 48 from goal. Got a handball. It missed his target. Ball ricochets. Merritt's got it. He got the quick-fire handball from Roberts. Heads out wide. Howe tried the big spoil. Got a little bit of Sharon, a little bit of arm. No free to caddy. Howe takes off. Thumps into a good spot. Who wants to leap here? McStay, middle of the pack. Can't mark it. Goldstein, the crummer. Hands it up to Dersma. Hands it up to Merritt on defensive 50. Chip kick horrible. Straight to Houston. Bangs it long. Bobby Hill. Oh, he used his hands, Bobby. You used your hands too much there, Bobby. The whole world saw that.
And you know what? The closest umpire 7 metres away wasn't going to pay it.
There are astronauts on the moon who saw that.
The bloke 40 metres away paid it.
Oh, we saw one last week, Gerard. I know you were talking about with Cozzy Pickett on young Draper. They didn't pay one that was as blatant as that.
Well, Kako gets the pass and the defensive 50. Looks inside, no options, out to the wing.
It's to a pack again. The ball drops. Quainer tries to keep it in front. Durham works really hard. Dispossess. Howe gathers it cleanly off the outside of the boot. Puts it into the path of Hoskin Elliott, who's just camped out there. Now they're away. Elliott's in heaps of space. 60 from home. He can play on if he wants to. Goes to. He's got 2. It was Bobby Hill or the other one. And the other one, of course, is the acting captain, who marks 45 out on just worse than a 45-degree angle.
Once they sniffed the turnover on this wing, it went into the middle, went to the other wing. Once they sniffed the turnover on this wing, De Goey and also this bloke, Nick Dacos, ran 45-degree angle through the centre of the ground to the other side. It's a 90-metre sprint, and the Essendon blokes couldn't go with them.
They just trust their teammates to make the right decisions and win the footy, don't they, these blokes?
Well, it's a very mature team, Collingwood. You know that they're on the same page. It's not we're full of young blokes and they've got to get educated yet.
You back him from 49. He looks like he's not hit that all that well and just gets the line off.
Game could be over right now, Andy. When it's all said and done, if Collingwood had have kicked accurately, they've had 8 genuine shots at goal.
So short pass in with only seconds remaining to Jones. Back pocket for the Bombers.
It's been a bit fumbly forward of the centre. Scott Pendlebury in particular really having a fumbly day.
Jones wide, rights his target. He got there and it's knocked out of play. And that P word you were talking about before, the P word is a new tech. Automation for manufacturing. 21 seconds left to quarter time.
Very nicely done.
New tech with a P. I don't know. You want to Google it?
Pneumatic.
Optimise your business with automation. Back into play. Goldie knocks it down. Crisp going nowhere. Umpire calls for a quick ball up. Time enough for something really ridiculous, but that's about it here. Ball up on the wing.
Essendon kicking disposal efficiencies under 50%.
Nick Dacos clean-handed, got it to Pendlebury, back to Nick Dacos. He tried one of those flick handballs while still in the air, and he was hammered illegally, so Nick's going to get a kick inside 50 with 2 seconds left. If it gets kicked back...
That was totally legal.
That's Pendle's ball. Like
that charge on him?
Okay. So a mark from this and they can have a shot. Siren about to sound. Goldie kills it with a fist. Well, the opening term sees Collingwood dominate, but not dominate as much as they could have in terms of their lead. 3-4-22, the score for Host Plus, AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, and for Elders for Australian Agriculture. We'll hear from our experts for MEGT very shortly, Australia's apprenticeship experts. But quarter time, Collingwood 3-4-22, Essendon 1-1-7.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Host Plus. Host Plus, winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 8th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TNT at hostplus.com.au.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Hop into OMF's Big Easter Sale. Buy any mattress protector and get up to 60% off all modern family and signature mattresses, like the Mornington mattress, now under $1,100, or the Urban mattress, now under $1,500. This week, get an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses and get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. But hurry, these exciting deals won't last. End Sunday at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel has a longer lifespan, is more resistant to corrosion, looks great, and you can get all of that for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
This is one of Australia's most remote oil rigs. It's taller than a 10-storey building and gets pounded by tropical storms and 12-metre waves. Sounds dramatic, but it's not. We're Pertec, and we supply hoses and hydraulics for this rig. We know they can perform in extreme conditions. No drama. Pertec. Drama resistant since 1980.
Don't miss the world's best netballers every Saturday and Sunday in Suncorp Super Netball. Can the Adelaide Thunderbirds achieve greatness with a three-peat, or will the Melbourne Vixens take the next step to premiership glory? The pressure will be on with the Firebirds Fever and Swift's new look shooting ends in the spotlight. Who is up for the challenge? Tickets are on sale now, or watch every game live and on demand on KO Sports, Foxtel, and for the first time, Binge.
On May 9th, we're going blue for Do It for Dolly Day. Blue on the farm. Blue at the beach. Blue in the bush. Blue to spark conversations about bullying and remind every young person they're not alone. Blue to raise awareness for today and funds for tomorrow. So let's come together to go blue to end bullying. Register at doitfordollyday.org.au.
With over 25 years' experience in end-of-fight technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 Endophyte boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment, and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
Step up to the next generation of power with Makita XGT 40-volt and 80-volt max, delivering professional-grade performance without fuel, noise, or downtime. From heavy-duty landscaping to lawn maintenance, XGT's high-output batteries and brushless motors power through the toughest jobs. No cords, no mess, just relentless performance. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
The new Hot Honey Chicken range has dropped at Macca's, featuring the Hot Honey McCrispy, Hot Honey McSpicy, and Hot Honey Dipping Sauce with Chicken McNuggets. Embrace the drip at Macca's. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win, and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
Darcy Cameron to turn it back into attack.
He's turned into Len Thompson, Darcy Cameron.
Short to Dacos from 50 on the arc. It's a thumping drop punt, and as if written by the gods, Nick Dacos kicks the opening goal of the game. What a magnificent start for the youngest Collingwood captain since 1958. Dacos still gets the footy, threads it through to his brother to go. He gets it under immense pressure, got the handball away to Long. He goes and gets it again, Josh. It ends up with Perryman from 48. He pins the ears back and kicks their third.
Macca's, I'm loving it moments. A Minecraft movie meal has arrived at Macca's.
3-4 to 1-1 at quarter time. Jared Healy, Dermot Brereton, give us your thoughts at the end of that opening quarter.
Well, my thoughts are those that got tickets at the punt road end of the ground have they're feasted out because the game has been played at that end. The inside 50s are 8 to 18. I suspect they're going to be a little bit disappointed this term. Unless Essendon can turn it around. They've played safe footy. They've played around the boundary lines, but in many ways they've been forced to do so. Collingwood have been pretty sharp through the game given the conditions, but have just been a little bit fumbly inside the forward 50 and missed some goals that they probably should have. If they allow Josh Dacos to go untagged or go unchallenged, he'll end up with 45. The only reason he didn't get 20 that term is because the ball wasn't down there in the second half of the quarter.
Total game of territory at the moment. Darcy Cameron's having his way, winning contested footy up around the middle of the ground. They need a key forward to come up and meet the ball, or a key forward to actually get on the end of scrimmage, ugly kicks, and make sure it gets to ground for ground level players. They cannot get a winner in the midfield when they're outward bound.
Dermot and Jared for MEGT, AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies and Elders. The Bombers get the first takeaway at the start of the second, driving footy up towards full forward. Langford tried to work his way into a marking position, couldn't get his hands on it in the Maynard. Thumps it out a defensive 50. Good hands from Redmond. Gathers it nicely, gets it to Merritt. They're going to need the very best of him today. Hands it out the back to Reed. A driving drop punt up towards half-forward. Cameron's back there, gathers it, wrapped up, got the handball away to Lipinski. Howe goes straight up in the air. It drifted 6 feet to the left and went out of bounds on the full.
Well, at that centre bounce, Merritt lined up on Nick Dacos. So he's got no one going to run with him. It's a 50-50. There they are, 40 metres out from goal side by side.
Hobbs just sets it up. Wants someone to jump and mark it in difficult marking conditions. No one can all length it out. Half a look at it. Ball toe poked into the goal square. Crisp is there to cover. Gets on that famous left foot of his. Drives it out to half forward, but McGrath's there. Dwayne takes the mark.
Well, thought there was going to be a push to the back three against him, but Bobby thought it as well, by the way. He was on the pushed out. Merritt goes short, nicely delivered to Martin.
Quota of pushing the backs, Dwayne. It's only 2 1/4.
Well, when you get one against you like Bobby Hill did in the opening quarter, I thought the footy gods might have given him one back there. So Martin has the world on his hands really right now. Perfect start opportunity for the Bombers.
Actually an improvement. It used to be 2 a weekend. Now it's 2 1/4.
Bombers can get their second goal. Collingwood left a few in the shed in the opening term, kicked 3-4, could easily kick 7 or 8 goals. Martin launches it. It's across the face. It's coming back. It's hit the inside of the post. Just grazed the post. Only 8 behind. But at least they're attacking. Second term brought to us by Mate Internet and Mobile. For AFL Nation, 4 and 20 Traveller and Elders for Australian Agriculture, here's Andy Martin.
Just airballs out of the square, takes on Kako under pressure, long, good hands. That spearing ball hit him hard. Nick Dacos gets the crumb to Josh, gets it to Crisp. Either Dacos could have been on the end of that. Josh Dacos gets around Hobbs as if he wasn't even there. It was a bit arrogant, really, up towards centre half forward. Elliott couldn't mark Membry. Cruises through, good hands. McStay, handball batted down, nearly gave away the free kick. Dersma came through, was held. They end up getting it to Lipinski. And as they go from one side to the other, Elliott gets around his man. Around the body he goes and kicks the goal from his famous pocket.
So if I can just take you back to Josh Dacos, and you called it, Andy Marr, you said arrogantly got around his man. He had Ned Long on, and if there ever was a play that shows you the role of somebody, he just looked at Ned Long and said, no, I've got the pace, I should be handballing to you, but you will shepherd me with that big midfielder's body. And he ran at Ned Long telling him to come and shepherd, and he did. He took the bodily hit. So that's well done, Ned Long, who's in the team to be that big body who will open paths for a play like that. And they just creamed it thereafter, the Magpies.
No, it was a great observation, and it was the cleanest passage of play we've seen all day, and it started with Ned Long's hands. And maybe they could send that up to Sydney and Hayden McLean can have a look at it.
From the ball up, Pendlebury kicks it off the deck. Collingwood get the clearance. Elliott, clean-handed. To Nick Dacos. Oh, he puts the Jets on. Runs inside 50. He hasn't, has he?
Oh, no.
Oh, geez. That's a great point, though. He has left.
He knows he could have had 3 by now and a medal round his neck. It's actually interchange between Josh and Nick at the moment. If you've got it, no, I've got it.
He had 4 shots now. Is that 1-3 for Nick Dacos now? So as they bring it back, Roberts steps around his man and kicks it very close to the line. Caddy, no, has not been paid the mark. It has been called out on the full outer side of the MCG. Rain gets marginally heavier here early stages, second quarter. AFL Nation for 4 and 20. Traveller and Elders for Australian Agriculture.
1 goal, 2, and the other shot that didn't register.
Not sure.
Well, they go deep into it, take that 3 over the back of the Pies. Elliott again, sniffing another one. Setterfield wrapped up by Membry. Umpire says there was no prior. I brought up 20 metres out directly in front of the Collingwood goal.
Well, we know where Peter Dacos will be tomorrow. He'll be at the park with Nick doing goal-kicking tutelage.
Setterfield cruises through clean hands, kicks it into space, says turn around and run after that as Essendon was sagging deep in defence. Perryman goes and gets it. Josh Dacos again, just time and space comes inboard to Billy Frampton, edge of the centre square halfback flank.
Andy, an Essendon forward who comes up to the midfield, up to the wing, cannot win that ball.
Peter Dacos might be putting ice on this kid's foot, though, tomorrow. Josh Dacos has had so many touches. He's going to need some ice back tomorrow.
This one.
17 now for Josh Dacos as he runs away.
He'll get 50 today.
Heads wide. Well, he's got a few options out there. McStay knocks it down. Durham crumbs it. Gave it to Setterfield. Floats it back.
Got to get a win.
Perryman knocks it down. Chance for Lipinski. Feeds it back to Howe. He looks around to see what's on offer before he picks it up. So he knew where the exit strategy was going to be, and it's a bullet to long. Took the mark in front of Hobbs. He turns inside. He's got a couple of options, Pendlebury or Maynard. In the end, Pendles takes the mark, chips it to Dan Houston, who's within range if he wants to have a crack at it with a big monster from the centre square.
There's no point quickly giving it to Maynard. He's on his wrong foot.
Was Peter Wright standing 2 metres back off the mark?
He hooked it to Lipinski instead in the pocket, thumped away. Chance for Perryman to collect it. Heavy rain still falling. Tried the hand pass to Lipinski, missed him. Gresham went and got it. Gave it to Langford, handed it to Hobbs. Stolen back by Gresham. Little roller toward the boundary. Kako gets an opportunity. Flat-handed it nicely. Hunted down by Frampton. Feeds the ball back out wide to Gresham. Everything Essendon does is under pressure. Setterfield thought he had a mark, but Pendlebury got there. Quickly knocked it out of his grasp and then flicked it through his legs to Elliott. He tried the hand off. Cameron had a chance. Tied off the deck. Hoskin Elliott. Hot spot. Membry through the traffic. This is crazy good. This is unbelievable stuff from Collingwood. We're getting a clinic here. We're getting a display as to how well football can be played. And they are putting Essendon to the sword early in the second term. 35 plays 8.
Yeah, it's Richard's Hatch time. I think in answer to your question about Peter Wright, his nickname is 2 metre Peter. It's because he stood 2 metres back from the
so
mark, not because he's...
We have the smart play at half-time, don't we? Have we got a dumb play? So a bloke who can kick at 60, marks it, he lands on the chalk of the square. Dan Houston. That's where he's taken the mark. So Peter Wright runs up and decides to give him an extra 2 metres before he stands on the mark.
I think we need to just acknowledge that smart play by Scott Pendlebury.
The tunnel ball.
The tunnel ball was absolutely superb.
It was all part of a goal of the day for Beaumont Tiles. Beaumont's for hybrid flooring.
A lot of the time, Andy, we actually say, well, how many other teams would have won today? Collingwood at this stage are beaten 17 other clubs today.
5-5 to 1-2, and Essendon lucky to be that close, really. Cameron gets it from side bottom off the side of his boot. Crisp stands under it. Jones comes at him. Crisp controlled the footy and just got around his man, and then the next one a bit too easily. Side bottom, knew it was going to happen. Drives it inside forward 50. Reed did well to get to the front position. Long just absolutely pulverises Setterfield inside forward 50. Ball at ground level, not coming out with the ball up.
Good point you make about Reed there, Andy. He read it well. He's developing, this young guy.
It really was well done. Gave him a head start and beat him to the ball.
Goldstein drops it down. Dacos sees it over.
And Goldie's getting a few fists in and defending all right, and that's because he's saving energy. He's just playing as a loose man in defence because he knows that's where the ball's going.
Lots of shots of Scott Pendlebury on the phone. He's having a chat. He's almost the assistant coach at the moment.
He's having a chat too. Craig McRae's down there, but he's not chatting to him. He's chatting to someone on the phone.
The midfield coach, I suspect.
So the handball for side bottom didn't hit the target. Perkins comes hard, boundary line looming, and Quaynor content to take him out. Will get a ball in.
Might be doing a Charlie Gardner, asking...
We're boring them to death.
I'll get another contract.
Inside 450.
Nation for 420 Trevor, and for Elders for Australian Agriculture. That'll get back. 35 plays 18. New tech clock in the second term as Nick Dacos gets another possession. 8 minutes old as we see it head towards half forward. Offhand, Shield doesn't take possession. He tries to knock on. Don't knock it in Josh Dacos' direction. Or how? A little fumble. That was against the grain. A roll on Langford. Huge moment here for the Bombers. And he owns it. Langford kicks one that they desperately needed to keep this game alive.
I think the whole country that's watching this game roared with delight there, just to because it's maintained some semblance of competitiveness.
Well, it's
with
amazing,
that goal.
Jared, when you do something that has some uncertainty attached to it, it makes you play football and be instinctive. So I think, was it Shields who knocked it on?
It was.
Yeah, so it just became, hey, hell, what do we do here?
Yeah.
This ball's in dispute. Jeremy Howe couldn't secure the ball. Paul, as we call it, Paul ball security in his hands. He grasped it, and then they're away to the races. Play footy.
Unusual from Howe. There's no pressure there, really.
Kieran Dern for MEGT, build a winning team with Australia's apprenticeship experts. 5-5 to 2-2, 10 minutes gone. Second quarter, new tech clock, Setterfield. Get his hands on the footy, drives it back inside forward 50. Maynard with the fist. Perkins gets the crumb, wrapped up straight away, not coming out with the ball up.
Had some really good moments last week. I think Perkins against Jeremy McGovern coming out of the square. Wouldn't mind seeing him try to do that to Perryman, seems to be on
Through, gets it to Caddy, who just about missed his boot as he had a chance to snap on goal. He didn't make much of a fist of it. Nick Dacos just drops it over the top of Jones. Lipinski had a chance. Ball didn't go out of bounds. Jones gathers it, drives it top of the square. Dursman's got to bring it to ground. He couldn't. That was just too easy.
Yeah, but he didn't kick it to advantage. He just kicked it as hard as he could and as long as he could.
One of the shames there was, I mean, Essendon are playing poorly, but if they had snagged the goal there, they're just 15 points down. The door is still open.
McCreary pumps it down the line. Remember, he's got two to beat. You wouldn't think he'd beat them both. Ridley fumbles it, mops up his own mess, gave it to Shield, half-back flank. Flick the handball, quick-fire style to get it out of the area to Redmond. Now, inside kick is to Pryor. He heads to Kako, got it.
That was
on the boundary.
Kick off the side of the boot that actually was fortuitous for Pryor. He was so slow, he waited for an option, and it was a scrubber of a kick. But this guy has got genuine talent, and I'm going to back him in from here for him.
He's in the gutter.
He's in the gutter.
He's in the gutter, 48 out.
Row 3.
I don't reckon he'll go across the face for me.
So Kako, 48 out, opens it up. Was lucky to hit his boot. What's going on?
He centred it.
He did centre it, and the mark's been paid.
Very
so it didn't get touched.
Big push out in the ruck, but in the marking contest. But
Can you not see that?
Durham's going to be allowed to have his kick from, well, they need a couple of breaks.
Yeah, they do.
40 metres directly out.
That's a very good miss, that kick.
Great centre.
He's missed the target. He's had a shot at goal then, and the man on the mark where the ball ended up is 40 out.
He was on the tee there. He put that into your windscreen. Durham lines up and keeps this game alive. So Collingwood, inaccurate first term. They're 5-5 when they could be 9-1. But Essendon right now 3-2-20 on the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard. You can save $180 over 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo code MATE30 at checkout. And the replay just showing how bad a kick that was. That perfect kick from Kako. The replay for Makita XGT. More power, more efficiency, more Makita. And making it a certainty for goal was Durham for DLF Seeds. Innovative forages for farmers, delivering certainty through science. Stuart Healy and Dermot Brereton for MEGT, your apprenticeship experts.
Well, the original rule makers knew what they were doing when they said 6 points for a goal and 1 for a point. And they were cricketers, so I imagine the 6 was because you got 6 for kicking out of the park. But it works. If you're inaccurate, you can get run over.
So back in the middle we go. Pendlebury to Nick Dacos, runs into trouble holding the footy.
There's a good sign for the Bombers.
He didn't like it. He's in a little bit of lip as they just start feeling it a bit, the Bombers.
He's lucky he's playing in this era because in yesteryear he was lined up beautifully for a shirt front.
High drop punt, centre half forward. Durham can't mark. Caddy clean hands, lays it off to Shield, runs through again, got the handball away just in the nick of time. Durham for 2 in a row. So they've found something here, Durham.
Yep.
Durham's kicked 2 in 45 seconds, and the Bombers have cut it to 9 points.
And 2 of those 3, Dylan Shields had a minor play in it because what he does in the middle of traffic, he says, He literally says, "Bugger you, I'm taking you on. I'm taking you on," and that makes the opposition say, "How do we defend this?" He's bum rushing this. He's really coming hard at us, and he does do that. He draws 2 tacklers, and he knows that, so he flicks it to the inside by hands, and that player, Durham, has a run at goal.
He's done it twice now, Jared, hasn't he? First quarter, he turned it over with a bad kick. At least that one. At least he's taken the game on.
He actually, as Dermot said, he ran at the Collingwood players. He dragged somebody away from Dummer's man, trying to close him down, and sets Durham up.
So game on. Little knockout by Wright. He's in the ruck now. Tried to get it to his teammate. Setterfield's got it. Side bottom got him holding the ball. Didn't get a clean handball away. Gives it to Josh Dacos. Possession, what's that? 19 now. Heads out wide.
18.
Turns it over. Ridley.
Not his best.
It's gone cold. He has. Ridley's on a half-back flag, and this game is alive now. Crowds into it. Gave it to Shield, who's given them a spark. Merritt goes hard. Outmarks Pendlebury. Little things are becoming big things now for the Bombers.
It was a big win. He goes on quickly. Right goes back. Can't mark. Ball spills to ground. Side bottom wrapped up straight away. There's a bit of energy about the Bombers now. And the ball up 30 out directly in front as Hobbs laid the tackle.
Well, they've let them get into the game psychologically too, Essendon. They're now actually more desperate, and they're starting to believe.
McStay drops it down. Gresham had half a chance. He was wrapped up straight away. The fumble was costly. We'll have another ball up. Jared for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. McStay again, side bottom, just hacks it out of there with a handball. Elliott pushing high up the ground. Ridley, good clean hands, generally a good thinker. Martin lays it off. Another chance. Perkins! They have come from nowhere, the Bombers, and they are within a kick. Perkins gets his first. The Bombers have got 5 on the board. 4 in the last 4 minutes, if you don't mind. 5-2, 32 Essendon. Collingwood 5-5, 35. All of it on the Mate Internet and mobile scoreboard.
Well, that's the beauty of sport. We're seeing it unfold right here. Collingwood should have had this game wrapped up at quarter time. They came out. They were playing Hollywood-type football, Harlem Globetrotter type football in the first part of the second quarter. Didn't get the score on the board. And all of a sudden, a couple of fortuitous events for Essendon have got them believing, and they are right back in the game, which is terrific.
The Goldstein back out there in the ruck. Peter Wright was doing the ruck work. Goldie's had a nice rest. He's been the flexible player for Flexalt, the only flexible oral lice treatment for sheep. Peter Wright back in the forward line now, pointing and giving directions. Can the Bombers take the lead here? Shield gets a clearance of sorts. He kicked it off the deck, got it to side bottom. Long can't collect it one-handed. McCreary against the Graham, flicked the handball up. Houston can't handle it. Knocked further on, Wright overran it. Picked up by side bottom, bangs it towards half forward. Hoskelini decides not to take possession. Mychick could make something of it, but Shield pounced on it, got it from Jones, gave it to Martin. Bombers are out. Martin goes a little shorter, didn't hit his target. Wainall cuts it off to De Goey, who hasn't had it for a while. Wobbles the talk towards half forward and turns it over to Redmond. Bombers about to go forward. They could take the lead here, Essendon.
He switches. Pendlebury was almost his designated target. Such was the nature of the kick. It went straight to him. He goes inboard to Long. Gives it back to Pendlebury. Cruises through the middle of the MCG. Just a high, slow drop punt to about 30 out, but to no one in particular. Redmond takes the saving mark to him.
Yeah, they're winning contested possessions now. They've doubled Collingwood's output in the last 9 minutes, and they're 4 goals to zip in that time.
And suddenly, Jared, they're moving the ball on with a bit of speed as a couple of short balls find their way to Hobbs. He has to come back to Jones.
Well, that's because they win contested possession, Andy. They're starting to win those one-on-one battles, and they're controlling the footy a little bit better.
Dylan Shield, an anchor point, gives it to Gresham.
Shield's been the man that dragged them back into this game.
He's been great, Jared.
Yep.
Comes all the way across, dangerous ball. Got to get there, really well played by Ridley. Didn't panic as McStay came at him. Now they're out. Martin in acres of space. Stops, props, weighs it up. Goes looking for Peter Wright. Can't mark. Ball into Kako. Hammers into Houston. Umpire says I'll ball it up.
I think Nick Martin had other options. He had Kako short, and that's what they've been doing. They've been seeing option and kicking it rather than the first quarter do, and they were seeing an option but then thinking, maybe.
Play safe.
Yeah. 12 out, right, goes into the corridor, Houston, handball over the top to De Goey. just hacks among on the boot, clears defensive 50-ball pitches. Goldstein's done a couple of handy things. McCreary around the body. Ridley's come into it the last 10 minutes. Gathers the footy beautifully. Gives it to Roberts. Goes back to Ridley. Nice and composed. Back to Reid. He goes all the way back to Pryor, who marks at half-back.
What a transition. Now it's Essendon that are keeping the ball in their front three-quarters of the ground, if you like, and it's Collingwood that's struggling to penetrate.
Goldstein should get there to mark this. He does on the wing.
That's 50. That is 50.
Sidebottom's come in too close. That is gee. So Martin gets on the end of the pass anyway. Goes inboard. Setterfield. He calls for 50. Doesn't get it. He's going to launch it to Wright. Can Peter Wright get there? 2 metre went up hard. He knocked it down towards Jones. Will he get there in time? Josh Dacos. That is possession 18. Kicked it off the deck. Make that 19. Kicked it off the deck. Another 30. Pryor's going to go and get it. Up against the boundary. Just behind the wing. Loops it inside to Setterfield. And they can set it up again. The Bombers short to Perkins. And they could still take the lead. They have shocked Collingwood. It's 35 to 32.
Setterfield's been busy, Terman Jared.
Yep.
Got into the game, got busy. Up towards half forward, right from behind, ball spills to go. He wrapped up straight away, not coming out on the arc of 50, hitting the Telstra logo. We'll have a ball up.
Well, the beauty about this resurgence by Essendon, it hasn't been led by Zach Merritt. Normally he's the only driver they've got, and he's been okay.
So there is Merritt, gets it, swings on his left. It's an open goal square, the ball bouncing. Goes across the face roof from behind. 5-3-33, Essendon 5-5-35, Collingwood, 21 minutes gone. New tech clock automation for manufacturing. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Traveller and Elders for Australian Agriculture.
You feel like this place is going to erupt if Essendon take the lead here. Short pass, Frampton to Quain or on defensive 50.
Well, it's certainly better, Dwayne, than the game being over at half-time, and that's what it looked like 3 minutes into this second term.
A little bit better organised now, Collingwood, with the kick in. They've got time to think about how they want to advance the ball. They've got it to the wing now with a series of short passes to his side bottom. So he's just taking a bit of heat out of it.
Yeah, which is not their normal way, but they are taking some heat out of it. McStay flies, can't mark, hits the deck. Well played by Reid, got it up just in time to Redmond. He in turn to Merritt. Around his body, a one-on-one. Hobbs did pretty well against Quaynor. Knocked it down. Roberts, he went inside. Maybe a better option was outside. Fished out by Caddy, tried to knock it on. Didn't get his target. Hobbs dives in on hands and knees. Merritt stole it. He chips it wide, but it'll be Lipinski's ball. Jones will come at him. Lipinski, half-back flank. Time to wait, collect, goes wide. Oscar Elliott marks on the wing. Has some composure. 5 minutes left to half-time on the new tech clock.
Comes inboard to Long on the logo, outer side of the MCG, wing position.
And Hobbs gave up front position to Quaynor then. He was going all right until Quaynor just took his spot.
About time for Bobby Hill to have an influence on this game. He's been super quiet.
Maynard to Howe, runs to half forward, driving drop punt, edge of the goal square. Coming hard at the footy was McStay. Couldn't mark McCreary, couldn't take it. Roberts just hacks it off the ground through the hands of Howe. Ball stays in, wrapped up by Martin. Lovely handball to Nick Dacos. Lovely little touch kick. The vision to Long was superb, and then the execution was perfect.
Just off the bench, Nick Dacos only had 4 touches in this term.
Lays it off to Maynard from 50. Magnificent kick. The Brutish half-back flanker just massages it through the middle of the goals. And Collingwood get the steadier. 6-5-41 the Pies. 5-3-33 the Bombers. 23 minutes gone. Second quarter. Mate Internet Mobile scoreboard. Save $180 over 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo code MATE30 at checkout.
So Ned Long is playing game number 19. I would suggest there's not too many, maybe the Nick Dacos version. In game 19, not too many people know their midfield role better than the 19-game veteran Ned Long. Once again, he receives the short pass. He's going to be kicking from 51 maybe. And so he just waits for the cruising Maynard to come past and says, "Here, you're a better kick than me. Bang it home, will you?"
And that he did, just having another look at it on the replay. He hit it sweet.
Not a goal of the day necessarily for Beaumont Tiles. Beaumont's for hybrid flooring, but Collingwood needed it. Essendon was threatening to take the lead. Perkins tried to try handball out, missed his target. Josh Dacos went in low, took legs as he got the serum.
He acted that.
What?
Maynard in the goal square at the other end. It's amazing how far he came up.
Perkins wide to Gresham. Should mark it. Does mark it. Too far out to score. He takes off on Crisp. He launches a central. Durham's his target. Didn't get to him. It did. Through Pendlebury's hands. Durham burst free. Gave it to Kako. Here's your moment. And he can't take it. Frampton had it. Lost it. Gave it to Maynard. Gave it to Sidebottom. Gave it to Perryman. So from the last line of defence with Kako having a shot from 30, Collingwood go to the wing. Wobbly ball and a great mark taken by Reid, who's looking the goods at the moment.
See that win there, the one-on-one, a genuine one-on-one contested mark against Dan McStay. They did not have one win like that in the first quarter.
They never lost faith in him, did they? He's looking to play up in the last 4 or 5 weeks. He got it to Ridley, who off the instep kicks it out of bounds.
But he allows, if you're going to say Harry Mackay is going to be your big lockdown backman, I think he prefers that rather than some people saying he should be an intercept defender. If he can be that secondary defender, it totally allows his teammate to be the Ridley, the intercept defender that he's designed to be. It just gives them better balance now that he's able to be that player, Zach Reid.
They just had a replay of that Perkins free kick for the slide. It was well acted.
Yep.
How the umpire fell for it's extraordinary.
So Collingwood trying to get the miracle handballs out of stoppage. It ends up with Tagoe to Sidebottom. Down the line towards McStay. Just cruises past the interchange gates, goes out of bounds like a throw in. 26 minutes gone on the new tech clock. Optimise your business with automation.
Plus he kicked that one from side. That was absolutely going out of bounds from the minute he kicked it. He knew he had coverage with McStay running up, and they were happy for the
Shallow. Yep, Shallow throw in. Cameron up in front, only as far as Roberts, who was looking to get rid of it before he secured it, but didn't panic. Gave it, got it, gets it back, goes up towards full forward. Perkins was just done cold by Howe there, who's too strong and experienced in the marking contest. His kick for a moment flirted with the opposition, Dwayne, but all's well that ends well.
Got to Maynard. Could be marked by McGrath.
Second time he's beaten Bobby Hill in a one-on-one body contest. McGrath.
He scored it, Bobby. He'll kick the Langford just the required and just a few millimetres from him to deck. He goes wide to Jones. Big kick this for Jones. He's in the pocket. Unrode in about 2 minutes in from the boundary and will kick from about 35.
Makes a big difference when you hit a target. Now we had Roberts coming off the half-back line.
Why didn't he give it, sorry to interject, why didn't he give it to Zach Merritt, who just walked around him then? Because he's not going to be on his dominant side.
Zach's a captain.
And Zach Merritt would run for a left foot snap and Collingwood allowed him an easy walk around.
Because he's got this covered there from the boundary.
He's going to want to score at least.
2 minutes left to half-time. In he struts. Tough angle.
That's a score.
Across the face. And Peter Wright's got 2 to beat. You can't beat them both. So it wasn't just a poor kick. Essendon didn't have anyone really as coverage on the goal line. Cameron goes back. Across the face of goal to Maynard. And so we'll have the last roll of the dice here.
I know people say, oh, look, you've got to give your men further afield a chance to defend the kick in. No, kick the goal.
Yep.
Give your team the best chance by giving it to the captain on his preferred left foot and kick the goal.
A couple of short balls end up with Howe. He drives them out of defensive 50 up in front. It goes McStay, can't mark. Lipinski grabs footy. That wasn't a handball, was it? As he got it to Elliott. Elliott goes down the line. Ridley's got name on it. He takes a good mark. Is that a good quarter, Jared, this fella?
Yeah, he's actually putting together a pretty good game now across the half-back line. The whole defence has just lifted enormously.
So Roberts to Ridley. He's on the half volley back to Roberts. Hits Duursma. No, he doesn't. McStay read it and got there with the fist.
Okay, this time we'll get it in. Roberts has got to hit targets. He's winning the ball well. He should have hit a target going inside forward 50 with his last kick, and that one was a bit sloppy. So he's a young kid, lots of talent, but that's the upside for him.
At the moment, he's a stylish misser.
He's a good bad kick. Through the stoppage comes Durham. He can't do anything with the handball. Nick Dacos cut it off. Pendlebury farms it into the path of Tagoe. Gets it to Quaynor from 52, and he's had a flying shot that misses everything miles to the right, out of bounds. On the full, 6:5:41, Collingwood, 5:3:33, Essendon, 29 minutes gone on the Mates Internet and Mobile clock. They come out quickly looking for Merritt, who was momentarily open. Couldn't take the mark.
Great kick. Well, that was Zach Reed who kicked that out of the back pocket. Pulled it across his body over about 45 metres and found the little pocket where Zach Merritt was by himself, but it just came a bit flat and hard with this wet ball.
Goldstein gets the better of it. Pendlebury again gets first look at it, can't do anything with it. And Dursman's happy to see that go over the boundary line. Again, we'll have another boundary throw in.
It does feel as if Essendon have owned a quarter, and yet they've only kicked one goal, one more than the Pies.
Take the win, given where they were the first quarter.
They got out to 27 points after Memory kicked that second goal on the turn for the Pies. So good fight back by the Bombers. Goldstein drops it in front. Again, there's a pack over the top of the footy. Umpire sweats on them.
Now the Pies have got themselves Jeremy Howe sitting 60 metres away from this pack, maybe 65 metres, but he's on his own. So the Pies have got an extra sitting behind the ball themselves. Sorry, Bombers have got an extra behind the ball themselves.
Pendlebury clean take, but coughs it up to Merritt. Puts it into the path of right on the deck. It was Setterfield. That's out of bounds on the full. And if the seconds ticking by, it won't matter.
Are you happy, Essendon?
Oh, yeah. Gives you quick thoughts, Jared. 6:5:41, the Pies, 5:3:33, the Bombers.
Well, this game looked over at quarter time. They were playing really poorly, Essendon, and Collingwood were just looking as if it was a training drill. We mentioned that. So it was a great fight back. 3 quick goals in succession has given them some belief to half-time. Big challenge in front of them, but it's at least the game's alive.
So goal kickers to the half. Memory's got 2 for the Pies. Maynard, Elliott, Perryman, and Nick Dacos, 1 apiece. 2 for Durham. You got those in about 45 seconds of one another. Singles to Langford, Perkins, and right at half-time it is Collingwood 6:5:41 leading Essendon 5:3:33. AFL Nation back with all the bits and pieces on the other side of this for 4 and 20 Traveller and Elders for Australian Architecture.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Mate Internet and Mobile. Save $180 over 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo code MATE30 at checkout.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of? Laser tag? Pew pew. No, you clown. Laser cutting. Close. Laser welding?
Correct. Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
Don't miss the world's best netballers every Saturday and Sunday in Suncorp Super Netball. Can the Adelaide Thunderbirds achieve greatness with a three-peat, or will the Melbourne Vixens take the next step to premiership glory? The pressure will be on with the Firebirds Fever and Swift's new look shooting ends in the spotlight. Who is up for the challenge? Tickets are on sale now, or watch every game live and on demand on KO Sports, Foxtel, and for the first time, Binge.
An important message from when insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance companies. Choose Visit sheenbrook.com.au. T's and C's apply.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. and never dig blind.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Azito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
DIYers, if you're looking to tackle your next residential home irrigation project, speak to Nutrien Water about their free home irrigation design and quote service. Designs are carried out by an experienced team of home irrigation specialists using professional grade components. Simply download the free planner, then submit your details. They'll then get back to you with a detailed quote for you to consider. To get started, go to nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head. For $1, you can flip an expert tip from an expert tipster. Tipper uses real-time results and unbiased statistics so you can follow tipsters who are running red hot. View tipster performance across tracks, distance and conditions. Plus, if their tip doesn't profit, the tip is free. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app, that's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Have you or a loved one been injured in an accident that wasn't your fault? Bryden's lawyers understand the stress and uncertainty that comes with a personal injury claim. Whether it's a car accident, slip and fall, or medical malpractice, Bryden's lawyers have the knowledge and expertise to help you get the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-848-848 today or book an online appointment at brydens.com.au. Bryden's lawyers. Who helps you in your time of need? We do.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
Through his legs to Elliott. He tried to hand off. Cameron had a chance. Tied off the deck. Hoskin Elliott. Hot spot. Membry through the traffic. This is playing good. This is unbelievable stuff from Collingwood. We're getting a clinic here. We're getting a display as to how well football can be played. And they are putting Essendon to the sword early in the second term. 35 plays 8. Don't knock it in Josh Dacos' direction. Or how? A little fumble. That was against the grain. A roll. A Langford. Huge moment here for the Bombers. And he owns it. Langford kicks one that they desperately needed to keep this game alive.
High drop punt. Centre half forward. Durham can't mark. Caddy clean hands. Lays it off the shield. Runs through again. Got the handball away just in the nick of time. Durham for 2 in a row. So they've found something here, Durham. Yep. Durham's kicked 2 in 45 seconds and the Bombers have cut it to 9 points. Elliott pushing high up the ground. Ridley, good clean hands. Generally a good thinker. Martin lays it off. Another chance. Perkins! They have come from nowhere, the Bombers, and they are within a kick.
Macca's, I'm loving it moments. A Minecraft movie meal has arrived at Macca's.
Well, they were 27 down. They kicked 4 in 6 minutes. They got it back to 3. They trailed by 8. Welcome back to AFL Nation for Elders for Australian Agriculture recruiting now. And for 4 and 20 pies, it's time for the halftime floor show for Choices Flooring. Stylish and trendy.
The halftime floor show for Choices Flooring. Inspire and visualise with Room View, our instant room visualiser.
Experts today for MEGT, Dermot Brereton and Jared Healy. Before we go through our many and varied categories, lads, just give us your overall thoughts on what we've seen in the opening half.
Well, the first quarter, Derm, was a quarter for the Dacos brothers. The second quarter was very much a resurgence by Essendon. Merritt got himself going. Essendon's kicking accuracy improved. But their clearance work didn't. They're getting well beaten at clearances, so they've still got some things to work on, but you're not going to keep the Dacos boys down for long. Merritt's gone pretty much head-to-head with him for a period of time, and in that quarter it probably broke even.
Collingwood clearly are the better team. Essendon played cautiously in the first quarter without any flair. They were behind, as you called it, by 4 goals. So what do you got to do? They just said, let's play with a bit of flair. And the one player who played with a bit of flair was Dylan Shield. That gave them a bit of impetus. And from that, they started to win some contested footy. Got back into the game.
Sustainable?
No. They're just going to be too professional. You would think Collingwood. Is it sustainable? Has to be. They'd have to go to a new level of pressure that they have not shown, because Collingwood will get their fair share of the footy. Let's say that goes 50-50 in contested footy clearance split. Collingwood will do better with the ball than Essendon, so Essendon need to go to a pressure level they haven't yet displayed.
Richmond beating Carlton was the biggest upset of the year. If Essendon get over Collingwood, it's getting into that category.
Yeah. Right, our toughest player so far today for Truckline. Keep your truck on the move with Truckline.
Ned Long, he's just been fantastic. I don't even know how many stats he's had. What's he got? I don't think he's shot the lights out by any stretch. 10, but his ability to actually say, we called that one on the back flank where he just said to his teammate, Dacos, you keep running, I'll take the shepherd for you, I'll take the hit for you, and then give it off. And the punishing tackle he put on that half-forward flank.
Give us an unmissable moment for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Nick Dacos' first goal, straight out of the middle, within the first minute or so of play, and it was just set up for him, and he just nailed the moment.
What about a crucial moment for New Farm Australian through and through?
I think Shields.
Yeah, I think Shields is handball, whipping it out to, who was it?
Well, he charged at the Collingwood defenders who were lying there waiting to tackle him, and they said, take us on if you can, and he charged at him and drew the extra tackler, which came away from his teammate Sam Durham. He then flicked the handball over to Durham.
Funny how that happens. You tell, don't get sucked into the balls, hold your width, and then when the moment presents, and you've got a bloke who's like a whirling dervish in there, like Dylan Shield was, the Collingwood blokes go, well, I have to go in and help me mate, and suddenly someone does get out.
That's been proactive.
I mean, Melbourne's had that challenge for their midfielder for the whole 5 weeks. The last 2, they've stuck back and just maintained their structure. It makes a huge difference.
So that would it's a great point, because this game, as we are well aware, has no offside rule. If you've got an offside rule, somebody charges at you, you don't go, whoa, how do we deal with this? You go, well, we're set, our defence is set, they've got no one forward of us. But when you do it in Australian rules football, you start to go, where is he going to go with this ball? Who's he going to give it to? Do I charge him? Do I sit back? Do I corral him? It makes so many questions be asked of the defender looking to stop the momentum of that footy.
Have you got a breakout player of the opening half for Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life?
It's probably too harsh to call it a breakout, but I think Will Setterfield's role through the middle of the ground has been pretty good.
He's had a few good weeks, actually. I mean, he hasn't shot the lights out or anything like that, but from a player that most of us would say he's playing for his footballing life this season at AFL level, he's probably cemented himself in there.
Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse. Chemist Warehouse fragrance sale is on now. Freo Adelaide will round out ANZAC Day tonight over in Perth, and that is a big game for Fremantle, isn't it?
The Crows have lost one of their big men up forward. I love their forward line. I know others don't like it. They think it's too tall. I love their forward line, but it's a game that they just must win, and I think Justin Longley sort of admitted as much by giving them a serve in the training this week, Evan.
I'm with you. I love the tall forward line. If I'm playing against them, I'll back my defenders in to spoil the ball, and once they don't mark it enough times, I don't know what the crucial number is, but if the ball can get to the ground, you're a real shot against them of sweeping the ball away. And as good as those boys are, their chase out, because of their size, isn't great.
Who's the power play rankings leader for Ren Energy to halftime for 100% Australian electricity and gas?
Who would you have an anticipation it may be, Murray?
I suspect it might be somebody with Dacos as a surname. I
would have gone that as well.
I'm going for side bottom with 83. Maynard with 77s.
Side bottom 83 to half-time.
Side bottom 83 to half-time.
Of course you're going with side bottom at 83, Jared. You're looking at the stats. It's the best way to get it right.
That says points and ratings.
Yeah, I know. But
rankings.
It's in front of you. That's why you're going with it.
He's leading. He asked me to give it to him. I didn't know about it. I would have said Maynard was 100 to 1 to be second in charge. But
it's a big. You get the good points, I think, when you're a backman and you come down and kick a goal while you are plotted in the statisticians' field of play as a backman.
To put it into perspective, Sidebottom's had 21 possessions, 10 kicks, 10 contested, but his kicking accuracy is only at 50%. So interesting.
And the other thing, the way they mark it, and you got to use your eyes, but Josh Dacos, how many times he had it?
He's had a 21.
How many contested?
He's had
not many, I would say. Yeah, but he's still damaging. But
he's damaging. Right?
But those points ranking systems give you a little bit more if you win contest.
We'll look through those quickly. Flexalt, flexible player that we could see more from in the second half. Flexalt, the only flexible oral lice treatment for sure.
I reckon Merritt can be flexible. He can go inside, he can go forward, and he needs to get more accurate with his kicking. He's just hitting the target 1 in 3.
Isaac Quaynor is the leading tackler for the opening half for Bar Crusher Boats, Australia's ultimate fishing weapon. We haven't seen anything from the subs yet, have we? Sullivan and Menzies are both yet to be called into
I'm keen to get Menzies into this game. I would be keen to get him into this game. The young Hobbs has been fumbly, lost his position in contest, has been slow to think, has been tackled, has coughed the ball up, not having a great game. A kid, I hope he makes a real career for himself, but today's not his best display. If he can't show us something in the first 10-12 minutes, I'm probably calling a tactical sub on that.
We'll wait for movement there for Kateva Agriscience, the future of agriculture. That was the choices. Flooring, halftime floor show, spaces for living. Live bold, step bold, sail on. Now, as we go to the break, let's hear the goal of the first half for Beaumont's Tiles. New flooring at Beaumont's Laminate, Engineered Timber and Hybrid.
The goal of the day for Beaumont Tiles. New flooring at Beaumont's. Laminate, engineered timber and hybrid.
High drop punt. Centre half forward. Durham can't mark. Caddy clean hands. Lays it off to Shield. Runs through again. Got the handball away just in the nick of time. Durham for 2 in a row. So they've found something here, Durham. Yep. Durham's kicked 2 in 45 seconds and the Bombers have cut it to 9 points.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
If you have been the innocent victim of an accident, let Bryden's Lawyers help you recover the compensation you deserve. At Bryden's Lawyers, we understand the physical, emotional and financial toll that personal injuries can have on you and your loved ones. That's why we are committed to achieving the best outcome for you and your family. Contact Bryden's Lawyers today at 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au to book an appointment. Who helps you in your time of need? We do.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. New Farm's been there for Aussie growers for 100 years. Through prosperity and heartache, drought and flame. Through the unprecedented and through innovation. New Farm's high-quality crop protection products are formulated right here in Australia because Aussie growers are tougher together through choosing Australian. New Farm understands local conditions and the importance for Aussie growers to have the right products at the right time. New Farm, Australian through and through. To learn more, visit newfarm.com.au.
The new Minecraft movie Happy Meal has arrived at Macca's. Collect all 12 toys and build your universe. It's fun for the whole family, only at Macca's. Available 10:30am till midnight while stocks last for a limited time only. A Minecraft movie only in cinemas.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
This is the biggest crane in the Southern Hemisphere, and it's just hoisted a 5-ton beam 40 metres above the city centre. sounds dramatic, but it's not. Because at Pertec, we supply the hoses in cranes like this. They're designed and tested to handle all kinds of pressure. No drama. Pertec, drama resistant since 1980.
On May 9th, we're going blue for Do It for Dolly Day. Blue on the farm. Blue at the beach. Blue in the bush. Blue to spark conversations about bullying and remind every young person they're not alone. Blue to raise awareness for today and funds for tomorrow. So let's come together to go blue to end bullying. Register at doitfordollyday.org.au.
With over 1 billion vehicles on the road worldwide, finding one of yours can be tricky. But with vehicle tracking systems by Radius Telematics, they'll not only find your vehicle, but they'll also tell you where it's been, where it's going, and how long it's taken, including location and speeding alerts, even driving behaviour, plus so much more. Speak to Michael and the team about dashcam and asset tracking technology that'll help keep your business's valuable assets safe and secure. For more, visit radius.com today.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Swing by your local Bunnings and add a brushless jet blower to your set. 36 volts of blowing power, powered by two 18-volt batteries, all from only $1.99. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel has a longer lifespan, is more resistant to corrosion, looks great, and you can get all of that for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
Welcome back to the MCG. The second half about to get underway. AFL Nation 4 and 20 sausage roll and Elders for Australian Agriculture. It is Collingwood by 8 points.
Dacos and Merritt going head-to-head again.
And here we go. Nick Dacos has got it, but Merritt got him. Trickling kick, went to Shield, fell over, knocked it to Nick Dacos. Bad guy to give it to. Floats it inside 50. Hard border mark, although it was marked by Reid. It's looking really, really good.
Yeah, they're tall forwards, Collingwood, are getting their pants pulled down at the moment.
Heads out wide to Martin. Spears the ball to Peter Wright. Got there. Great hands. Oh, fresh footy. It is still drizzling here at the MCG, but it's a new Sharon straight out of the box.
McStay's had 1, Mychek's had 2, Memory's had 3, and Hill's had none.
Maynard kills it with a fist at half forward for Essendon, ball in.
That's a 0, Don.
0.
0 for Bobby Hill.
Bobby's still on it.
How many?
Well, he's got one stat, a turnover.
Deutz Far Tractors bring you the third term, and AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 sausage roll, and for Elders for Australian Agriculture, here's Andy Marr.
Thank you, Dwayne Russell. They've kicked 4 of the last 5 in the game. Essendon, can they regenerate the momentum they had halfway through that second quarter? Nick Dacos ran out of room. Shield gets the handball, tries to thread it through to Peter Wright, back to Shield on his wrong side, boundary line, and Billy Frampton take him out. We'll have a boundary thrown about 45 out from the Bombers' goal.
He actually tried to do too much then, Peter Dacos. He should have just handballed first hands back to his teammate, but he tried to beat
and
through.
Went down the line, yeah. Sidebottom's got Shield here, and that's a shocking throw-in.
Short again. Wright gets there first. Shield had a look at it, keeps his body over the top of the footy. Gresham could lift, hacks it off the ground into the corridor. Chance for Caddy. Danced his way through, probably tried to do a bit too much himself.
Where's he at to him, this young bloke? Because I don't reckon he's improved 1% this year.
He's a huge talent. He's going to be a star, I think.
Okay.
He just plateaued. He's just finding out new ways, and when he goes a little bit flat stat-wise, how to get more of the footy.
Perryman went to Frampton. His kick had a bit too much on it for Houston. Maynard goes in, mops up, threads the handball through, but it's a sloppy handball. Sidebottom had really no chance. It spills out to Caddy. At half forward, Dersma goes short. Wasn't required distance. The umpire says it was, and Frampton takes
Please to lift Dersma. He's having a very quiet game.
So Caddy, it won't be today, but he needs to play a bit of midfield minutes. He did it in the under-18 13 competition was a very good big midfielder.
Mackay, good mark. Well, his numbers in the opening half.
He had one
possession. All the way back, they travel.
It was doubled that one
to Pryor.
I reckon it was an intercept mark, contested mark as well. So he's had 2 contested marks if he's only had the 2 possessions.
Probably he marked it on the wing and then went all the way back to centre half back. But anyway, they go back towards the wing now. And guess who's been outmarked? Mackay, outmarked in the spot where he marked it and could have gone forward from. Mychek is the man who outmarked him.
He's just scrubbed off that stat for him.
Yeah. Chips to Lipinski, gave it to Nick Dacos, off and running. Delayed the kick, heads inside 50. Well cut off by Reid though. They're kicking it to Reid. Got to kick it to where Reid ain't. He shorts it to Martin.
Martin flirting, but gets it to Durham. He wants to go quickly. He's an aggressive player. It's a good kick to Merritt. Just sagged out the back of Mychek. He plays on quickly. Chance for Caddy. Should mark, does mark. Good kick.
He just showed every bit of a young star last year. He struggled a bit so far this season, but there's a big half of footy and a big stage to make a mark. Great kick by Zach Merritt. He had 2-minute beater behind him. That's a strong mark.
Swings out from 30, hits it pretty well. He's kicked the goal. And the young showman he is, he goes straight to the crowd and says, have a look at me.
Maybe go to your captain and say, thanks for the pass.
Yeah, no, he'll get around that.
I'll have to look at me first. Captain will always be there.
6-3-39, 6-5-41. Bombers get the first of the third. They've got 5 of the last 6.
They want to get a bit of a hurry on here,
the Magpies.
A couple of bad kicks. One from Nick Dacos going inside forward 50. They're just looking a little bit shabby around the edges. They need to shake it off. Otherwise, we're going to get that big upset.
Dermot and Jared for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. All the numbers on the Deutz Far Tractors scoreboard. We've been going 4.5 minutes into the third quarter for New Tech on the clock for New Tech Automation for Manufacturing.
Was Jared quoting Taylor Swift on your bingo card today? A little bit shake it off. I'm sure that was on my bingo card. No. Essendon could take the lead. Here. Knocked down a Shield. Can't take possession. Almost held without it. He was. So Shield free out of the middle. Collingwood lead 41-39.
If they win this game, here's a chance to win the middle.
Ridley, short pass. Peter Wright. No, Caddy was. Couldn't take the mark. Gresham off hands. Gave to Dersma. Chip kick to Kako. This is the moment. Isaac Kako. Big stage. Biggest stage he's ever played on. Backpedals this kick on ANZAC Day to give Essendon the lead for the first time for the afternoon in a game where Collingwood could have put them away by quarter time.
The handball went to Dersma's toes in these wet, greasy conditions, and he picked it up cleanly, which allowed him 3 cautious steps to line up that pass.
In comes Kako. He likes it, he loves it, he goes to the crowd and says, how about that, Bomber fans? We're in front for the first time today.
Well, it's been a brilliant comeback by the Bombers. It's been led by Dylan Shield. Once again, in this half, he's put his head over it and he's won some footy. Zach Reid also doing a good job in defence. But Collingwood are their own worst enemy at the present time. But Essendon are owning the footy. It's 25 touches to 11. They've gone inside forward 50 on 3 occasions and they've kicked 2 snags.
We need some jumper leads for Collingwood. We just need to just get some electricity into their game again.
Back-to-back goals, Caddy, Kako. That's something that Essendon fans could get used to, I reckon.
It's just trending this season. As soon as you become premiership favourite, you lose a game.
Jared and Dermot for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. AFL Nation, it's getting interesting here for 4 and 20 sausage rolls and Elders for Australian Agriculture. Back in the middle, they're winning it again. Merritt driving, drop punt. High ball inside forward 50. Langford had half a look. Spills to Perryman. Josh Dacos goes back, lays it off to Lipinski. Just goes short down the line to Nick Dacos.
That was a Durham win. Hard ball, contested footy in the middle of the ground, that clearance.
Between wing and halfback, out of sight of the ground, takes the air out of the game for a second or two, and then just pokes the drop punt down the line. McStay comes out, it can't mark. Reid had the better of it. Ridley read it better than anyone else. Dersma's handball was inboard to Perkins. He had to get rid of it quickly. Quaynor read it, intercepted. There's Bobby Hill for you, Jared.
Number 1.
Runs the boundary line, goes inboard to Elliott, who marks on the arc of 50. Pops it over top. To go, he runs on. So does Bobby Hill. and he takes the mark hard up against the boundary line, 25 out from goal.
I was just trying to make the observation, Dermot, and I'm glad I didn't. I was going to say, Bobby hasn't touched it. Get Nick Dacos getting touches forward of the centre, not behind the ball, not behind the centre.
Yep.
So Bobby's touched it. I still think Dacos inside the arc, given that they're not playing that flash at the present time, wouldn't hurt.
10 for the season. He'll swing out into the corridor and around the body on his left side he'll go. That's what he does now. He's hit it across the face of goal and it scrapes through for a behind. 6-6-42 Collingwood, 7-3-45 the Bombers. Deutz Far Tractors scoreboard. Don't forget the Warrior Range. I know a huge wrap of that, Dermot. 170 to 350 horsepower.
It's a beast.
Deutz Far Evolved. Dwayne, visit deutzfar.com.au.
Roberts, the man with a little bit of the velvet sledgehammer's polish on him, heads out wide. De Goey caught, given an eternity, turns it over. Campbell found Reid. Gave it to Caddy, bends it toward the wing. Kako's going to have to jump here. Pendlebury nearly outmarked them all. Big Goldie got a toe on it. Accidentally kicked it to Houston. Gave it to Frampton. Floats it to Lipinski. Collingwood back inside 50. Lipinski's kicks a scrubber though. Pryor goes and gets it. Dumps it back out defensive 50. Darcy Cameron should mark it. Does with ease. And Collingwood has set up the wall.
Archie Perkins meekly allowed Isaac Quainer to shepherd him off the drop of that footy.
They need to lift it from McStay and Creary, all their forward line, really. I know
they're stationary. They're just stationary targets at the moment. No one's drawing the footy. Look at this, same again.
Big pack. Houston drives it in there. Spills to Hill, hard up against the boundary. It'd be a miracle. No. But he's a miracle man. And he does his turn of bowing to the crowd. That is as good a goal as you'll see today for Beaumont Tiles. Beaumont's for hybrid flooring.
You won't see a better one all year. I mean, we were calling for Bobby Hill to have an influence, make it a special moment, the third, the second. Even Bobby doesn't realise. He can't believe it. Look at that look on his face.
The look on his face, he's looking up at the screen. He'll be saying to himself, I want to see this on replay, brother. I reckon that was pretty good.
It could well to get a car for goal of the year.
He's done the bow. He's done the bow. The Shane Warne, one hand in front of his belly button, the other in the small of his back, and done the bow.
Replay from Makita XG 240 VMAX.
Geez, the replay is embarrassing for the Essendon defence. He's sitting there 5 metres off the back by himself.
Well, that was a certainty for DLF Seeds, innovative forages for farmers, delivering certainty through science, given that there were a few asking for him to lift.
I know he's done everything for the team, but Zach Merritt's smother, he turned his head when he probably should have been facing the kick.
So his nose should have smothered it, but he turned it away.
Well, if you're not looking at it, you can't see it to smother it. He jumped and then just turned his body away from the smother.
Little knock down to Durham from right.
That'll be 50.
And is that a free? Now, Perkins has marked it, but the Collingwood free is to side in the middle of the ground. So umpire said that the Bombers didn't know whose free it was. Short by side bottom to Pendlebury. And he takes off. Straight down the spine to full forward. And, well, it was in the end Redmond who took the mark. Could have been a couple of Bombers down there. Collingwood players just jumped under it a bit.
Yeah, McStay's got to be better than that. I mean, he just allowed himself to be bumped off. That wasn't a free kick to him. I think McStay needed to push back harder.
Membry gave a good lead up the middle. There should have been a dab kick to him.
Peter Wright goes up and the ball spills off fingertips out of play, and we'll get a ball in on the wing. So the Deutz Far Tractors scoreboard, 48 plays 45. Collingwood back in front, 7-6 to 7-3. We've got 12 and a half minutes left on the new tech automation for manufacturing clock in this third term.
It was a big moment for Bobby Hill for Bendix breaks, and he delivered a ball to Grant crisp. 244 in a row, breaks the record next week. If he gets through this one, okay. Roberts gets the crumb, centre field, just inside the field of play. He was looking for the lead offered by Peter Wright.
What's the talk about a tap down? I want to just question that tap down. How can you get credit for a hit out to advantage when you hit out to a disadvantage like that? He hit it straight down the throat of that guy.
Ned Long, he only had one player in front of him and he hit it straight to him.
Ball over the back of that boundary throw in. Pendlebury in centre field fight for it. It won't come out. We'll let a ball up.
I reckon Ned Long stood in front of the two ruckmen then and thought, I haven't got an opponent near me. I'm in the wrong spot. And Peter Wright Tapped it to him.
Straight to him.
Cameron lays it beautifully down to Nick Dacos. Durham aggressively takes him to ground. Houston, Freddie Hempel, Long leaves it behind. 50-50 ball. Redmond goes in over the top. 2B1 now. Hobbs gets it. Thumps it forward. Quain is suited by the kick. Went one-handed, Quainor. Didn't take the mark. Then there could have been a free kick to Caddy. There is a free kick to Caddy. That was not good, Isaac Quainor. In these conditions.
Thank God the umpires are paying a few.
So Caddy wins the free kick, crosses it into the corridor. I'm not sure who he's looking for there. Hill's gone back to do his bit and takes a very good diving mark at centre-half back.
Coming further up the field now, Bobby Hill.
So he floats it, hoping for Elliott, and he got there. Middle of the ground.
McStay's got a one-on-one. Dwayne.
Hands to Josh Dacos. Hands it wide to Lipinski. 80 from goal. And short to Membry, who marks 48 out, 45-degree angle. And a chance to settle this down again by extending Collingwood's lead to 9.
Who was it that kicked it across the ground there, Murray?
Caddy.
It's going to cost them this goal. It was a dumb kick, really.
Just didn't get there quick enough and didn't hit the centre of his foot.
There's no upside to it either. I mean, he's 50, 60 from goal, so is the other guy going to win it?
Halfway through this third term on the Deutsche Fahr Tractors clock, automation for manufacturing. Membry comes in, kicks from 51, and it's to the near side. It's only a behind. So again, they dodge a bullet, the Bombers, and it's a good game to watch in driving rain at the moment. Lights on, full house. AFL Nation for the 4-20 sausage roll, and for Elders for Australian agriculture.
£9 for the Pies. Zach Merritt's resting. Goldstein off the ground.
Redmond short to Mackay. They sag off him and let him make up his mind. Caddy got one in the back, and that's the way the umpire sees it. The free kick in between wing and half back.
No one on the mark.
No one on the mark, Jared, you're right. So he plays on. The kick had to be absolutely perfect in difficult conditions, looking for Perkins, and just got a hand on it before it goes out of bounds.
Had 5 touches this quarter, Caddy.
See, that was a junior play, though. Yep. The reason they put no one on the mark is because they had extra numbers 50 metres down the line. He just played on like you would in juniors, looked up and thought, I can't kick it long, had to go short, and it was an impossible kick.
7-7, 7-3 to go. He wins the clearance, gets it to Long, check side, bouncing footy up towards centre-half forward. They know clean hands, but Stay gets it on the second bite. Back to Long, he rumbles through one tackler, handballs into the corridor. Pendlebury stops, Props gets around, Shield around the body, brilliantly executed. He knew he had Crisp out there the whole time and got it to him perfectly. Probably too far out to score.
It was actually magic from Pendlebury. Just feigned the handball and sucked everybody in and came back with a kick.
He goes to the top of the square, slightly off the line. Up they go, big fist from right. He's got to get back there. That was slack stuff by the Bombers. Elliott was the one most desperate to wait to the possibility and gets his studs on it as it crosses the line. One they should not have given up there, Essendon. 8-7-55 Collingwood, 7-3-45 the Bombers. 10 points the margin, 15 and a half gone. Deutsche Fahr Tractors scoreboard, Makita, I beg your pardon, the new tech clock, automation for manufacturing.
So what happens is the kick goes to about 15 metres out from the goals. The Essendon defenders hammer the ball, try to spoil the ball over the line. But being 15 metres out, it loses its pace, which means it's there for long enough for the small forward to get his reaction and get that boot to ball before it crosses the line.
They weren't desperate enough, though, were they, the Essendon defenders? Once the ball
I think Redmond was on him and he just gave him, he just ball was. But it's an unusual goal because it's being kicked with the sole of the boot.
Yeah, his first lash at it missed.
Goldie takes it out of the ruck. Thumps it inside 50. High ball. Francis got a knuckle on the Kako. Attacks it. Got it. Got it 50 out. Gave it to Martin. 60 out. Gave it back to Kako. 70 out. Kicks it back inside 50 from the knockdown. Well, Houston overran it. Stolen again by Hobbs. Roy Hobbs. Bit of magic. And he gets the one against the grain that the Bombers needed. 45-55. 9 minutes left, third term on the new tech automation for manufacturing clock.
Well, Well, he's had a pretty quiet day, has Roy Hobbs, but he's jumped on the horse there and he's got himself a goal.
He was a baseballer, not a horse rider, but I get what
That's his cousin, Dwayne.
I tell you what, Kako's a live wire, isn't he? I mean, it's a scungy kick that goes in there. But the fact that he's able to wrap around outside 50 and just try to hammer that ball in, but it went ugly, low, flat. Everybody went, Christ, what's happening here? Made it an ugly ground ball. And that turns into a 50-50. If Collingwood get it, they clear it. If Essendon get it, it's a shot at goal.
That is a big moment for Bendix Breaks. They needed to answer the two from the Pies, and they did immediately, Essendon. So they keep parity on the scoreboard. Shield toe pokes around the body, only as far as Lipinski. Long misses the handball to Houston. Merritt goes in, you know he's going to tackle hard. Long goes back to make amends. Gets the handball to Perryman off the instep, out of bounds on the full.
Very difficult to kick an Australian rules football while you're running backwards.
Hobbs.
Only the most brilliant players of all time can do it.
Wonder boy for that one, Dwayne. He just goes short.
Been able to do it, Dan.
Or blokes like Robbie Flower, Keith Gregg.
On the line, Merritt almost. Through hands. Caddy. Didn't say me.
Maybe on a back step, but running backwards. I'm not sure about running backwards.
I couldn't do it.
Just having a look at the numbers of Dan Houston, he's had 13, he's hitting targets. He doesn't appear to have had much impact.
I tell you who could, Doug Hawkins.
Shield, Dersma, Roberts.
Can't say I ever saw Gary Ablett Senior do it, but he'd be another one I suspect.
All those blokes who aren't backward and coming forward could kick while they're running backward. I like it.
Dermott was always one of those. One. All thrown in.
Mr. Marsden.
Goldstein, Lipinski. Quick kick down the line. Reed's got good body position. Ball carried. Reed goes back, first one there, keeps it in front, under control, boundary line. Happy to take the line.
He's under the pump.
That's what you call, wasn't it? The outside mid from Marcelin?
I wasn't one of those. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 sausage roll and Elders for Australian Agriculture. Terrified half-forward flanker.
Ball back into play. Always want to be careful here. They need to put some heat on.
Pendlebury, Nick Dacos. Pendlebury, Nick Dacos tried the 1-2-3-4. Didn't quite work. The boundary line was too close, and we'll get a ball in.
So inventive, isn't he, Nick Dacos?
He changes his mind before you can quite react to it as to whether he's going to kick it, handball, or run. You never know which side he's going to go. Back into play, he's unpredictable. Little nudge out but stay, got away with it, got it to Pendlebury. Dance step around Goldie was delightful. Kick maybe not so, it's to the pocket and they'll get a ball in.
Can I say about Nick Dacos, I've never seen him butcher the ball as much as I have today. By foot.
Where's he going? Give us his...
I'm not sure. Let's have a look.
Kicking efficiency, 33%.
Wow, that is low for him. Goldstein's trying hard. He might have been faked by Pendlebury before, but he's having a go, the vet. Down the line, Howe had the better of length for the long way out, takes the mark.
Their tools have been ineffective.
Good kick.
In that front half for Collingwood.
For Long, who just dropped in between the lines there, takes the mark. Too far out to score, points to the top of the square.
No movement, as you pointed out a couple of times.
Top of the square he goes. Big pack Mackay goes to the back. Hoskin Elliott pats to himself, gathers the footy, gives it to Membry, lays it out the back to Perryman, around the body into the goal square, and they've got numbers and the big boys with the big fists, and they kill it through for 8 behind.
I've never packed that. Genuine.
8856 83 51. Deutsch far track to scoreboard.
Ridley to Shield. Back pocket.
See how he doesn't play on straight away, just sums it all up first.
Or Setterfield, he's pocket picked by Crisp, looks inside. Delightful pass to the pocket. He knew that Elliott in a pocket is almost as good as a certainty. So Elliott's going to turn around and hook kick this from about 30 metres out. He's standing outside the boundary as the umpire pushes him around on his mark, but he's equal to this on a big occasion like Anzac Day.
Wet days, the ball will not swing as much.
Too good, Elliott. Too good.
Doesn't matter.
That was a certainty for for DLF Seeds, innovative forages for farmers delivering certainty through science. He's got 3, and the Collingwood Footy Club has some breathing space with 6 minutes left in the third term. For Deutz Far Tractors, the Warrior range from 170 to 350 horsepower. It's Deutz Far Evolved. Visit deutzfar.com.au.
You described it beautifully, Dwayne, and do you remember our conversation about the ball will not travel as far through the air when it's raining? And you know how that hook kick around the corner, they can put the bias on it and spin it so hard around the corner, it will swing. When it's raining, it will not swing as much as well. But it didn't matter. Just was able to sum that up, take that into his calculations and split the medal.
Is there any chance that Jack Crisp can get an All-Australian?
I thought you were going to say get injured.
No, get an All-Australian. He's been deserving of it for a long time. Can't quite get across the line.
He'll keep whacking away. He plays at a very consistent level. Nick Dacos runs to centre-half forward low. Drilling! Drop punt in the hands in the goal square from Jordan De Goey were a thing of beauty.
He's thinking about playing on here.
He will. He does. And he kicks the goal. He's first for the afternoon, and just like that, Collingwood go bang, bang, and they bounce it out to a 17-point lead.
Isolation in the square against Jackson Pryor. If you recall, he is the former Brisbane Lions player. Not a bad player. He's a bit, chops and 3 veg type player, straight ahead, no real tricks. He's a good, solid, honest citizen in a footballing world. But Jordan De Goey was just too powerful for him and a bit too good.
The term about hit has to advantage in centre clearances. That is one of the gems. That's the exception that proves the rule. That was just set up magnificently. It was a nice handball, and then a knock on, and then an amazing kick from a bloke who's been a bit scrubby today by his own standards, but that was superb play by Dacos.
He could have gone for goal, but he went for De Goey. He almost identified that mismatch. So Sidebottom gets the clearance for Collingwood. Wide to McCreary. Bouncing ball. Boundary line looming. Roberts used his body well, but then slipped. Jones, gang tackle, dragged down, and will get a ball up. Inside 6 minutes to 3/4 time.
They've given themselves some breathing space, the Pies.
And I'm going to apologise here. I just saw that, the body shape, and I thought it was Pryor. Take that all back. It was Jordan Ridley. He outmanoeuvred for the mark in the goal square. Sorry, Jackson Pryor.
Shield. He thought about taking it over the line. It probably would have been the wise thing to do in the end. Jones make sure it does. So some conversations down on the Collingwood bench.
Got the sub up and running. Maybe Penders maybe.
It might be Perryman, I reckon, Jared. Might be coming off. That wouldn't be tactical. I don't. If it is to be Perryman, we'll hold fire on that. I'm not sure. Merritt to Jones around the body from the restart. Langford had the good sit. Quaynor covers from behind nicely. Could have been given a free kick. Frampton goes in over the top. Taking a ground. Langford fighting hard. Sullivan getting busy. I think it's Perryman.
You wouldn't jump now with your sub 5 minutes to 3/4 time. You'd wait now, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you'd be warming him up and give him a kick at 3/4 time. I wouldn't mind.
Play.
Perryman hasn't had the best of days.
Durham goes in over the top. McGrath, clever, clean. Perkins wrapped up. He laid the handball off, and immediately Myercheck thumped into Merritt. Umpire said there was no Pryor. It was 2 steps. He did prop and stop.
He had Pryor.
You didn't see Myercheck coming, Dermot. It could have been a free kick.
He was coming out the left.
Sidebottom from the restart to Lipinski. Merritt works hard, but Lipinski aided by a tiny shepherd from Cameron. Mackay goes back to Hartmut. Reed's there to back him up. Lays it off to Roberts on the wrong side. Gets good purchase down the line. Good hands from Darcy Cameron on the line.
A nice shepherd also by his teammate Billy.
Yeah, but Peter Wright's got to be stronger than that. That was a flimsy, moving off the drop of the ball effort.
Check kick to Josh Dacos. He's on the wing. So down to 4.5 minutes now to 3/4 time. Josh Dacos wide to Lipinski.
He started to look really tired, Essendon.
Yeah, Merritt sort of epitomised He looked really tired. He couldn't chase just before. Short pass to Nick Dacos, so they're not being able to shut these guys down. They have picked their way through them with precision passing here because they just haven't had the legs to cover the passing, the Bombers. They are tongue out for three-quarter time, and Long's about to kick a goal and punch this margin out by another 6 points.
So it's a great description, Dwayne. They were set out in the grid formation, trying to protect the ground as best they could in this quarter
for the second time today, like they did earlier. 3 minutes 33 left to three-quarter time on the new tech clock. Optimise your business with automation. The scoreboard for Deutz-Fahr tractors and our experts for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship expert. Collingwood, and they find a need for him, and he's a regular now this season.
And Nick Dacos again, clean hands out of the middle. They go forward once again to go. He comes hard. Ball just needed a tiny bit more on it. He would have been having a shot for goal. McGrath gets the crumb, turns around only as far as side bottom or Cameron. Take your pick. Cameron lays it off to Josh Dacos. Cruises past, lovely little dinky kick over the top of Jones. Finds Crisp.
Got to get a leading player to him to break up the opposition. Bobby Hill comes at him.
Dermot and Jared for MEGT comes in short to Josh Dacos from 60 out, top of the square. Lipinski, oh, he got up, he couldn't take the mark out the back. My check, umpire says there's a free kick.
Has to be. He went for the ride and didn't touch the ball.
You've got to do that.
That helps.
Budersma as the rain increases in its intensity momentarily. Ball to ground level. Langford back into the side today, finding it tough down there. Frampton takes him in the footy over the boundary line with a throw in. It's 11:8:74 to 8:3:51. 29 and a half minutes gone on the Deutz-Fahr Tractors scoreboard and the new tech clock.
Running hot for Ream, Collingwood, Australia's favourite hot water as we approach three-quarter time side bottom. Great fake. And then launched inside 50 and not marked by Ridley. Mops up the mess short to Dersma. He's on defensive 50. Looks around. It goes mighty wide and it's too wide. Caddy got a hand on it, so it's a ball in. So well done to Caddy. Didn't give up on it. And the ball in on the wing. MCC members side. A few of the ball ins will be shallow, so the rucks creep in a little. Goldstein, Cameron, knocked front on. Durham got a kick on it. Crab on a ball. Lipinski, little juggle. And that's off the boot of Caddy. Free kick to Collingwood out on the full.
He actually gave up his hand there, Caddy as well. He threw the head back and...
Bad poker play.
Yeah. The AFL umpires are pretty wise if you give it away just to get the free kick. Side bottom heads toward, well, that might be out on the full as well. It did come into the field of play, so it's not a ball in from where it came, but if it didn't ever cross the line, it would be. It'll be a free kick to the Bombers, to Roberts on a half-back flank. So
Collingwood letting us know, Dermot and Jared, that Dan McStay's been subbed out with a knee.
That's a surprise that he's had an injury because he hasn't got near it.
There's a fly, there was some leaping, there's hands in the back, and it's going to be a Collingwood free kick.
Good on the Pies too. Yeah, this information. But Dan McStay's day was 3 possessions.
Frampton's done his job.
Yep, been a big pickup. I mean, just the last time they won a flag, they went bang, bang, bang in the pre-season. And they've done it again this year.
Down the line to Cameron Hill. Purchase didn't complete the mark. Side bottoms there just to weigh it all up, get the footy. Almost got it to Lipinski, boundary line.
So you've got Archie Perkins has come up to the footy now. Last 2 stoppages he's played on steel side bottom. He's actually got to lock him away a bit here now. Side he's going to get a little bit too creative.
Goldstein takes front position. Oh, but look at the read off hands by side bottom. It's magnificent footy. Jones goes back and takes a mark, going back with the fly to the ball inside defensive 50.
He's got to be in the running for the medal if the Pies end up winning this side.
Wide ball from Jones. Kako's his man, and Kako outmarked by Josh Dacos. He's having a ridiculously good game as well. He must be up to 30-odd now. Sends it inside 50. Couple of marking targets down there. Ball flicked to the back. It'll be ball in forward pocket for Collingwood. What are his numbers?
He's slowed up a bit.
He's backed off 28.
He's only had 7 this quarter.
Wow. Harry Jones very proppy on a right ankle here.
59 seconds left on the New Tech clock.
Probably go off and get it taped up, Murray, rather than having it taped up before you do it.
Automation for manufacturing. Collingwood already jumped with their sub. Pendlebury, he gave that to McGrath, then he was tackled. Durham mops the mess up, gave it to Setterfield, and Josh Dacos is outmarked Caddy again. That's a freak show.
29.
2 in a row that he outpointed him and he just outmuscled him.
And running at 71%, Wayne.
Maynard cruises past. He would have run into Langford, so Josh Dacos decides to pull the trigger. Long ball to go. He had a run at it. Couldn't get the jump at the last minute. Ball hits the deck. Sullivan. Pendlebury just lets the traffic go past him like an old man just sitting by the riverbanks. The ball goes across the face and through for a behind.
I was just thinking about Josh Dacos outsizing Kako. You normally say he looks like a grade 6 beaten up on the grade preps. It's more like a grade 4 playing against a prepper.
Ridley thumps it wide. Frampton jumps, can't mark it. There's a roll of the dice here for one team if they get a clearance for a late score. So Redmond chip kick to Goldie, not your run and carry guy. He gives it off to Roberts. Sizzles it wide towards Perkins. Clock ticks. He needs to get it inside 50 in a hurry. He doesn't. So 3/4 time on the Deutz Far Tractors scoreboard. Collingwood, which were headed in the second term, and Essendon were in this game up to their eyeballs, steadied in the third, and they lead at 3/4 time 11-9-75 to 8-3-51. We'll hear from our experts for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts, Jared Healy and Dermot Burton, straight after we take a quick break and bring you the final term on AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 sausage roll and for Elders for Australian agriculture.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for the Deutz Far Warrior range. From 170 to 350 horsepower, it's Deutz Far Evolve. Visit deutzfar.com.au. DIYers, if you're looking to tackle your next residential home irrigation project, speak to Nutrien Water about their free home irrigation design and quote service. Designs are carried out by an experienced team of home irrigation specialists using professional grade components. Simply download the free planner, then submit your details. They'll then get back to you with a detailed quote for you to consider. To get started, go to nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
An important message from When insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance company's. Choose Visit sheengroup.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Are you suffering from an injury that wasn't your fault? At Bryden's Lawyers, we understand the challenges you face. Our team of experienced personal injury lawyers are here to protect your needs and provide guidance and support every step of the way. For a risk-free, no-obligation assessment of your claim, contact Bryden's Lawyers today at 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au. Who helps you in your time of need? We do. Terms and conditions apply.
Create a fresh, unique look for your home that reflects your individuality and personality. The Spaces for Living Live Bold, Step Bold sale is now on at Choices Flooring, with savings across a range of carpet, timber, luxury vinyl, window furnishings and designer rugs. Whether you're renovating or decorating, enjoy great discounts on featured products. Visit choicesflooring.com and download the Live Bold, Step Bold sale catalogue or visit your nearest Choices Flooring showroom.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Hey, CJ here, official ambassador of the 2025 Brisbane Truck Show, held on May 15 to 18. If you're looking for a trucking good time, join me at the Southern Hemisphere's biggest truck festival, featuring the latest trucks, trailers, parts and accessories all in one location. Your ticket also includes entry to the Show and Shine Championship, the Depot Careers Hub and the Heavy Equipment and Machinery Show. There's plenty for everyone, so bring the family with children under 18 free. Don't miss out. Tickets available now at brisbanetruckshow.com.au.
4 and 20, Australia's original fan food, and Coles are giving your local club the chance to win $2,000. That's $1,000 cash and $1,000 worth of 4 and 20 pies. You beauty. From April 1st to June 3rd, it's game on. Register your club, buy any 4 and 20 pack from Coles, enter online and collect the most points to win. Track your club's progress on fntsportspromo.com.au. Every pack counts. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
T's and C's apply. Ends June 3rd. With over 1 billion vehicles on the road worldwide, finding one of yours can be tricky. But with vehicle tracking systems by Radius Telematics, they'll not only find your vehicle, but they'll also tell you where it's been, where it's going, and how long it's taken, including location and speeding alerts, even driving behaviour, plus so much more. Speak to Michael and the team about dashcam and asset tracking technology that'll help keep your business's valuable assets safe and secure. For more, visit radius.com today.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. And 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
Big pack, Houston drives it in there. Spills to Hill, hard up against the band. It'd be a miracle. But he's a miracle man. And he does his turn and bowing to the crowd. That is as good a goal as you'll see today for Beaumont Tiles. Nick Dacos runs to centre half forward low. Drilling. Drop punt, the hands in the goal square from Jordan to Goey were a thing of beauty.
He's thinking about playing on.
He will. He does. And he kicks the goal. He's first for the afternoon. And just like that, Collingwood go bang, bang. And they bounce it out to a 17-point lead.
Macca's, I'm loving it moments. A Minecraft movie meal has arrived at Macca's.
Record time at the MCG, 11.975 plays 8.351. Let's hear from our experts for MEGT, your apprenticeship experts, Gerard Healy and Dermot Barrera.
Well, I've just had a look at the Fox coverage and they've had some vision of the two injuries. Harry Jones is out with an ankle injury and there's a big concern about Nick Stay, who jumped at a pack on the goal, in the goal square, on the goal line, and he's come up with a pretty sore knee. So let's hope he hasn't got any serious ligament damage.
So the Bombers were able to claw their way back into this game in the third quarter, but just after about halfway through that third quarter, Collingwood got their game happening again, and they were the team we expected them to be today. Better ball usage, better ball winning, and more control of the footy, and put the gap in the scoreline.
4 goals, the margin. Can they come again, the Bombers? They've done it once today. It'll take something Herculean to do it again. We're back in the middle. Setterfield gets the first clean hands to Redmond. Hoisted out wide. Menzies comes on for Jones. The subs have been activated. Whatever agri-science. So up towards half forward. They need 1 or 2 early just to give themselves some belief, but Quaynor standing in the middle of the pack takes a good mark.
He's a good overhead mark for a bloke who, well, he's probably 183 centimetres or so, plays on the small forwards, but he's very good overhead, Isaac Quaynor.
Go back down the line, up towards half forward for the Pies, off hands. Goldstein, the one that drifted out the back to Hobbs. He goes out the back to Redmond, has to kick under pressure in the end, into the corridor. Gresham's been quiet. He takes the mark. He plays on straight away. They get going now. Roberts has looked good on his left. He hasn't been hitting as many targets as Essendon needing to. Langford pushes up. It was 1v3 in the end, and probably a good result to get it to the boundary line, where we'll have a throw in between wing and half forward. The Bombers slightly into attack.
Just a little out of step, Kyle Langford today. Was even that ball then ran at the ball, got the launch at it, and was imbalanced when he tried to put 2 hands up, and only one flat palm hits the ball.
Gerard for MEGT.
Well done.
Durham gets the clean hands from the stoppage in towards the pocket right, almost marked it. He had a couple of juggles, and in the end, Dwayne, it just slipped through his fingertips like a boundary throw in 30 out. It's 11-9, 75, 8-3, 51. We're here for 4 and 20 pies and elders for Australian agriculture.
Durham is discarded Dacos on that occasion. Now it's over to Merritt again.
Wright does the ruck work inside 50. Merritt nearly had it, but Lipinski stole it, and then he's dropped. That's ball. Peter Wright free.
And they're kicking with the win, no doubt, Essendon, because there's been 12 goals kicked at the punt road end and only 7 at the other end. So whatever it is, there must be a magnetic force or something, Dermot, going down that end.
So the good news for the Bomber supporters here, Peter Wright, not a great day, hasn't really met the ball, as Dennis would say, full-chested. Hasn't come up to the wings to be that outlet target. But one thing he is, he's a bloody straight kick.
There's pressure if you've ever heard. From 45 metres out, 45-degree angle, and that's a bloody straight kick. Call pay the big bucks to Peter Wright. Kicks the goal but keeps the game alive. Still got 18 minutes to go in this final term. It's on the New Tech clock, New Tech automation for manufacturing, and it's the last quarter brought to us by Tyre Power. Toyo 25% off at Tyre Power. Here's a bit more from Derma and Gerard for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts.
One thing you said before, Gerard, was that you've given them hope.
Yep.
That's a touch of hope now.
Oh, absolutely.
That's an absolute touch of hope. So they had to get the first one on the board. So it brings up their 9th. They're chasing 11, but they've got an extra goal's worth of behinds on top of that. So it's a 3-goal deficit, but it gives them belief and hope.
They've got to sort out this clearance business, though, because they're getting poleaxed at clearance at the moment, the Bombers.
So Cameron and Goldstein, Dacos was held.
He just runs so hard at stoppage, doesn't he? He puts panic into those opposing him.
Bob saying that he was too, but the umpire only had eyes for the pie. He goes short to Pendlebury. It goes back to Nick Dacos just down in front of him at the reach. Gets it on the second, but Hobbs' tackle was good. Gives it to Josh. Menzies corrals him, gets onto his left foot, goes up towards half forward. Excellent kick just inside the line to Elliott, who marks too far out to score.
If I had my way on the Essendon selection, I'd have started Menzies.
So low drop punt. Oh, and it's cleared everybody. And Darcy Cameron out the back, filling the hole. It landed in his guts, and he takes the mark 15 out directly in front.
Not even a skim off a fist or anything like that. It cleared everybody.
What's Goldie doing on the goal line when this guy's
he probably
8 metres in front?
He's probably backed himself in to read the mind of the Collingwood player that's going to try and hammer it towards goal, but he's just nailed it low and flat.
Having a good year, this fella.
Absolutely, he's flying.
they've kicked the
Well, if
first.
you pick the All-Australian team now, he's the ruckman. Maybe Sam de Conning at Carlton.
Yeah. And he comes, 15 out, directly in front, pops it through. So the answer is immediate from Darcy Cameron and Collingwood. And they get it back out to 24 points, 12-9, 81. Collingwood, Essendon 9-3-57, 5 minutes gone. In the final quarter on the Tyre Power scoreboard, Tyre Power's Big Easter sale is now on with 25% off on selected Toyota tyres, tyrepower.com.au.
I'm just having a look at the vision there, and Big Goldie's had a pretty good day. Goldie's
he's going to get tired by now.
He's neutralised if he hit outs to advantage and clearances, but he just fell asleep on that occasion, and he's given himself a couple of clips on the way. Given he is the coach, he's the ruck coach.
He's had a word to the ruckman, I think.
He's had a good solid word to the ruckman, and he cannot believe it. The replay doesn't do him any favours.
So who are you going with? It's your All-Australian, if you called it now, ruckman. De Koning or Darcy?
This guy's very close.
Max Gawn's been going all right the last 2 weeks too.
2 weeks, yep.
By the knockdown, Nick Dacos nearly had it and towed off the deck in here by Long, straight to McGrath, who thumps it to half forward. Bombers got to fight this out. A quick goal here, they're back in town. Merritt had it, they wrapped him up. Josh Dacos flicked the handball out in hope, but no one going anywhere will get a ball up. Sullivan holds it up.
Probably just spoke to him, I think. Yeah.
I thought De Koning started brilliantly and has been good over the last few weeks, but not great like this bloke's been most times.
Merritt gets it, floats it, gets it inside 50. Maybe a little nudge by Frampton. It was a big nudge by Frampton. And Caddy will take the free directly out and will kick from right on the arc, maybe from 48, 49, and keep this game alive if he can kick it.
It was a hoik that. Now, the kid's going to have a shot. You know, that youthful exuberance. He will believe I can get this distance. I don't know if he will. He just motions him under it. So far so that Billy doesn't even get a fist on it. It goes over his head as well.
I think he's got it covered in his stretch, yes.
50.
Yep, it's long, it's long, it's long, it's long. Well done. He got it there. Don't reach for your car keys just yet. If you're listening to AFL Nation here at the G, Collingwood 12-9, 81. Essendon respond with a goal of their own, 10-3-63, and we've still got an eternity left, 15 and a half minutes left in this final term brought to us by Tyre Power. By the way, the Big Easter sale is still on. I know Easter's done, but you can still sneak in on the back of the Easter sale and get 25% off on selected Toyota tyres, tyrepower.com.au.
So, on the line, the Magpie defender, 1v1 on that kick, is locked away by an arm lock and he cannot reach to touch that ball. If there's an extra Collingwood defender on the line and he gets a run up, he'll touch that. That's a missed moment by the Magpie backman.
Dermot Gerrard for MEGT. Caddy's got 2. Free kick to the Bombers, so they get the chance to strike back here. Quick kick inside forward 50. Going to be a tough one to mark, but Howe was good. Got great position on Langford. Takes it on his chest.
Yes, Perkins putting a lot of time into side bottom at stoppage, and not surprisingly, he's had 13 clearances.
Perryman comes out wide looking for Lipinski. Dursman got the fist on that.
That's a big number, 13. 13 clearances. The next best is Nick Dacos with 7, and Merritt's had he's had 4, just to put it into perspective. That's the most for any Essendon player.
What do you reckon a world record would be?
18, something like that, roughly.
Tossed in. Down to Hobbs, wrapped up by Lipinski. We'll have another ball up.
Yeah, Perkins was very good last week as a midfielder, slight amount of time, and a forward, a deep forward. I think they're just saying to him now, how about you learn a bit?
So beautifully weighed down by Goldstein to Hobbs, who was being caravanned by Lipinski before he had hands on the footy. So Hobbs will take the free kick.
And lines him up over the mark. 90 out.
And the side of the ground. Goes up towards half forward out the back. Ball hits the deck. Lovely hands from Kako. It's a dribbler. Does it get all? No, it doesn't get there. Caddy.
Off the knee.
Off hands. Off the knee.
It's a lovely attack on the ball, though. Pick up.
Wasn't it?
Smart play. It's going to be exciting over the next generation.
They're in vogue, aren't they, these dynamic, very small forwards? Yep. things happen. So hard up against the behind post, ball thrown in. Can the Bombers find another one? He cut it to a couple of goals. Chance for Merritt. He just gets it through the cracks, but Collingwood got all the numbers, and Houston very professionally fumbles it through for a rush behind.
You think Hawthorn with Cyril and Puopolo made them in vogue, or was it Richmond with their 3 or 4?
Well, Carlton had 79, 80, 81. They had the mosquito fleet as well. They've always been there. We kind of label them differently each era. I mean, Alan Davey was one of those pressure small forwards for the Demons as well.
Lipinski, little knock on to my check, and the ball taken out.
But I know, as we get taller in league football, the real miniature small forwards are coming. Like the Wizard, he is tiny, and so is Kako. He is really tiny for league football as well.
Essendon have got another academy kid coming through, might be even smaller than Kako.
It was 178, I think.
It's impossible.
Who was the smallest ever? Paul Callery?
5'4".
Kako goes for it, can't mark it. Sullivan leaps the handball wide to Chris, half-back flank. He launches it. McGrath's in a pretty good spot. He's got Bobby Hill for company. And Bobby disposed of McGrath because he was in a better spot. And that's dissent, surely. I mean, look at the umpire and said, no way. What happened to the dissent? What happened to that? Brad Scott was the man who brought it in. He's coaching against it right now. DeGoey's got it forward pocket.
Last turnover then was horrible.
Don't want to go over your comment there, Dwayne, but let's just underline that. That's dissent completely.
Look at the umpire sook about it and then throw it back after.
Underarm hard.
That was, yeah, exactly. That was dissent when Brad Scott was the footy boss. So DeGoey to try and finish this off. He misses to the near side. Only a behind. So Essendon still breathe. 13 minutes left on the new tech clock. Automation for manufacturing. Final turn brought to us by Tyre Power. Toyo 25% off sale right now. Collingwood 82, Essendon 64.
Great intercept by Jack Crisp, though. Just continues to. He's got a new position. Maybe he'll be all thrown on the wing.
Down the line, no one can mark. Side bottom gathers, gave it to Maynard. Pulls the kick a bit too far into the pocket. Not going to do DeGoey any favours there, and it goes out of bounds. But Collingwood have got it at the right end. I'll just take some time off the clock here.
Paul Puopolo was a little bit like Tim May around Shane Warne, wasn't he, with Cyril in the forward line?
Good climb too, take a big grab.
He could.
Ball tossed in. Mychek will do the work, gets to the front position, thumps the top of the square. Oh, it was almost a magnificent piece of improvisation from Hill.
I shouldn't forget Luke Bruce. And he's still playing.
Yes, right. Too. I think they've called him managed this week. Yeah. I think they've just...
Soft drop.
Yeah.
Ball thrown in. Mychek again. Does the work. Ball at ground level, held without the footy was Ridley. No, says Yumbo. Hill around the body. Snaps across the face. Through for a behind. No, behind. Mark taken. Behind. Paid. 12-11-83, 10-4-64. Tyre Power, a scoreboard. Toyo 25% off.
Never too early for a handy behind. In the last quarter, it's 19 points now. 3 goals, 1. Little chip kick toward Pryor. Through his hands, Dersma. Through his hands.
Stay over it.
Down a free kick to Dersma. Crowd not so sure. The Collingwood portion of the crowd not so sure. There's one half-back flank.
Side he's dropped off, hasn't had a clearance this term.
Bumps it long since we talked about the world record. Peter Wright can't take the mark. It was a 6-pack. Ball comes out to Quaynor. Squeezed the kick away straight back to Dersma. Was the man who set it there. Gave it to Pryor. About to send the Bombers to half forward. Low dart. Good mark taken by Langford. Hasn't been a little rusty on his return.
Roll and go. Too long.
So Collingwood get their defence set. Dersma kicks into that set defence and up flies Jeremy Howe. But that's does what Howe's been doing for a decade.
Same issue that we've talked about in quarter one. It was just conservative rubbish, and the Bombers are a long way behind on the scoreboard. There's nothing to lose.
So Langford, it's his first game back, but if he's been playing for a few weeks, he sees the landscape around him before he has to roll and go. Good intercept mark on the wing here by Dersma, and he pumps that ball into advantage rather than sweating on the kick and staying on it.
Oh, to Roberts, they've got themselves in a pickle here. Martin There's three pies swarming around him. Roberts goes back in a lend a hand. The umpire almost blew the whistle. Side bottom, great smother Dersma. Really big ball to be won here. Pryor goes in, rips his man off. It didn't have it. Umpire says play on. Merritt gets the spillage, runs to 55. It's a massive moment. You've got to go here, Josh Caddy. He flies, brings it to ground. Pendlebury, of course he is. In front of 92,044 people. He just on the outside of the boot caresses it to Sullivan. Has a bounce, goes up towards half forward, looks for Hill, got off his man McGrath, takes the mark, wants to plant quickly, does plant quickly, gets it to Elliott inside forward 50, who takes the mark.
And that's the point in case. Grab it and roll.
Yeah.
Mark and go. He didn't know he was there when he turned around to play on. He just assumed he's going to make it up on the way through.
Well, you trust your teammates to read the flow of play, to be there when you roll and go. I will say, and I've given him a hard time today, but he's set such high standards for himself. Zach Merritt, you don't have to bounce the ball then. He releases that ball by foot. He gets a better advantage with his teammate being a one-on-one rather than a 1v2 in the air.
Producing again, Jamie Elliott is kick three. This to put it to bed.
That's a good kick.
He's a good player. He's got four.
And it started at the other end of the ground with Scott Pendlebury just running to the goal square on the back of that Merritt kick. And I'm with you, Derm. That had to be a short kick to a bloke running up because it was going to end up a 2-on-1. Pendlebury read it best. He got there, turned around, kicked a boomerang pass, and it gets to the other end of the ground. Here's the boomerang pass from Scott Pendlebury, straight down the throat.
To my reckoning, that's Jamie and Elliott's just brought up his 300th, or is it his 301st goal?
Not sure, but there's
344
people there.
Yeah, his third would have got into 300 today.
Okay.
So,
92,044. It's a great crowd.
It was a good crowd, given the rain all day. And that
They've
could
only
be a
got
big
three
moment.
in here, the Bombers, so that'll be a 666 because they were 657 then.
Bendix breaks, big moment. Bendix breaks, puts the foot down with confidence. Bendix breaks, 89-64. Rain continues to tumble. Ball not down to side bottom. You get Jared. Side bottom with the clearance. Got it to Nick Dacos. Heads to Elliott. Oh, the flick on was delightful. Not sure that Membry was on the same page. And McGrath scrambles it toward the boundary and will get a ball in. There was a little bit of a Collingwood chant ringing around the MCG for a while. The crowd know how long left. 17 minutes gone. Final term. New tech clock. Still 9:39 left.
Collingwood deep into attack again. Myercheck and Goldstein, neither can do much with it. It's a pack of players around it. The ball spits around in there, not trapped completely until now. And the Imposters will ball it up again.
Who's got the 3 votes, Derm? You're giving them?
Oh, am I?
Brooksy told me.
Thrown up. Goldstein drops it down, held, free kick to the vet. Trying hard. And been told to Savage blowing the ruck stocks this year with their 2 prime young ruckmen sidelined now for the season. Going to patch it up right throughout. Goldstein's going to have to do a lot more work than he might otherwise have imagined at this level. Frampton farms it out to Houston. Side bottom, what a game. Dispossessed, good tackle from Merritt, wants the free kick. He tried to step him, surely it was a...
Well, he tried to absorb the tackle, but the tackle then made him drop the ball.
Well, the umpire also was knocked out in the tackle, but he had pride, didn't he?
Yeah, well, he put his weight onto his left and then pressed onto his right, trying to step him.
That's coming from a man who thinks prior opportunities are blink.
Yep. It shouldn't even be the words prior opportunities. Shouldn't go together.
We've liked this kid's game, haven't we? Reid, he's been good, one of their better players, Zach Reid. That's a good contested mark again.
Just got a text from a bloke called Tony Baum who was debating about whether he would make it or not. He's won the debate.
There you go. You can see it. Dersma goes down the line to right, too far out to score. Into the pocket he goes. Kakko wanted it out the back. Howe got the fist. Kills the footy out of bounds. Let it throw in. It's 13-11-89, 10-4-64, 19 minutes gone. Final quarter on the Tide Power clock. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies and Elders.
So the reason Kakko stands out in this fortnight is the one player down there that has natural, instinctive creativity. The others are pretty stock standard. Caddy's got a chance long term to learn that and just bring that to fruition.
Nick Dacos to Josh Dacos to side bottom, the usual suspects around the body towards the wing, and it's thumped out pretty well by Reid.
That's a clever spoil there, Dwayne.
Maybe tried to tap the mark, but safety first.
Yeah, but if he just punches it and the ball continues on in Collingwood's direction, but he gets a good solid swat of a fist, goes sideways, and they retain field possession.
Hobbs caught by Nick Dacos going nowhere.
Field position.
Collingwood since three-quarter time been running hot for Ream. His favourite hot water. Martin, the collect on the run, gave it to McGrath, didn't like what he had on offer one way, went the other way to Dersma, put him under the heat, gave it to Mackay, around his body from half back to half forward. Frampton goes up, double fisted, back to the wing, side bottom goes and gets, gave it to Sullivan, bang, gone. Redmond cut him down, cut him in half. Ball fell to McGrath, floats it back inside 50, Caddy's down there, Wright's down there. Well, who's going to be paid the mark? They both marked it, and both refused to give up on it either. That was bizarre.
Yeah. Peter Wright was the one behind. Caddy probably should have...
That's a ball up.
You know what? If they are on opposition sides, that is a ball up. It was selfish by Caddy in actual fact.
And he missed the goal. And Peter Wright's a better kick at goal, so maybe he should have deferred.
But not only that, Dwayne, Caddy Shepherd was able to move his opponent out of the way, which would have been an uncontested mark for Peter Wright. He went back to the drop of the ball and turned it into a contest mark against his own teammate.
Whatever it was embarrassing.
You pitched about 20 of those off Pete Curran in your time too, Durham. Two by the way.
You reckon?
Big finish from Goldstein. Hobbs dispossessed, play on's the call. To Goey, gets the handball away. Perkins throws it on his boot, but it's all Collingwood back there. How reading it.
What school did Peter go to?
It's irrelevant.
Getting pushed off the ball. He's got to find a way to get better than, if he's going to have any future in footy, he's got to get better than he is.
At his age and his experience, yeah.
Crisp down the line. Elliott comes hard at it again. Dersma kept his feet on the ground, got the crumb. Redmond comes into McGrath, back to Dersma, running the game out pretty well. Goes inside forward 50, up goes right out to that Caddy. Should get the footy and kick the goal now. It's at his feet. He just had a little moment where it didn't come back to him. Now he gathers and hits the post. 2-3 for the afternoon for young Josh, for Nate Caddy.
He's a bit stiff there. That'd have been a dry ground. The ball would have gripped more and gone through for a goal.
Yes, but he's got blinkers on at the moment. He had John Menzies on the inside, and that should have been a handball and a pretty well certain goal.
He's got to know the ball doesn't bite on a wet deck, though, doesn't he?
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah.
But as Dermot said, he's got goalpost blindness.
He has.
Yeah, he's like a lot of blokes at this stage of the game. You're going to lose, and he wants his goal tally to look better than it.
Yeah, but with 6 minutes left, and what is it, a 3-goal game? 4-goal game.
4-goal game. They've got to kick 5 to win.
Yeah.
And they've kicked.
It's still alive.
Yeah, it is still alive if you get a goal then.
It's alive if they play perfect football, which they haven't played all year.
Back into play, Goldstein, Cameron. Goldstein got a knock down to the front. De Goey, he looks up, he mesmerised a few of them, gave it inboard to Long. He fed it further to Sullivan, back to Long. He chips it inside 50. They've got options aplenty. Out the back, Hoskin Elliott can kick the game-sealing moment goal for Loctite. Fast, strong and reliable adhesives that go beyond the bond. It is locked tight now. The win on ANZAC Day for the Magpies. Will Hoskin Elliott out the back. It was like he found $50 in his jacket pocket.
Well, I tell you, he was excited. I just saw Nick Dacos celebrate like they won the grand final.
That's what I saw too. That's the difference in the mindset between the two teams. Nick Dacos is 110 metres away, and you describe. Yeah, you saw it as well.
He jumping for joy. I know he's captain, and I know it's a big stage, but that was just brilliant clearance work. It was a succession of handballs.
Ned Long was instrumental in it once again. Good game.
They are playing supreme team football, Collingwood. They don't give a stuff who kicks the goals. They just happy for whoever kicks it. They just want team success.
Just off the back, piggybacking off the conversation you two were just having about Caddy, the first thing that Long did then, he didn't have a look at the goals when he was 51 out. He looked to somebody in a way better position. Ball back in the middle. He gets another one, so he's getting the stats he deserves. He thumps it up towards full forward. And Elliott just stood tall as others fell around him. And he'll go back and finish it off for his fifth.
Ridley fell to ground, went to ground, and it was actually his teammate Pryor who bumped into him and made him lose his feet. It wasn't De Goey pushing him off the ball or off the drop of the ball.
So what's he going to do? Drop punt from 25 out on a slight angle around the body. He screws it at goal and he's got 5 on the board.
He got that 100.
Player he has been.
Question without notice for you, Derm.
Yeah.
Would Ned Long be the new Josh Kennedy?
That's a fair call, isn't it?
Josh Kennedy of Hawthorn Swans fame, one of the great clearance players in the history of the game, legend of the club, Hall of Famer.
Yep. What are you trying to rub it in now?
No, I just looking at this kid think he's played 19 games and you've let a Hall of Famer go.
Yeah,
He's got to carry up the senior.
Would you
Hawthorn let him go too.
Would you send us Sean Burger in return though? Although the kid coming in this weekend, Henry Hustwaite.
We like Henry, don't we?
Oh, he's a good player. He's ready-made as they do come.
I'm thinking about that medal, the 3 votes. Gee, if Elliott kicks a 6th, it's got to be a contender. Nick Dacos didn't have it. Hobbs, bang, Durham ran into a roadblock in crisp. Don't want him injured. It's going to break the record next week. Good collect by Hobbs again. Shoots a handball out in Merritt's direction. He left it behind and Houston content to take it out.
Thing is with somebody like Ned Long, he's playing every moment of every game that he gets now like he's thankful for a second chance and he's never going to play any other moment unlike this ever again.
He's a powerful young man who's worked very, very hard to get where he is.
Just great recruiting too, though. I love it when the recruiters take a bit of a punt and it's clear that it's going to be a winner.
It's clear that Craig McRae loves him.
Yep.
He's in the middle of it again. Pendlebury stands up in the tackle, knew exactly where he had to be slung to kick it his team's way. Myercheck dispossessed. Perkins goes over the top, stays in the battle, dispossessed in the end. Collingwood win another one. McCreary's been quiet, but he might have a moment here. Then Mackay stays with him. McCreary tries to push him off the ball. Mackay played that pretty well. Got around McCreary and then laid the tackle on Chris, pull the ball up.
One of the interesting things I find is coming to the footy and watching the position of the umpires, because the umpire that just ran to the middle was 65 metres away from the contest, and you just wonder, why don't you get a bit closer?
Chris just farms it out the back to Josh Dacos, who's had heaps of it around the body inside forward 50. Great mark.
Got to say, I don't watch the umpires much, Kurt.
No,
Myercheck.
Just staggered me that he was so far away.
That was a good mark. Hasn't had a big day, Brodie Myercheck. Gives them balance up forward in the way that they like to structure.
It's a fair interchange. Elliott offside, bottom on.
Yeah. So for the record watchers, Jack Chris comes to the bench late in this one, uninjured, healthy as hell. Myercheck comes in. It's a thumping drop punt, and he's put through another one. So the Pies are finishing full at running here. That is emphatic stuff. They've kicked the last 4 of the game, and they are powering away from Essendon. And right now it looks every bit first v 11th. 16-11, 107 Collingwood. 10-6, 66 the Bombers. 28.5 minutes gone. Last quarter, all the numbers there for Tyre Power and Newtek.
Well, the accuracy kept them in it early, but now it's 27 scoring shots to 16.
So it's a 7-goal buffer they've got on them. And look, yeah, they were brave in moments or in runs during the game, the Bombers, but coming into this game, they were beaten by some good teams at the start of the year, the Bombers. Then they got a down Port Adelaide, they got a down Melbourne team. Yep. Both those teams have risen in the following weeks. and then they got a soft kill against the Eagles, but still only got them by 2 points. This might be who they are.
From the ball up, Nick Dacos, another touch, got it to Pendlebury. It was one of those flick handballs whilst he was in the air.
Overhanded.
Pendlebury over to Membry. He slipped. Dersma. Is that a good last quarter? To Hobbs, to McGrath. Chip kick is good to Menzie. Still a few minutes to play with here for both teams. Menzie towards Kako. Through hands. Ball flick to the back. Josh Dacos must be coming up for close to 40 if he collects this and gets a touch. He didn't. It was knocked away. Gresham went and got it. Gave it to Caddy. Bends it to the goal square, but Lipinski is the only one home, and he plays for Collingwood, of course. He gave it to McCreary. Little fumble, McCreary. Toe poke was good. Roberts feeds it back. Merritts, 50 from goal. Gave it to Menzie. Gets it back. He gave it to Martin, 50 from goal. Got it back to the top of the square. Off hands. Gresham gets a moment. Caught. Done. Here goes Nick Dacos. Chip kick wide to Mychek, who's got on the half-back flank. We're down to 2 minutes. Heads wide towards DeGoey. It's too wide for DeGoey, but that was the intention. Get a ball in.
Is there a reason why we allow, the umpiring fraternity allow so many throws?
Well, as long as you touch it with your fist, you don't have to fist it from your palm anymore. You just have to skim it with your knuckle.
Yeah, we don't follow the rule book.
I'm even counting those as legitimate handballs.
Dacos brothers have moved on to 66 between them.
Zach Brothers had a couple of good throws last week.
Did he what? They were real throws, though.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is there a reason why we allow that?
No, we need a fifth umpire to pick them up.
Bring it all the way back.
That's a strange kick.
Perkins into the middle. It's 1v3. The one was Redmond. And somehow the ball spilled out to McGrath, who realised he had to get in left hand. Dersma has had a good last quarter. Back to Redmond. Hoskin Elliott goes hard at him and forced the error from the kick. And Maynard filled the hole, got the double fister on it, killed the danger. Well, the boundary thrown out of side of the ground. 50 out from the Essendon goal. 16-11, 107-10, 666. And they are building into this season very nicely, Collingwood. Just thrown right to no one. Nick Dacos just weaves his way out to his brother as well. They just know where each other are all the time. McCready can't mark. Ball at ground level. Lipinski gets a hand in there, gathers. Got a couple here. Ned Long's one. McCreary's the other.
He's lost his hairband.
He has. He looks
McCreary,
like... He looks like...
He looks like he's out of Led Zeppelin at the moment.
I called him McCready, who of course was Kurt Russell's character in The Thing, one of the great John Carpenter movies.
As opposed to Snake Plissken.
That's exactly one of the other great characters. Sullivan gets it to side bottom and kicks it out on the full.
That was Kurt Russell too.
It was Snake Plissken. That was Escape from New York, wasn't it?
Great movie. Ernest Borgnine played the cab driver. Remember Ernest Borgnine?
I do. McHale's Navy.
Here's Andy Marta. Take us home on Anzac Day.
Comes back in. And it's McCreary, not McCready. He takes the mark 64.
Snake Plissken.
Oh, great character.
He's got the ball. Come on, Snake.
He's too far out to score. Obviously, it's a shocking kick.
It's going to work.
Almost. Dersma hit it hard. Kept it in front of him. Did well. Hobbs with the handball to Robertson. There it is. And it's another red letter day for the Pies on one of football and Australia's great annual events. And they signal to the world that they are the real deal in 2025. 16-11, 107 and 10, 666.
Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
It'll be sung with some gusto tonight. 5 goals to Jamie Elliott, who was a star. Tim Memory kicked 2, singles each to DeGoey, Maynard, Perryman, Cameron, Hill, Hoskin Elliott, Nick Dacos, Brody Mychek and Ned Long. 11 goal kickers in total. 2 each for the Bombers to Caddy, Durham and Wright. Singles each to Langford, Hobbs, Kako and Perkins. At the end of the day, it's a very comprehensive 41-point win to the Collingwood Magpies.
Good old Collingwood forever. They know how to
Oh, this is not good for Fox. I'm looking at one of our colleagues, lovely girl, Sarah Jones out there. She's got the drowned rat hair now at the moment. She'll be saying, just put the camera on the subject, will you? Keep it off me.
Post-game
She's a
show.
ripper. She is a ripper.
Post-game show, well, she won't be happy because she's a bomber through and through. Post-game show for Before You Dig, before every job. Search Before You Dig online every time. And Trojan Tools built tough, available at Bunnings Warehouse. Go on, you two, give us the skinny on this one.
Class difference. They're just they're workers who work hard are better than Essendon's workers who work hard, and their class finishers who finish with class are better than Essendon's class finishers. So if you sort of like, you love your cricket. If they bowl better than you, they bat better than you, and they catch better than you, you're up against it. And as this game if this game went to a fifth quarter, which would make it fifths, they'd win by even more. The gap was widening as the game went on.
I think if you're picking a midfield, you got side bottom, Dacos, Pendlebury, Long's there. Merritt would go into that midfield, but not too many others.
I reckon you could mount a case for Durham, but right now, as good as Durham has been, is Ned Long better? That's the position.
Ned Long continues to improve. Durham's been terrific, and again, he worked hard, but he didn't have anywhere near the influence. He kicked a couple of goals. Outside of his goals, he didn't have anywhere near the same.
But Ned Long's come up to the pace that quickly this year. He might have gone past some players like that. And I think the world of Sam Durham. I think he's an absolute ripper. He's blood and guts, and he puts his body on the line every week. But Ned Long just might be better. Because you're probably asking a bit more of Sam Durham too.
They're just so well built, aren't they, Collingwood, for the big occasion?
Well, as I said, they've neglected the draft to a degree.
Would you please
Let's go downstairs to the official presentation of the ANZAC Day
and Services League, Dr. Robert Webster, OAM, to present the ANZAC Day Medal to the player whose conduct and play during the best exemplifies the ANZAC spirit, skill, courage in adversity, self-sacrifice, teamwork and fair play. The winner of the ANZAC Day Medal is Steel Sidebottom of the Collingwood Football Club.
And they are loving it. Look at them get around them.
Has he won it before?
He was won it 3 times, hasn't he?
He's been around long enough.
It's true that there's no doubt his clearance work today would have got him across the line.
First of all, thanks to the Bombers. We're both very lucky to be able to represent the whole AFL on this day, and couldn't think of 2 better clubs to do it. Thanks for everyone for turning out. Such a special day, one that we all look forward to, and go the Pies.
I'm a very popular player, Sidey. Keeps it simple.
Prior to the presentation of the ANZAC Day Trophy, let us first acknowledge the performance of the Essendon Football Club, who were gallant in defeat today. Would you please now welcome Nick Dacos and Craig McRae to receive the ANZAC Day Trophy from Dr. Robert Webster, OAM, and Sue Catamol, Chief Executive Officer of RSL Victoria. This is a perpetual trophy provided by the RSL in dedication to the memory of those footballers who served in times of war. The names of the VFL footballers known to have sacrificed their lives during active service are inscribed on the trophy.
It is Steel Sidebottom's second ANZAC Day medal. He won one in 2016.
Incredible performance given it was, 9 years ago.
I just want to say thank you to everyone that turned out today. Obviously a massive day, and it's an absolute privilege to play on this day. Credit to Essendon. We knew it was going to be a tough game coming in. As I said, we're super grateful to play on this day. Keep donating over the weekend to the ANZAC Appeal. I know it goes a long way. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, everybody. That now concludes the formalities for today's ANZAC Day clash between the Collingwood Football Clubs and Essendon. Please, a safe drive home.
Well, there you go. Sidebottom, BOG. It could have been one of 4 or 5.
How many clearances in the end? How many clearances did he get?
He had 15, right? Big day.
That's a huge day. That's just...
22 contested, which your clearances are always going to be. And 15 clearances.
We're going to take a quick break, come back and give you all the awards, let you know who Dermot has picked for his 3, 2 and 1.
Well, I've already had... I did have Steele down there. I've written him down. So he's got your 3, so 2 and 1 to come.
So Dermot's 2 and 1 to come. 16-11, 107 Collingwood to Essendon, 10-6, 66. AFL Nation coming your way from the Melbourne Cricket Ground. It's been great to have your company, but don't go anywhere. Still a bit of footy to come tonight on AFL Nation, of course, for 4 and 20 and the sausage roll, and for Elders for Australian agriculture.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win, and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie. DIYers, if you're looking to tackle your next residential home irrigation project, speak to Nutrien Water about their free home irrigation design and quote service. Designs are carried out by an experienced team of home irrigation specialists using professional grade components. Simply download the free planner, then submit your details. They'll then get back to you with a detailed quote for you to consider. To get started, go to nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
When being on the road is your business, keeping your truck in top shape is everything. With stores right across the country, Truckline stocks over 70,000 parts for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. So that means you can get the quality parts and expert service you need to keep your business moving. Truckline, the truck parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of? Laser tag? Pew pew. No, you clown. Laser cutting. Close. Laser welding? Correct.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
Hop into OMF's Big Easter Sale. Buy any mattress protector and get up to 60% off all modern family and signature mattresses, like the Mornington mattress, now under $1,100, or the Urban mattress, now under $1,500. This week, get an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses and get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. But hurry, these exciting deals won't last. End Sunday at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Azito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
Hey, CJ here, official ambassador of the 2025 Brisbane Truck Show, held on May 15 to 18. If you're looking for a trucking good time, join me at the Southern Hemisphere's biggest truck festival, featuring the latest trucks, trailers, parts and accessories all in one location. Your ticket also includes entry to the Show and Shine Championship, the Depot Careers Hub and the Heavy Equipment and Machinery Show. There's plenty for everyone, so bring the family with children under 18 free. Don't miss out. Tickets available now at brisbanetruckshow.com.au. you.
4 and 20, Australia's original fan food, and Coles are giving your local club the chance to win $2,000. That's $1,000 cash and $1,000 worth of 4 and 20 pies. You beauty. From April 1st to June 3rd, it's game on. Register your club, buy any 4 and 20 pack from Coles, enter online and collect the most points to win. Track your club's progress on fntsportspromo.com.au. Every pack counts. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
T&Cs apply. Ends June 3rd.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. And 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
The AFL Nation post-game show for Before You Dig, before every job, search Before You Dig online every time. And for Trojan Tools built tough, available at Bunnings Warehouse. You heard the game-sealing moment for Loctite. Loctite, fast, strong and reliable adhesives that go beyond the bond. Jamie Elliott's 4th and 5th goal with the Loctite game-sealing moments. And still side bottom, who won the medal was the Tobin Brothers Forever Young Player of the Day. Tobin Brothers Funeral celebrating lives every day of the year. The Bendix breaks, crucial moment for New Farm, Australian through and through. Well, probably for Nick Dacos, the crucial moment was getting the siren to sound with Collingwood in front. In his first ever game as captain on ANZAC Day for the Collingwood Football Club, it would have been a big moment for Nick. And he joins us downstairs. Welcome to you, Nick. Great to have you.
Might be going with the song.
No, they're in the song, I reckon.
Wow, in the song. Good throw, though, Dwayne. I was.
You could be excited for a minute.
.07 to 66, the final scoreline. Nick Dacos is about to join us in a matter of seconds. Dermot, give us your 2 and 1, given the still side bottom, got your 3.
Yeah, starting with the 3. 2 to Jamie Elliott, 5 goals on a wet day. On this occasion, Anzac Day is an awesome return. And 1 to Nick Dacos. So I thought his game stayed at the high, lofty level for the entire 4 quarters. Brother Josh was ahead of him at half-time, but didn't quite finish off, only had about 15 disposals in the second half. Wasn't enough for a vote there. And for the Bombers, nobody in the hunt, really.
3, 2 and 1 for the AFL Nation Player of the Year. We are about to head down to Nick Dacos. If you've got an unmissable moment for Drink Wise, you won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
I think Bobby Hill's goal. That was one of the best goals of the year.
Yeah, it's a nice call as well. Who ran the most kilometres today for OMF? OMF, sleep deeper, recover faster, perform stronger, wake up refreshed, energised and ready to dominate every game.
Nick Martin got 15.
Yeah, didn't actually have the biggest of games, yeah, so... But he was good.
So they had the 3. Martin carried 15-1, Dewsman 14-8, Gresham 14-7.
So who do you reckon ran the quickest at any moment?
So you're saying Gresham ran more kilometres than he had touches?
Yeah, he ran away from it.
Quite a long way, I reckon.
Yeah. He just ran where it wasn't.
12 touches and he ran 14 Ks. It's hard work.
There's been a lot of guys who've ran where it isn't.
Bo McCreary, 33.1 k per hour he reached.
Who was that? Bo McCreary.
Snake Plissken.
Yes. Who was the toughest player today for Truckline? Get your truck on the move with Truckline.
Yeah, Ned Long for Truckline, yes, Ned Long.
And the crucial moment for New Farm, Australian through and through. There are a few little game-changing moments that happened.
I like Pendle's tunnel ball.
Was that the smart play? Smart play there?
Going to the other end of the ground for a goal, and they were on the charge then, Essendon.
Smart play for Australian made. It's time to shop local and support Aussie's
I reckon
jobs.
The smart way was Peter Wright, just holding on. He just held on until Nate Caddy eventually let it go.
Australian made. Time to shop local and support Aussie jobs. Buy Australian made products right now. Australian made. When you buy local, you support Aussie jobs. And the breakout player today for Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life. You've got Ned Long in your calculations, you guys. You've been talking about him a bit.
The Bombers have got a young kid called Roberts who he turned it over a few times today, but
got better with foot after half-time, didn't he?
I think he's going to be a beauty for them coming off the half-back line. Turns it over a couple of times, but that's part of footy. His disposal efficiency in total was 72%, so that's a pretty good margin,
And the power play rankings for Red Energy for 100% Australian electricity and gas.
Well, Society had it covered at half-time, and it'd be surprising if Durham, he's got it covered. 134, knocked off Jamie Elliott, who was your 2 votes. And Jeremy Howe slid in for third at 126.
Yeah, they kept kicking the ball to him.
Our tackler of the day for Bar Crusher Boats, Australia's ultimate fishing weapon, Bar Crusher Boats.
Nick Dacos had the most.
He did 7 tackles. A pretty good effort when you've got the ball in your hand half the day.
Absolutely amazing. And he's going to join us in a matter of seconds. And he wins the Temper Pillow for joining us as well. A great night's sleep, night after night after night. That is the difference. The difference is Temper, T-E-M-P-U-R. A great night's sleep with Temper. The difference is Temper. And Nick Dacos, you win the Temper Pillow. And it's great to have you. Thanks for your time. Congratulations on your captaining the win today.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. Did you say I won a pillow?
You did, from Temper.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you. That's a bonus.
They're very good, Nick.
No, a real privilege to captain today. So thank you. I appreciate it.
So, did you, before you, well played, mate, you were fantastic again, as per usual. Hey, did you give yourself any time before the game, be honest with us, to say, right, what am I going to say if I have to accept the honours as the winning captain? Did you prioritise anything?
I was getting briefed on it yesterday from the club, just around some key things to mention. Obviously, it's such an important day for us, and we just want to pay our full respect. So when you get up there, it's a bit more daunting to try and remember everything. But as I said, so humble to be captain on the day, and we really miss Darce. And it's just a privilege to play on this day every single year. Don't take it for granted.
Yeah. Now, when you go home tonight, I want you to thank your mum, because your dad never spoke like you did today. Your mum's the one who's taught you the wonderful elocution and those good manners and hitting all those key points. Dad was no good at it.
That's funny. No, he always preaches humility and just taking in my stride. So I get a lot of it from Dad too.
Yeah, there's no worries about that. He's got humility. He's a wonderful man, but never heard him speak like that. Hey, you guys were challenged today. They came at you pretty hard in the third quarter. 2 times they came at you and challenged you, but you were able to resist all that and drop the foot to the floor halfway through the third quarter.
Yeah, we spoke about it. I spoke about it to the lads before the game. That was one of the topics we mentioned. We know they're a good side, and on a day like today, it's high emotion, and teams will have their turn, and momentum's going to swing. So just staying true to our structure and our system for 4 quarters, and we knew our time would come, but all good teams, I think, are able to win that arm wrestle, and today, fortunately, we're able to do that.
I was watching you, Nick, when the goal that sealed the win, bottom line, went through, and you were more than excited.
Yeah, no, as I said, I grew up coming to these games, and I think it means so much to so many people. So it's more than about footy today, but to get the win was amazing.
You must have been thrilled for Sidey to pick up his second ANZAC Day medal. He had a brilliant day, so many clearances, 15 clearances and 22 contested.
Yeah, we laugh inside the 4 walls. There seems to be a bit of talk about how he stops some players, but they don't seem to mention Steele Sidebottom's name every single week. He's been our best player all year, and he's just been amazing since coming into that new role on ball. He runs all day, he's tough as they come, goes both ways, and as you can see, he's got the best skills. So he's probably one of the most underrated players in the comp, and it's great to see him get that recognition today.
His hands have been really clean for about a month now. He's been the surest ball handler to have in the centre of the ground.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think between him and Pendles, you're pretty lucky when you go to a centre bounce and those 2 wise heads are in there. And as I said before, everyone seems to talk about age and everything, but no one seems to talk about how they're playing and the high level with which they play with every single week. They give us so much experience out there, leadership and skill, as you said.
Yeah, look, let's be honest, anyone who plays past 30 years of age, I'm entirely jealous of. I think it's a great effort. Hey, it is an occasion, as you called it beautifully, it is a privilege to play on this day, and it belongs to 2 teams. It is the privilege, but it also educates people. During the week, during all all the conversation that's gone on about the ANZACs, that's gone on about military history, that's gone on about the RSL, what is it that you've taken out of it, and what is it you've learnt that perhaps had this day not been an event that you wouldn't know?
I guess just, and it's well touched on, the sacrifices that not only the servicemen and women make, but also their family and friends. That can't be understated, the impact that it flows on and has, and it's our job as just humans to support those people, not only, as I said, the people that serve, but the people that are close with them. So we hope that, we know can never be compared, but we hope that today we're able to put a smile to some of those people's faces that have gone through some stuff.
One final one from me, Nick. Can you tell us, is Dan McStay's knee a bad one or just a bit of a strain?
Well, it's probably not for me to comment. I spoke to him quickly. I wasn't sure what exactly he'd done. He just mentioned that he hurt his knee. They weren't sure to the extent, but he seems to be positive about it, which is great because obviously an important player for us and a great leader.
Nick, your captain today, it is your responsibility to talk to us. Can you give us more? No, I'm only joking. It is your responsibility today. So well handled. I thought you were fantastic once again. You spoke admirably after the game as well.
Hey, Nick, just before you go, Ned Long's emergence, what have you seen from him and what he's done since he's come to the footy club?
Yeah, he's a great story, isn't he? He got delisted from Hawthorn and he persisted. He came through our VFL through the SSP program and got a spot on our list, and he could have been playing every single week this year and sort of had to bide his time a little bit. There's some good midfield depth, but he stayed persistent, stayed positive, and it's great to see him reaping the rewards now. He's one of the hardest workers you'll come across, so we love running out with people like that every single week, regardless of the scoreboard. We know they're going to give 100%, and he exactly typifies that.
Nick, great game today, well played. You're a joy to watch. Congratulations, and we can't wait to see you again next week.
Thanks so much. Thanks for having me, guys.
Well Dacos joining us downstairs. He wins the Temper Pillow for being part of our post-game show for Before You Dig, before every job. Search Before You Dig online every time. And for Trojan Tools, Trojan Tools built tough, available at Bunnings Warehouse. A final word before you wrap it up and say farewell.
I still stand by this. Is there a young man playing team sport in Australia at the moment who's in a happier place than Nick Dacos? He's in perfect control of his game. He's stupidly good at what he does, and his output, which is extraordinary, is bankable week after week.
Yep.
You know he's going to be 1, 2 or 3 best on ground every week. I don't know of any other team sport player in Australia who is as bankable for a good performance every game.
Yes, and it's a privilege to come and watch him play. I'm not sure we've seen anybody, maybe Chris Judd, who's been as good from the word go.
Andy Marr, been good working with you today.
It's been a joy to be here with you three absolute legends. Thanks for having just an insignificant person like me.
Did you play on Waverley Park? Who with?
I did play on Waverley.
Who with?
Hey?
Who did you play on Waverley Park with?
What do you mean? We'll let you continue on after the break. Collingwood 16-11, 107 today. Defeated Essendon 10-6-66, 41 points the final margin. Thanks for your company on AFL Nation. We can't wait for your company for the next game that comes your way on AFL Nation after a couple of breaks. Great to have you here at the MCG. What a day it was. 92,000 in the end came and saw it.
Humongous.
And they gave us a good run, Essendon, today. Really gave us an enjoyable game to watch. But in the end, Collingwood too good. 107-66.
Don't miss the world's best netballers every Saturday and Sunday in Suncorp Super Netball. Can the Adelaide Thunderbirds achieve greatness with a three-peat, or will the Melbourne Vixens take the next step to premiership glory? The pressure will be on with the Firebirds, Fever and Swifts' new look shooting ends in the spotlight. Who is up for the challenge? Tickets are on sale now, or watch every game live and on demand on KO Sports, Foxtel, and for the first time, Binge.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. All so that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head by turning you into an expert tipster. It's so easy. Just make your free account so punters can follow you, submit your tips whenever you're ready, and if your tip pays off, you'll earn a payout. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability. All while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
An important message from when insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance companies. Choose Visit sheenbrook.com.au. T's and C's apply.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Swing by your local Bunnings and add a brushless jet blower to your set. 36 volts of blowing power, powered by two 18-volt batteries, all from only $1.99. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
With over 1 billion vehicles on the road worldwide, finding one of yours can be tricky. But with vehicle tracking systems by Radius Telematics, they'll not only find your vehicle, but they'll also tell you where it's been, where it's going, and how long it's taken, including location and speeding alerts, even driving behaviour, plus so much more. Speak to Michael and the team about dashcam and asset tracking technology that'll help keep your business's valuable assets safe and secure. For more, visit radius.com today.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Open an Elders Rural Products prepayment account to win. And 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
Hello everyone, welcome to AFL Nation. It is ANZAC Day footy. We've had the blockbuster at the MCG. Collingwood home by 41 points, 16-11, 107 to the Bombers, 10-6, 66 still side bottom with the medal. 5 goals, Jamie Elliott. We're here for Elders, an open Elders Rural Products prepayment account to Wine State and 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Our game tonight, which gets underway at 6 Perth time, 8 Eastern. It is the Fremantle Football Club at home in the Len Hall ANZAC Tribute game for the 28th year, taking on the Adelaide Crows. I'm joined in the commentary box by Paul Hazelby, 4-time Western Derby or Glendinning Allen medalist, rising star. Scotty Cummings, of course, holds the record for most number of goals for a West Coast Eagle, and a man who kicked almost 100 goals but still won the Coleman but didn't get in the All-Australian team. And a long-time media representative here in WA, and you can get him on Sports Day here on SEN WA, and that is Peter Vlahos. So welcome to you, boys. We're looking forward to this. It's been a good day of footy, and
if there is such a thing as Happy Anzac Day.
I think there's a thing. I think it's the most important day of the year, Goss, and it was a fantastic showing again over at the MCG. It's one thing that I seriously miss about coming back here, but what a great game and a great crowd that it was. And I think it's terrific too, though, that Fremantle now get themselves, and I know they've asked for it to continue, is the game on Anzac Day itself here in Perth, and I think it fits in nicely.
We've got the good one, I think, Scotty. Not a close one today, though. Essendon did make a bit of a fist of it in that second quarter. They looked pretty good, but in the end, Collingwood too good. But this game tonight, there's a lot on the line for both sides. I think they both need the scalp, particularly Fremantle. They haven't beaten much the Bulldogs, Richmond and the West Coast Eagles, and a chance for them to show the AFL that it can coexist with the Anzac game over there in Victoria as well. Different time zone. Plenty of people now have got a chance to either go out if you're in Victoria around the eastern states and watch it on TV. It's going to be a good showcase event.
Pre-game show for Before You Dig, before every job. Search Before You Dig online every time. Peter Vlahos is with me. Peter, Fremantle, do you think they've got a case to... With the Len Hall tribute game has just been a part of it, but they want it actually on the day, on Anzac Day, to coincide with the MCG. Hayes has got some reservations about this. Explain what you mentioned on breakfast this morning.
Well, I think it's hard enough to get the fixture right for Fremantle on West Coast. There's a lot of flying that's included in their travel schedule. So if you do get Anzac Day that falls on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I just think it makes it really difficult to make it fair for those teams. Now, Collingwood, they play a lot of games in Victoria. They hardly ever travel. They can make it work. I think maybe the AFL need to look at doing it. If the games fall on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, maybe a Monday, but I think it becomes quite difficult to try and fit it in on a Wednesday or a Thursday. What do you think, Scott?
Well, I think the fact that they've asked for it, they're aware of what they're going to be up against. But I think it's bigger than all of that. I think it's Anzac Day. I think it's something that we use football as a fantastic education piece to our younger generations, and the importance of the day itself and the importance of what people have sacrificed for us to live the lives that we have. So I think that Fremantle will find their way around that, and I think it can be done.
Cheers, guys. Good to catch up with you, Hayes, and also Scotty. You know, I think it's a fair point, Hayes, that you raised, but as we know, fixtures can be manipulated, and if they want it as much as they want it, then you're prepared to make a sacrifice. And today we are talking about sacrifices, and I must admit, I saw a lot of the Anzac Day coverage this morning, and it's amazing. You mentioned about the young generation. Of course, Mick Mouldas has been one of those when he was coach of Collingwood, how he educated the players what the meaning of the day was all about. And it's amazing how many young people now have an understanding of what this is all about as we slowly but surely, unfortunately, farewell our veterans from World War I and World War II.
Yeah, my nephew Jacob Gossage, who's a returned serviceman and had a couple of stints and has had to retire because of post-traumatic disorder from frontline work. He's working for the RSL in Victoria now, and he's involved very much with the Collingwood Football Club in the recognition of Anzac. And he was a special guest there today, and he did a bit of radio as well. And he is that next generation. He's in his early 40s. It's the late 30s, early 40s. There's plenty of servicemen who've come back from frontline service who are just bringing that Anzac tradition back. And as you said, Peter, we're starting to see the seniors not phase out, but they're moving on. They're passing away, and age catches up with everybody. But I think it's exciting, and I totally agree with you, Scotty. I think Anzac Day is the one day. We have, when you said this morning, Hayes, we have Christmas, we have Easter. You know, Australia Day's got its ramifications, and they've got to get that sorted eventually. And there's a whole lot of other special days, but there's nothing like Anzac Day, and footy is just a byproduct of that. It's just it actually rides on the coattails from 30 years of what the Anzac spirit is all about.
Footy benefits from it. There's 100%. No doubt about it. But also Anzac Day benefits from the footy as well, because we use it. You know, footy's I guess something that brings everyone together. Whether you're depending on who you're barracking for, doesn't matter. But it's a great opportunity for young people to see their football heroes go, what are they stopping and pausing about? What are they thinking about? What are they talking about? Oh, right.
There's a lot of disrespect today, though. There's been a lot.
Particularly in Melbourne.
There's been a lot of drama in Melbourne.
It's just disgusting.
It's terrible.
But going back to what Hayes had to say is that it's actually on the day. So I think today and tonight we'll see a special meaning to this Len Hall tribute match because of the day and how it's evolved during the course of since this morning in the dawn service.
And also the Arthur Leggett medal.
Correct.
It's very, very special.
And I believe that you're on the voting panel. Congratulations.
Absolutely privileged to be on it, to be honest, the first time. And as a great Fremantle man I am, I'm actually very privileged.
You're going to have to watch the game.
One vote.
Wow.
Harley Reid.
Hey guys, to finish that off, so thank you to your nephew, was it? Thank you to Jacob, and thank you to everybody who's listening in, who's served or has had family members who've served, and you've sacrificed as well. We are grateful for the lives we lead.
Yeah, well spoken, Scotty. We'll take a break and come back. Speaking of fixtures, I raised it today with Paul Hazelby. We're going to talk about the fixture that plays here next Saturday night. Have a think about it. What happens here next Saturday night? And I'll do some sums for you. And it ain't adding up to our Victorian audience you might want to stay listening to. This is the pre-game show for Before You Dig, before every job. Search Before You Dig online every time. It is Adelaide in town, taking on Fremantle for the Len Hall tribute game. And earlier today, the Pies continued on their merry way. They lost for round one, but they've been on a merry old run since then, home by 41 points. This is AFL Nation, the pre-game show.